This boy was at school thinking that mages are weak, all because the world is so peaceful. Other students called him weak, because he had no mana. Kael didn't remember who this boy was. The furious bully attacked with a spell in the classroom, which was forbidden because it was extremely dangerous. Everyone was afraid the worst had happened, but Kael pretended that nothing had occurred. He wanted to show what one should do with people, annoying people. However, the teacher saved the bully's skin because he came to check on the noise from before. Kael said it was nothing, and went home. The next day, the school was holding a test to measure the magical power of all the students, using a special machine. Kael didn't want people to know the truth about his hidden power. Elara was curious to know if Kael was afraid. That loser boy talking to the most popular girl in school caught everyone's attention. The arrogant girl just wanted to mock him, but Kael wasn't the same person they once knew. No one at school knew that 1 week ago, Kael had fallen into a coma after a car accident. Hours later, he woke up in the hospital, his body completely healed, but what no one truly knew was that the person inside Kael's body was not the same one as before, but rather the greatest mage who ever walked the earth and had died 50 years ago, Magnus. He had been reincarnated into the body of his descendant. Back in the classroom, the girl found it strange that he wasn't intimidated by her presence. Elara talking with another boy made the hot-headed kid angry. He was also furious about how Kael had acted towards him the other day. The girl was also talking to Kael because she wanted to know if what happened yesterday was just a fluke. The teacher announced the test, and the first up was the boy who used fire magic. He placed his hand on the machine, and his magic was strong, scoring 1,000 points. Now it was the turn of the class's prodigy, Elara. She used water magic, and placed her hand on the machine, which registered 2,000 points of magical power. The boy, Dante, said that the strongest should stick together, but the girl ignored his comment. This record was so high that no one could even come close. So, the girl was convinced that Kael would now realize the vast difference between them. Kael approached the machine and thought that he needed to hold back so they wouldn't notice his true powers. He released only a fraction of his power. The energy that emanated wasn't from a single element, but from all of them combined. Kael decided to show them his best, because he suddenly became curious to know just how much power he had. His energy drew everyone's attention. It was incredibly intense. His mana erupted into the sky. Students from the advanced classes felt this surge of mana even from a distance. The brilliant energy overloaded the machine, and it exploded. It was the second day in a row that Kael had been involved in an explosion. The girls, not wanting to be blinded, shut their eyes. The machine parts were about to hit the girls, but Kael was aware of his actions and saved them without them even realizing they were in danger. The truth is, people couldn't actually feel his magical power. They could only see the lights. Not even the teacher was able to notice it. After checking that the girls were safe, he asked Kael if he had any idea why the machine exploded. His conclusion was that it was some kind of malfunction, and Kael would get a 0 on the test. This test was used to divide the students into training groups. Dante is the strongest boy, so it's a good idea to pair him with the boy who got the lowest score on the test. Dante agreed to this, and told Kael he was looking forward to the practical lesson. The students arrive at the old Shibuya district, and the teacher explains that there are still some monsters living inside the city, which was destroyed by the Great Calamity. Mages and the police come, regularly, to this abandoned city to fight the monsters that still live here. The academy students are also required to help with this task. For some reason, the professor assures them they shouldn't stress, since most of the monsters have already been handled by professional mages. And the police. Our boy wasn't expecting a practical class. He hopes the students can defeat a few monsters, since they will be working in groups. He remembers coming here last night, but feels it strange to notice some monsters nearby. He remembers that he cleared the area properly yesterday. He finds no signs of disaster nearby, and questions why more monsters keep appearing in old Shibuya. He overhears some girls talking about competing with each other, even though it's just a practical class. Our boy is surprised to see the students acting so carefree. Mizuhara carefully watches Kael. For some reason, the professor starts the practical class and hopes that everyone can work well together. Talon notices the protagonist and calls out to him. He approaches our boy with his group and advises him to stay put and avoid getting in Talon's way. Talon makes it clear that he won't go easy this time if Kael gets carried away like before. The protagonist doesn't understand why they don't just ignore him, if they hate him so much. Talon gets angry and orders him not to talk back. He doesn't understand why Mizuhara still talks to Kael, even though he's complete trash. Our boy is surprised to hear this and discovers that Talon has feelings for Mizuhara. Talon becomes infuriated. The protagonist senses something, and the bullies try to attack him with their magical powers, but he warns them to stop. Talon makes it clear that an apology won't work this time. Kael tells him to look behind him, but Talon believes he's just trying to pull some silly trick to save himself. Talon looks behind him, and the entire group of bullies sees a tall monster standing behind them. They all start sweating nervously and question why a demon soldier is here, in this abandoned city. The other bullies encourage Talon, believing he can defeat it. He assures them that he will win, although with an anxious expression on his face. He rushes forward and attacks with his fire magic. An explosion erupts as it hits the monster, and Talon and his friends are relieved. But when the smoke clears, the monster stands before them, completely unharmed. Talon sees not a single scratch on it and is terrified. Our boy reveals that his pathetic level 1 magic won't do a thing against a demon soldier. As the monster advances, the entire group is terrified. They all drop to their knees and begin to tremble. Talon's eyes fill with tears as he wonders if his life ends here. He even pathetically wets his pants. But just as he is about to be killed, the demon soldier notices our boy's power. It becomes scared and takes a step back. Kael steps forward, surprised to realize the monster could sense which one of them was the strongest. He faces the soldier, demon alone, and unleashes his power. The monster also begins to go all out, summoning several magic circles. Talon and his group doubt that the protagonist can defeat it. They all accept their fate. The monster casts a level 2 spell called Rock Break. A massive boulder is about to crash into our boy, but he remains unfazed and smiles. He casts a level 1 spell called Fire Arrow and launches it toward the demon soldier. His fire arrow completely obliterates the boulder thrown by the monster. It then strikes the demon soldier, and a massive explosion erupts. Talon and his cronies open their eyes. They are shocked to see the monster is dead. Talon questions what is happening, and wonders if Kael was behind all of this. He can't believe it, thinking it's impossible for someone like Kael. But our boy informs him that if he's the one using it, even level 1 magic is enough to defeat the demon soldier. He finds it strange that such monsters are appearing in Shibuya, especially since he had already cleared the entire area and defeated all the monsters in this area yesterday. He thinks that perhaps this is some kind of bad omen before a great disaster. The protagonist wonders if he should take the whole situation seriously. Suddenly, he has flashbacks of the destruction he saw in his previous life. He had to watch many people, including his loved ones, die in front of him. He gets a little sad and clenches his fist. The protagonist becomes determined to save humanity, even if the calamity ends up happening again. The other bullies admit that they saw Kusanagi defeat the demon soldier. They wonder if it's the same Kusanagi they know. Tadano gets frustrated and punches the wall. He's angry and doesn't understand what's happening. Meanwhile, Mizura watches everything from a distance and is surprised to learn more about Kusanagi. Mizura uses a level 1 spell called Water Disc and easily defeats a weak monster. Her classmates are surprised and start to praise her. She feels irritated and wonders why common people are so easily impressed. She believes it's only because she's a genius. Suddenly, she comes across Tadano's group. Mizura asks her party members to take care of the rest and leaves. She thinks that Tadano might be bullying the protagonist again and feels excited. She quickly runs to watch them, not wanting to miss this opportunity. She positions herself behind a wall and peeks. Mizura is shocked to see a demon soldier. She doubts they can face such a monster in battle, but despite being scared, the girl decides to help them. Since she belongs to the Mizura family, she's confident she can do something. Mizura runs towards the group, shouting for everyone to start running. Suddenly, a huge wave of fire magic is launched in front of her and hits the soldier. Demon. Kusanagi defeats the strong monster in a single attack. Mizura is shocked and wonders if our boy is behind all this. She remembers that Kusanagi used to be a shy boy with weak magical powers. The girl can't believe she's looking at the same Kusanagi she was observing closely and didn't even hear any chanting. Mizura doesn't understand how it's possible for him to defeat a demon soldier with just level 1 magic without even chanting a single spell. All of this is too much for her to believe. She understands that the strength of each demon is determined by the number of crystals they have in their bodies. This method is also used to establish a ranking among demons. Magical beasts are level 6, demon soldiers are level 5, demon captains are level 4, and demon generals are at the 3rd level. The demon king is at level 2, and finally, the strongest demon, also known as the demon god, is level 1. These numbers are fixed for each demon, so every modern mage knows that at least level 3 magic is required to defeat a demon soldier. She can't believe that level 1 magic is enough to beat it. Kusanagi starts walking in her direction. She knows there's no reason to hide, so she peeks again and looks at the protagonist. He scolds her for spying like that. She gets embarrassed and asks how he found out. Our boy thinks it would be stupid not to know, since she's a mage. Mizura is confused. He's disappointed to see that they really can't sense any magic at all. The boy starts to walk away. She tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen and keeps going. Mizura demands an explanation and starts running after him, but finds no one in the alley. Kusanagi jumps onto a building and feels irritated seeing the girl trying her best to find him. He decides to check the area for monsters, and discovers that there are no demon soldiers left in the area, but the number of magical beasts is still large. After seeing the performance, Talon's pathetic display in front of a demon soldier, he doubts that other students are capable of facing magical beasts. The protagonist decides to get rid of some magical beasts. His body suddenly begins to glow as he activates his magic. He manages to cover the area around the abandoned city. Then he pulls out 2 magic circles and uses his level 2 magic, called Barret. Several beams of light shoot into the sky and spread across Shibuya. Talon and his group notice a beam of light. They think they are seeing shooting stars. Mira recognizes it as magic and wonders who unleashed several magical abilities at once. Somewhere in Shibuya, 2 students are surrounded by magical beasts. They become desperate. Seeing several monsters approaching at once, the 2 give up and accept their fate. But as the monster lunges to kill the girl, it suddenly stops and starts screaming in pain. After being hit by a strong beam of light, the students ask each other if they are okay. The protagonist watches everything from above. He feels incredible, killing all the monsters. He sees them all falling dead, and suddenly realizes he overdid it, and ended up killing almost all the monsters in Shibuya. Kael becomes worried, and wonders if the class will still happen after this. He regrets not holding back. He uses his magic circles to move through the city, and finds a hidden alley to land. He doesn't want to hide his powers more than necessary, but all the attention is annoying. He joins his classmates and teachers. The teacher examines the corpse of a magical creature and wonders why there are so many left. He thought most had already been hunted, or died. He believes a skilled person just killed them, since killing a monster with a single blow is not easy. He remembers the magic that killed the monsters. He knows that firing so many magic bullets falls under the null attribute. Surprised, he admits he has never seen anything like it before. He admits that things would have gotten out of control without the magic bullets, knowing that firing 2 is already an impressive feat. The teacher is in disbelief, and understands that if the number reaches 6 or more, no ordinary student can use such magic. The students scream in frustration, asking why they had to face so many monsters and almost lose their lives. The teacher bows and apologizes. He remembers confirming with the police that most of the monsters had already been eliminated, and regrets not double-checking with the school. He sincerely apologizes for putting the entire class in danger. A student asks if someone came to save them. The teacher says he has no idea, but adds that it wasn't the police or an official mage, but probably some illegal mage. He thanks the unknown savior in his heart. Our boy smirks as he hears the teacher praise him indirectly. He notices some students discussing his magic bullets, all wondering what they were. Kael is relieved to see that everyone is okay, even his attackers. Talon grinds his teeth in frustration. The entire group of bullies stares intently at the protagonist. Mira remembers seeing Kael defeat a demon soldier by himself. With only level 1 magic, followed by some kind of infinite magic, she wonders if Kael is behind both. Fire and null are different attributes, and she doubts any student could have both, even Kael. She calms down, thinking it's impossible for him to have 2 attributes, and assumes someone else is behind the null attribute. She still doesn't understand how Kael defeated the demon soldier alone. Talon's group suggests he might also be behind the laser beams. Talon says it's impossible, but his friend remembers that Kael also defeated the demon soldier. Talon gets angry and tells his friend to shut up, or he will die. His friends are terrified, but Tadano makes it clear that he will never believe that someone like Kusanagi is capable of such feats. He thinks Kusanagi is hiding something. His goons agree, remembering just how much of a coward Kusanagi is. Tadano screams in rage, declaring he will prove Kusanagi is cheating. He's determined to corner Kusanagi and force him to reveal his true identity. After school, Kusanagi heads out, only to be surrounded by a large group of bullies. Tadano steps forward, saying he was waiting patiently. The protagonist, annoyed, advises him to put that persistence into learning magic instead. Tadano retorts that Kusanagi has no right to say such things, since he's the one who cheats. Kusanagi is confused by the cheating accusation, but Tadano insists that he's definitely hiding some cheap tricks. Tired of their nonsense, Kusanagi realizes it's pointless to argue with them. Tadano orders him to follow, praising him for not running away. Kusanagi clarifies there's no reason to run. Tadano doesn't believe him and attacks with a punch, knowing Kusanagi won't use magic in a public park. The punch lands on his face, but he remains unfazed. The bullies join in, ganging up on him, but he stays patient and doesn't fight back. Tadano asks what's wrong, assuming Kusanagi can't do anything without his magic. He keeps up the assault, making it clear he won't stop, and will kill Kusanagi even if he begs. The protagonist feels disappointed. Their attacks don't even leave a scratch. His magical powers automatically defend him from any physical attack. Annoyed, he decides to feign injury just to satisfy Tadano. Suddenly, someone appears from behind, questioning why they're attacking Kusanagi. Tadano looks back and sees it's Mizura. The bully is embarrassed and tries to explain himself. He tells Mizura they're just messing around, but she doesn't buy it, and accuses him of bullying Kusanagi. She's disappointed to see her classmates acting this way, and wonders if they feel any shame for their actions. Tadano feels awkward, but he blames it all on Kusanagi. He thinks Mizura hates him now because of Kusanagi. She grabs the protagonist's hand and starts pulling him out of the whole mess. Tadano sees her take Kusanagi's hand. He's overcome with jealousy and has had enough. Tadano stops holding back and loses his temper. He prepares to launch a magic attack against our boy. Kusanagi is annoyed. Tadano prepares to end his life, and his goons activate their magic as well. Mizura demands to know why they're acting like this. The entire group launches a fire attack at the protagonist. Mizura knows how dangerous it is, so she tries to save Kusanagi, but she can't reach him in time. He takes the full force of the attacks head-on. Tadano laughs confidently, believing that no cheap trick can save Kusanagi from such power. His goons grow worried, wondering if he's dead. Tadano calls them stupid for worrying. He concocts a story that they were just using magic outside of school and lost control. Kusanagi just got caught in the crossfire, and that's why he got hurt. The goons think they went too far. As the smoke clears, Kusanagi says he was trying to be patient, since they're nothing but kids to him, but their stupidity can only be cured with punishment. He prepares to teach them all a lesson. Tadano is shocked to find him alive, even after they hit him with such powerful spells. Kusanagi becomes serious and tells them they should never have involved Mizura in their fight. He wonders just how rotten they are to act this way. Tadano yells, blaming both of them for the mess. He thinks they should regret making a fool of him, so he summons another magic circle and announces that they'll all keep attacking until Kusanagi finally drops dead. Our boy summons a small magic circle. The bullies laugh at him, calling it pathetic. They assume he's bluffing and all attack at once, with all their might, hoping Kenji will finally die. The protagonist uses Magic Drain. Strange green tentacles erupt from the small circle and grab the entire gang. Everyone is terrified and tries to break free, but they fail miserably. Their strength is drained, and the bullies begin to fall unconscious. Talon and his henchmen stop moving. Kenji is disappointed. He expected them to last a little longer than that. He hopes the attackers will reflect on this and get their heads straight. Mira is confused. She wonders if she just saw magic. She's surprised to see that the entire group was knocked out, but she doesn't understand how it happened. Kenji gets up and tries to leave, but Mira stops him and asks what happened. She also asks about the magic. She recalls that he couldn't even cast a weak spell just a few days ago. She questions who he is. The protagonist gets annoyed with her behavior and questions her back. He advises her to do something else instead of asking so many weird questions. Mira starts to blush. She expresses her gratitude and thanks him for saving her. The girl asks him to answer her questions now, but she can't find him anywhere. She gets embarrassed and wonders why he left her again. That night, Kenji enters old Shibuya once more and uses his magic circles to get around. He had a bad feeling during the day, so he decided to come and check on things. He finds more monsters in the area. Even though he had killed them all during the day, he believes this might be some kind of bad omen. The protagonist is confident that he can handle everything alone, if the monsters were only appearing in old Shibuya, but he can sense more of them in other places. He thinks it might be too much for the police, and there are also very few good mages. But he doubts he can defeat monsters across the entire country by himself. He doesn't know what to do, so he decides to formulate a plan. First, he thinks about starting by eliminating all the monsters in old Shibuya, while avoiding any kind of attention. He uses his magic bullets again and kills several monsters at once. A drunk guy wanders into the dangerous area without realizing it. Suddenly, a monster appears behind him but is instantly defeated by the protagonist. The guy notices but blames it on his imagination and starts to walk away. Our boy hopes he wasn't seen. He uses his magic circle and leaps away. Someone catches him in the act and records everything on their phone. The guy is shocked and believes his video will definitely go viral. He wastes no time and posts it online. The next day, Talon, Kenji, and Mira are called in by the principal and their homeroom teacher. The teacher says he was informed that some students used magic outside of school grounds, and makes it clear that anyone caught will be expelled without hesitation. He allows them to explain themselves. Talon immediately points at the protagonist and tries to pin all the blame on him, claiming that our boy came looking for a fight. Kenji is impressed by how easily Talon can lie. He realizes he has no choice but to speak up and defend himself, even though it's incredibly annoying. Just as he's about to say something, Mira intervenes and defends the boy. She tells the principal that everyone is spreading lies and reveals that Kenji was the one being bullied by Talon and his friends, who launched magic attacks on him first. The teacher listens carefully and finds out that our boy also used magic. She calls it self-defense and thinks it's not his fault, since he had no other choice. Kenji is surprised by her. Talon tries to tell the teacher that they are also innocent, but Mira interrupts and criticizes him for his actions. She calls him a bad person for bullying Kenji, and then shifting the blame to him when facing the consequences. She doesn't understand how he isn't ashamed of himself. Talon calls the protagonist trash and says he doesn't deserve to be in this school, justifying his actions by saying, "Who was just trying to clean up the trash." Mizura makes it clear that he is the trash and isn't worthy of the academy. Tadano, still arrogant, says that he's at the top of the class and is the only one worthy of standing by her side. Kusanagi doesn't deserve her. She doesn't understand what he's talking about. Tadano warns her not to defend Kusanagi and to open her eyes, advising her to become his woman. She is disgusted and tells him there's no chance of her choosing a piece of trash like him. Tadano is shocked by the rejection. She rejects him for his violent nature and calls him stupid for confessing in such a strange situation. Our boy understands why she said that, but thinks she overdid it. Tadano faints after hearing the rejection, as he and his friends are the villains here, and that Kusanagi was just defending himself from their magical attacks. The headmaster makes it clear that he doesn't need students who use magic selfishly and hurt others. He expels Tadano and his group. Tadano's minions try to defend themselves, saying they were just doing what Tadano asked them to. The headmaster allows Kusanagi and Misura to leave and return to their classes. Both of them leave the headmaster's office. Misura is angry and calls Tadano the worst guy ever. Our boy asks what will happen now that they've been expelled. She explains that there's no chance for them to become mages, which is quite obvious. She doesn't understand why Kusanagi didn't defend himself. He said he was about to, but she didn't give him a chance. Suddenly, he remembers something. She asks what's wrong. Kusanagi says he was thinking about all the times that she tried to save him, first in class during their fight, and now when the headmaster called them in. He calls her a good girl for always helping him. She starts crying uncontrollably and gets embarrassed. Mizura tells him to shut up and runs towards the classroom to get there first. Kusanagi smiles as he watches her leave. He believes that the old Kusanagi died and was reincarnated into this body. Our boy wonders if he was bullied to death or if it was really just a car accident. He still doesn't know the truth, but he feels relieved to have punished the bullies for whatever they did. He hopes it was worth it and smiles. The headmaster informs two senior students about what happened earlier, saying that some students got into a fight and even used magic in public. He assures them that no one was hurt. The older female student asks why she was called if there's no longer a problem. The headmaster tells her that one of the students involved is Yui Kamizura. The blue-haired student understands and thanks the headmaster for informing her. He asks her to send his regards to her father. She tells him not to worry and reveals that her family is interested in investing in the school. She leaves with her friend, and the headmaster wonders if Kusanagi is absurdly strong, since fighting against several mages at the same time is nearly impossible. There's no way a normal student could win unless he's hiding some kind of mysterious power. He wonders if Kusanagi is stronger than them, but the blue-haired girl responds negatively. He is curious about the boy and tells her he wants to meet him to confirm. She wonders if her little sister should be expelled, depending on how competent Kusanagi is. She is Mizuha Ruka from the third-year class, and her friend is Katsuragi Ryude, also from the third-year class. Kusanagi feels unmotivated now that his life is peaceful again. He overhears some classmates talking about someone known as the Black Mage and wonders if it's related to the magic nobles he learned about. He decides not to worry about it for now. The teacher appears and calls Kusanagi out for the evaluation test. He explains that students who couldn't be evaluated last time now have a chance to take the test again. Misura realizes what's happening and feels happy, because she can finally learn more about our boy. Suddenly, she notices her older sister, Ruka, and Katsuragi. As she enters, she wonders why her sister showed up out of nowhere. The professor announces Kusanagi's turn, asking him to begin the magic power assessment test. Our boy remembers that he destroyed the machine last time, so he decides to be more careful and hold back. He tries to release his magic power, but suddenly starts to feel strange, An extreme exhaustion hits him, and he begins to breathe heavily. The teacher asks if he's okay. Noticing the machine and checking the results, Mizura and the teacher are shocked to see that for some reason, his attribute is none and his magic power is only 100, which makes Katsuragi smile. Two students start talking about Kusanagi, calling him the one with the lowest magic power in the group, and labeling him as useless, since he doesn't even have an attribute. Katsuragi assumes there's no truth to the story they heard from the principal and doesn't believe that the protagonist defeated all the delinquents by himself. Hoka feels disappointed and decides to leave, as he has no more reason to stay. The students notice that Kusanagi is exhausted just from the assessment, and they can understand why, since his magic power is extremely low. The professor tries to comfort Kusanagi, saying that magic power isn't the most important thing. Mizura, however, can't believe her eyes. She remembers seeing our boy defeat the demon soldier all by himself, and knows he can use two attributes, fire and null, at the same time. She wonders what kind of trick he's pulling, since she has never heard of mages hiding their magic power by somehow adjusting it. The protagonist feels relieved and is satisfied with the result. He performs some kind of magical manipulation to alter the results. Even though it's taking a toll on his body, he feels confident and thinks he has finally managed to master it. Upon leaving the room, our boy runs into Mizura and finds out she was in the assessment room out of curiosity. She tells him she only came out of curiosity. Suddenly, Ruka stops the two of them in the school hallway. Kusanagi asks who they are. She introduces herself and Katsuragi. He recognizes her last name and asks if she wants something from him. She says she has no interest in him, and walks towards her younger sister. Mizura looks worried, and a disappointed Ruka finds out that her sister couldn't even defeat a few delinquents. She also discovers that Mizura was saved by someone with only 100 magic power, and asks if all of this is true. Mizura confirms it, which angers her sister. She orders Mizura to simply leave the academy. Mizura doesn't understand why she is saying all this, for no reason. Ruka reminds her that she has never won a single match whenever they compete, whether in academic results, sports, or magical arts. She loses every single time. Ruka doesn't believe Mizura is good enough to become a mage. She thinks Mizura should just leave the academy and enroll in a normal school. Mizura starts to cry but can't say a word. Her sister asks if she understands everything, and Mizura anxiously replies yes. Kusanagi finally intervenes, calling Ruka arrogant. With a cold expression, she asks him to repeat himself. He points out how she's been talking non-stop, without bothering to listen to what her little sister has to say. He can see that she is full of arrogance. She makes it clear that this is a conversation between two family members, so he has no right to interfere. He's surprised to hear her call this a conversation, when all he's heard is her ordering her little sister around without giving her a chance to speak. She becomes enraged, but our boy continues, believing that not even she has the right to tell someone how to live their life. He confronts her, saying she is horrible for forcing her little sister to give up on what she wants to become. Ruka confidently states that her incompetent sister has no talent for becoming a mage since she can't even defeat her. Mizura starts crying and agrees with her older sister, no longer believing in herself, and realizes she has been fooling herself all this time, trying to believe she is a genius with the talent to become a mage. But she couldn't even defeat her older sister. Once Kusanagi says confidently that he can defeat Huka. He starts to smile, confusing everyone. Huka asks if he is challenging her, and he asks for some time. Since it's impossible for Mizura to win now, Huka gives them a 2-week deadline, suggesting they have a 2-on-2 magic duel. He is surprised, but he agrees, calling it nonsense. He asks Mizura if she is willing to participate with a smile on his face, and she calms down, stopping her tears. Mizura becomes determined and agrees to participate in the challenge. Once it is decided, Kusanagi asks them to never mention this matter again if he wins. Huka wagers that her sister will have to leave the academy if she and Katsuragi win the fight. She warns them, making it clear that she isn't planning to hold back. They need to prepare properly and face the truth after a while. Mizura and Kusanagi go to the rooftop, where she asks for his help, and hopes he can teach her more about magic so she can improve quickly. He finally understands why he was called to the rooftop, and asks if she is sure to learn magic from someone as despicable as him, since his magic power is only 100. She doesn't fall for his words, and already knows that he is hiding his true strength. She believes he is much stronger than her. He realizes that she is not backing down this time. She assumes that he knows how to get stronger, which is why he challenged her sister to a fight. He knows that Huka is the type who desperately tries to control everything it is in her nature. That's why he provoked her into fighting him. But there's no way he can tell Mizura that she bows and starts begging for his help. He gives in and agrees to help her get stronger. She asks again to confirm, He warns her beforehand, making it clear that she needs to follow all of his instructions and that there is no turning back. Once the training begins, she agrees to all his conditions instantly. Kusanagi finds it hard to refuse, since she is begging so much for it, and as he already needs to prepare for a few things, after seeing the number of monsters in Shibuya training, a mage could be a promising idea. He decides to start her training today and thinks about finding a place to practice. Mizura starts to blush and invites him to her house with a shy expression. After a while they arrive at her house. He is astonished to see the enormous house, but she thinks it is only natural. Since her father is a noble mage, Mizura suddenly remembers that this is the first time she has ever invited a boy to her house. She wonders if he found the invitation strange, even though she had no ill intentions. Kusanagi suggests they should start, but he notices that she is daydreaming. So he calls out to her as Yuka the girl gets embarrassed hearing her first name, but he says he is just trying to avoid confusion, since her sister also goes by the name Mizura. She is a little disappointed to hear his answer. He asks if she has a different name in mind for him to use, but she agrees to Yuka. So he decides to start the training and tells her he is in her care. The first question he asks her is about magic power. She finds it easy and answers that it is the energy required to perform magic and is available in everyone's body. He then asks her about incantations. Next, Yuka confidently answers that it is like a program that automatically transforms magic into an attack. He asks if there is any way to increase one's magical power, but she answers negatively, believing it is determined before birth and stops increasing after a certain age. Yuka smiles confidently and feels proud of herself for having answered everything perfectly. He then informs her that all of her answers are wrong. With a disappointed expression, she starts to tear up and asks if he's trying to call her stupid. The protagonist genuinely feels bad and wonders just how foolish the current mages are. He's surprised to see such a massive change in just 50 years. He begins to explain that magical power isn't just within her body, but also in nature and the surroundings. Enchantments or spells are simply ways to reinforce the art of magic, and it's also possible to intentionally increase one's magical power. She finds it hard to believe his words, calling it all a lie, since it would go against the Academy's teachings. This would completely upend the Academy of Magical Arts. If it were all true, he wouldn't care whether she believed him or not. He intends to teach her about these 3 principles. During the training, he asks her to sit down and warns her that he is about to channel his magical power into her body, so she must tell him the moment she starts to feel it. She is surprised to learn that there's a way to feel magical power. He makes it clear that she won't become any stronger if she's unable to sense it. He asks her to close her eyes and begins to touch her. He releases his magical power, but finds that she still can't feel it, so he releases even more. He wonders how she can't feel magic of such magnitude. Finally, Arya feels something. She thinks her back is getting warmer. He teaches her about this, saying it's called magical power perception. She finally understands what he was trying to tell her before. He instructs her to always remember this sensation, as it is crucial for her to feel it first in order to detect magical power. He explains that it's also present in nature, so her first goal is to find it and get used to sensing magical power. She smiles confidently, assuring him she'll master it quickly, since she is the noble daughter of the Mizuran family. Our boy doubts she can fulfill her promise. After all, she didn't even notice when he poured so much magical power into her back. He accepts the possibility that she might not be cut out to become a mage. 1 week passes, and Arya starts to cry, telling our boy that she still can't feel magic. She is a massive disappointment, and the protagonist feels let down. He's surprised that an entire week wasn't enough for her to learn something so simple, even though she practiced so hard. He assumes she is just really slow at grasping the concept. Since they have no time to waste, he decides to channel some magic into her again. He touches her back, and as he begins to release his magic, he instructs Arya to open her eyes. She opens them hesitantly, but is immediately astonished to finally see the magical aura surrounding her own body. She starts to smile as she at last understands what magical power is. Arya is mesmerized by her new ability. Now that she can finally see magical power, she tries to gauge Kael's power level. For some reason, she can barely sense anything from him, which leaves her confused. He praises her for all her hard work, but she says it's only natural, since she's a genius. Now that she can finally use magical perception, he informs her they are about to work on fine-tuning her magical power next. He explains the entire process of how to use the appropriate amount of magical power for any given magical task. She needs to focus solely on efficiency and forget everything else. She also needs to exert her magical power to its absolute limit so that the total amount of magic she can wield will increase. Once she recovers properly, he believes she can easily follow all his instructions, now that she can sense magic clearly. He is well aware that what he's trying to teach her is completely different from the fundamentals taught at the Magic Academy, but he doesn't mind if she believes his words. Arya assures him that she does, smiling as she says she no longer doubts him. He's happy to hear her opinion has changed. He decides to begin the next stage of their training. The protagonist asks her to step back and prepare herself, as they are about to spar. She confirms that she is ready, as she is eager to see his true powers, and Ian uses first-level sorcery, water sorcery, and launches several water attacks. But our boy blocks them all effortlessly, which surprises the girl. She doesn't understand how he blocked them. He used a first-level magic barrier with non-attribute magic. He makes it clear that if she can't even destroy such a weak barrier, there's no hope of defeating her sister. She gets desperate and starts launching ice bullets. He explains that she needs to keep moving, even while launching attacks, because stopping her movements will surely make her lose. If she's facing a capable mage, she gets frustrated and launches more attacks but finally gets tired and gives up. He explains that it's wrong to use so much magical power, so inefficiently. If she can adjust the magical power she puts into a spell, then she can finally launch attacks without incantations. Ian asks her to pay attention and shows her how he's using magic. He launches a fire blast towards the mannequin, twice, and also demonstrates how he uses magic. She understands that the magical power behind her attacks is weaker compared to his. He calls her over and explains that she won't even need incantations to perform magic if she learns how to adjust her magical power. She finally understands that there is no reason to chant while casting a spell. He confirms this, and explains that her first step will be to learn how to shorten her incantations. Once she learns to adjust her magic, she will have no reason to use incantations. He believes it will be useful if she can shorten her incantations so she doesn't have to waste effort or magical power on them. That way, her magical ability will definitely become stronger. He orders her to get up and fight him again. She thinks it's too soon, but he says it's pointless otherwise, and with a cold expression, orders her to train as if her life depends on it. She is terrified to hear this and collapses. He asks if she's okay and makes it clear they will do this every day from now on. He realizes she isn't even listening to his words. Later that night, our boy enters Rarajuku. He recently sensed some monsters in this area as well, and came to check, even though he is constantly trying to eliminate all the monsters. For some reason their numbers still remain the same. Suddenly, he spots someone being attacked by a magical beast. He wastes no time and quickly rushes toward the person. He manages to arrive in time and defeats the monster, instantly and effortlessly. Our boy asks the girl if she's alright, but instead of thanking him, she starts taking pictures of him. He quickly leaves the area, wondering why she didn't even show her gratitude and just started taking photos. He thinks there's definitely something wrong with people these days. He decides to cover his face properly next time, and leaves the place. The next day, the protagonist starts training again with Yuna. She collapses quickly, exhausted. The day of their duel is approaching. He believes her progress so far isn't bad, but she's still a far cry from Rika in almost everything. There's no chance she'll succeed if she continues at this pace until the duel. He reassures her and says it's okay if she wants to give up now. She gets up and tells him she has been compared to her sister her entire life. She was forced to give up several times since she always fails to surpass her sister, but she is determined to continue with the magic arts and never give up on them. He makes it clear that she will never succeed that way, but she tells him to be stricter and insists on it instead. He agrees and decides not to hold back. She is happy to hear this and prepares to fight. They both continue to train together, and he teaches the girl many things as the sun is about to set. Yuka collapses after the intense training session, and Kusanagi ends up carrying her back. After several days of training together, he finally tells Yuka that she is ready to fight her sister. She falls to the ground in relief, and Kusanagi praises her for her hard work and effort. She begins to smile upon hearing his words. On the day of their challenge, our boy asks her if she is ready to face her. She answers positively, and as they are about to enter the academy, they both notice a huge crowd of people. Some news reporters surround them and confirm if they are really seeing Yuka of the Mizura noble family. They ask for a few words about the magic duel and inquire if she is fighting with her sister. Kusanagi is confused, but she explains that her family is enormous, and since she's about to fight her sister, it's normal for the press to act like this. He is surprised to learn that people care so much about two students fighting. He figures it's because the Mizura family is very important. They all arrive at the training grounds, which is surrounded by a huge audience. He thinks it's a bit over the top, but she explains that it's rare for students to have duels, so it's more like an event than a challenge. He is a bit surprised to discover all of this. Both are called to the stage. Yuka braces herself, but suddenly, her body begins to tremble. He reassures her, telling her to just focus on trying her best. She calms down and smiles, and Yuka becomes determined, advancing toward the stage, without hesitation. He calls our boy a mysterious person, and admits that his words truly touch his heart. Yuka and Rika finally meet face to face. Rika is surprised to see that her little sister didn't run away. Yuka confirms it with confidence. Rika calls her rude for believing she could actually defeat someone like her older sister, but Yuka makes it clear that she absolutely will. Rika decides to give her a chance, thinking that she has definitely changed a lot in the past 2 weeks. Yuka is well aware that her older sister is strong. She realizes the gap between their magical powers is extremely large, but she believes in herself and knows she will definitely win. The start of the duel is announced, and both participants are given permission to begin. Rika wastes no time and conjures her magic circle. She tries to shorten her incantations as well. Rika begins to attack. Kusanagi observes the match and understands that moving while casting magic spells is the foundation of a battle. He presumes that Rika is aware of at least the fundamentals of a battle between two mages. Unlike her, Yuka was so nervous that she completely forgot the basics and failed to move during the battle. She no longer has the advantage, even if she shortens her casting time. Rika and Yuka attack each other with first-level water magic, and Yuka manages to hold her ground against her older sister's attack. She is surprised by her own capabilities and believes she has grown stronger. Rika admits that she improved her strength in just 2 weeks. Yuka is happy to hear her older sister praising her, but Rika shuts her down, telling her to stop smiling, as it was just a comparison. She wasn't receiving a compliment. Rika then increases the level of her magic and launches a stronger attack. This time, she uses a second-level water blitz, and Yuka is unable to handle it. She is knocked down, landing beside the protagonist. He looks at her, knowing that she has gotten good at incantations now, which increased her chances of winning, but her older sister is simply too strong for her. Rika calls him a cruel man for not helping her get up, even though he had protected her before. He says that he doesn't need to help her. Rika doesn't understand what he's trying to say. Suddenly, Yuka actually gets back on her feet, shocking her sister. Rika can't understand how she is still standing, even after being hit by a level 2 attack. Yuka makes it clear that she will absolutely win this match. Yuka has nothing in her life but the magical arts. Even if she ends up losing everything, magic is the one thing she will never give up. Yuka begins to attack once more. Luka also goes on the offensive. She does her best to face her older sister, determined not to give up, but ends up collapsing after overusing her magical power. The announcer informs everyone that competitor Yuka has exhausted all her magical power, so Luka is the winner of this contest. Yuka tries to get up to do something to win, but fails. Kusanagi calls this a battle of magical usage, based on magical tuning. He believes his friend lost in terms of the amount of magical power. Luka asks if he understands now, calling her little sister talentless, and knows that our boy probably thought so too. He confirms that she is completely talentless and very clumsy. She made such slow progress and is unable to perform properly whenever she's in a real fight, but he tells Luka that she is a true hard worker and that she practiced persistently every day like a fool. Luka is still disappointed with the results, but he tells her that he loves hardworking people who don't give up just like Yuka. The girl starts to cry upon hearing his words. He tells everyone that Yuka is his disciple, and he doesn't like it when they speak ill of her so casually. Yuka begins to cry uncontrollably. Luka calls him arrogant and wonders why he's talking so much for someone with 100 magical power. He makes it clear to her he will defeat her with his 100 magical power. She thinks he's just good at talking nonsense but decides to agree. Luka tells him that his opponent is someone else, and Katsuragi seems excited that it's his turn next. Luka advises him to finish it quickly, and he assures her that she doesn't need to tell him twice. Katsuragi carries Yuka out and tells her to rest, ordering her to watch closely during the battle to learn something. She understands his words, suddenly realizing that the pain in her body has disappeared and there are also no wounds on her arms as he enters the stage. Our boy admits that he can't win with just 100 magical power, even though he said otherwise before. He knows he will need 100% focus to win. The protagonist decides to keep his magical power at 100, using an attributeless and incantationless attack. This time, he isn't creating a magical barrier, so he knows he could die if he's hit directly. He feels excited, calling the situation thrilling. Katsuragi prepares himself, apologizing for not planning to hold back. Our boy warns that he's the one who needs to hold back. The crowd cheers for Katsuragi, hoping he doesn't go all out or the challenger might get seriously hurt. The guy ignores their words and activates his 8,000 magical power. Our boy notices and knows it's no big deal, but since he's only using 100 magical power today, there's a good chance he could actually be killed. The second match begins as they face off. Katsuragi hopes our boy won't hold a grudge after it's all over. As he summons his magic circles for an attack he's about to launch, he thinks he can test if Kusanagi really defeated those delinquents. He challenges Kusanagi to withstand his full power attack, but just as he's about to launch it, something hits him in the forehead. The protagonist is disappointed, calling the guy slow. The audience is shocked to see the match end so quickly. The announcer declares that competitor Kusanagi has won the match. Luka is surprised to see her friend knocked out with just one blow. She remembers that he didn't even perform any incantations and wonders what kind of trick he used. Kusanagi hopes she's happy now that the fight ended quickly, exactly as she wanted. She gets annoyed hearing his words. Yuka is also shocked and finds it hard to believe that he really defeated the guy. Luka admits that he is strong, and he replies that he's actually stronger than her too. She warns him to stop talking nonsense. Luka unleashes her 10,000 magical power. Kusanagi senses it through his magical perception and realizes she is stronger than the guy he fought before. The announcer tells the audience that something unexpected is happening, as Kusanagi has used a different way of fighting. Drawing a lot of attention, the next match will decide who the real winner is. The third match begins, and Kusanagi uses the same trick, again firing magic bullets in her direction. She counterattacks with water magic. Our boy only has 7 magical power, which means he doesn't have enough to affect Ruka unless the magic bullet hits her forehead. He realizes that she has already adapted, protecting her forehead and not running while using magic. Ruka continues to launch water attacks, but even after all that, she is shocked to see that the protagonist is still standing unfazed. She knows he isn't using magic, but wonders how he manages to remain unharmed. The crowd is also confused, wondering how he isn't even wet despite being hit several times. And Yuka is also not sure about the technique he is using to protect himself, knowing that he definitely did something. Ruka attacks again, but this time the boy dodges her magic with incredible speed. She finally figures out how he's still standing, but is left speechless. And Yuka realizes that a magical attack can be countered with another magical attack, and even if there is a huge power difference, there is still a way to avoid damage. Everyone knows this is the only way to avoid getting hurt. Ruka grinds her teeth in frustration, knowing that her level 2 techniques have different speeds and masses, making it almost impossible for anyone to get out unscathed. She wonders why the protagonist is standing there fearlessly against such strong spells. Kusanagi knows that she is probably thinking about all this. He thinks it's easy to dodge magical attacks if you can feel them and detect them clearly, but this requires a lot of courage. Ruka gets serious and uses a 3rd-level spell called Azura Splash. The crowd gets worried, knowing it will be disastrous if Kusanagi is hit. Ruka is tired but is confident that Kusanagi cannot dodge this attack. Out of nowhere, she is hit by a magic bullet and falls to the ground. She doesn't understand how he is still standing. She questions what method he used to dodge her attacks. He explains that he used a magic drain technique that absorbs magical energy. He simply walked through the center using the drain. Ruka is speechless at first, but then starts to laugh, admitting her defeat. The announcer announces that Kusanagi Minato has won the match, and Yuka runs to the stage asking if they are both okay. Our boy assures her they are fine, smiling as he says that he won. She smiles back, overjoyed. Ruka decides to keep her promise and give her word, allowing them to do what they want. Kusanagi is happy that everything ended well. He realized that Ruka's injuries earlier were not so deep, guessing that Ruka was probably holding back in their fight. Ruka gets embarrassed, trying to make an excuse. He points out how much stronger Yuka has gotten in just 2 weeks. He believes that Ruka probably noticed this as well, and thinks there is no more reason for her to be so overprotective. Yuka speaks with determination, holding on to them both, saying that she will get stronger, so that her sister won't have to worry about her anymore. Ruka smiles, finally starting to believe in her little sister. Kusanagi feels happy seeing the 2 sisters getting along, but suddenly he feels an immense pressure, and realizes that this is abnormal magic. The sky turns red, and the protagonist wonders if the calamity is happening again. Meanwhile, Tadano and his crew try to find something inside Kusanagi's bag. They lost many followers after he proved his power in the duel. His lackeys tell him that there are only textbooks in the backpack. Tadano calls our boy diligent and gets frustrated. He is sure that Kusanagi is hiding something, otherwise it's impossible for trash like him, using such powerful spells. One of the minions looks out the window, terrified. Aiden wonders if he's found something and approaches. They all notice the red sky, and they wonder what on earth is happening. One of them guesses it's the calamity, but Aiden can't believe the calamity would actually happen at the training grounds. Our boy grows concerned as he looks at the red sky. He wonders why he can sense such a powerful, yet normal, magical presence. Out of nowhere, he thinks it might be the calamity. Everyone grows worried, and the crowd begins to panic. Everyone questions what is going on. One of them doesn't think the calamity is really happening here. Kaden is startled, not understanding why a calamity would suddenly occur. He wonders if it's related to what he sensed in Shinjuku, and recalls that the first calamity also occurred in Shinjuku. Our boy doesn't know if it's just a coincidence or if there's something significant behind it. Portals rip open, and magical beasts begin to pour out. The students are terrified and begin to scream, but the professor orders them to calm down and tries to lead everyone to a safe place. Kaden wastes no time and fires several magic bullets to kill the monsters. He uses magic to make an announcement. Our boy asks everyone to calm down. He explains that weak monsters will appear since it's just the beginning of the calamity, so they don't need to worry. He assures them that everything will be fine, as long as they use their heads and follow his instructions. He instructs them to run towards the gymnasium and to move only in groups, as it's dangerous to move alone. He asks Luca and the others to evacuate as well. The professor asks what he is planning to do. Our boy explains that he wants to save the people still inside the building. The professor thinks it isn't safe for him to go alone. He calls the boy reckless and tries to stop him, but Kael agrees to go with our protagonist, so that he won't have to handle everything by himself. The professor is worried, but Kael reminds him of what Kaden is capable of. He has no choice but to give them permission. The professor advises them not to push themselves too hard and to stay safe. Kael is confident he won't die, but tries to get confirmation from our friend. Kaden ignores him and informs Yvain that he's leaving now. She seems worried about him and advises him to take care. Kael starts running and tells his classmate he'll go first. His insane speed allows him to cover 100 meters in just 10 seconds. He asks our protagonist if he can keep up. Kaden summons his magic circles and begins to advance. With an insane speed that shocks the upperclassmen, he makes it clear that he's the one who will go first. Kael has to admit his speed is incredible, but speed alone is still useless. He decides to observe our protagonist closely to see what kind of power he's hiding. He wants to save everyone, while also learning more about Kaden. Meanwhile, our boy detects 58 magic users inside the school using his perception ability. He suspects there might be people without magical power as well. If his hunch is correct, he decides he must check the entire school and save those students. Elsewhere, some students are being attacked by magical beasts. He bursts into the classroom through the window just in time and uses his magic bullets to defeat all the monsters effortlessly. The female students are stunned. A monster tries to attack our protagonist from behind, but he kills it easily without even flinching. Kael catches up and asks if he's alright. Kaden hopes to help everyone evacuate safely and immediately leaves. Kael tries to stop him, arguing that it's too dangerous to go alone, but he fails. Our protagonist is simply too fast to keep up with. Kael feels like he was just being a burden and admits that since he wasn't much help, it's probably true. He still can't believe that the boy defeated a magical beast so effortlessly. Kael questions who he really is. Meanwhile, Kaden dashes through the school corridors, searching for more students. Even though he is capable of killing all the monsters at once with his magic bullets, he needs to eliminate them one by one. Since he's inside a school, there's a chance he could end up hurting a student in the process. He has no other choice but to chase the monsters alone and attack them with low-level magic. To avoid harming the students in the process, he enters a classroom and defeats more magical beasts to save the students who are fighting for their lives. After he finishes defeating them all, the students show their gratitude, but he knows he doesn't have time to personally help everyone evacuate, and so he runs towards the gym. Elsewhere, Kaito saves some students and assures them that he will handle the monster while they evacuate. One of the students points to the sky for some reason. He asks what's wrong, and suddenly, he notices some students slowly descending while inside a bubble. He wonders what Kenji is trying to do, and questions who he is. Our boy sent the students towards Kaito using magic bubbles because he believes the guy is good at taking care of others. So it's fine. Suddenly, he senses something. A female student starts to tremble with fear as she's cornered by a huge monster. She begins to cry and screams as loud as she can for help. A massive magic bullet instantly destroys the beast. She recognizes it as the same one she saw before when she was saved the last time. Kenji appears and asks if she's injured. She realizes he's the one who saved her twice. Kenji reveals that she's correct. She then asks if he was also behind what happened during the practical class. The girl believes this is the second time he has saved her. Our boy confirms that what she's saying is true. The girl begins to cry with relief, finally getting the chance to show her gratitude. She thanks him for saving her life twice. He brushes it off, thinking it's nothing special, leaving her speechless. Kaito finally catches up to them, but he's completely out of breath. He asks who they need to save next. Kenji orders the girl to follow and stay with Kaito. As he turns to leave, she tries to stop him, but he ignores her words and walks away. She grows a little worried. While Kaido wonders what he's looking at, our boy knows that there are still many people inside the building he needs to save, so he has no time to wait for the police to arrive. He knows he has to hurry and save everyone as quickly as possible. At the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister learns that Kamui Magic Academy is under attack by the Calamity. His men don't understand why this is happening again. Everyone knows the last calamity occurred 50 years ago, and since then, nothing bad has happened. They urge the Prime Minister to quickly form a plan, wondering if their country might be cursed. He informs them that both the Beast Countermeasures Division and the Police Department, along with the Magic Nobles, are all being deployed. The Japan Self-Defense Forces have also begun their preparations for the calamity. His men point out that they only have self-defense forces that specialize in disaster control. They don't have any real mages who can actually fight the monsters. He clarifies that he is already aware of this, and it's to be expected. Since people have been living an easy and peaceful life without facing any calamities for a long time, they've spent almost their entire military budget on national defense and international affairs. So now, they have no choice but to leave all the beasts and demons to the police and the magic nobles. He's frustrated knowing that the same disaster from 50 years ago is happening all over again. But this time, they don't even have Lord Itsuka on their side. Elsewhere, while driving, a young woman asks her superior if the calamity is really happening again. He confirms it, believing it is definitely the calamity. She grows worried and anxious. Even though they've been safe for the last 50 years, she is shocked to realize that their peace was only temporary. The young man tells her not to worry since this is their job anyway. He is Shido Shugo from the Metropolitan Police Department. The girl becomes determined to do her best as well. She is Sergeant Karen Sanada of the police department. News reporters arrive at the Magic Academy. Using a helicopter, one of them covers the scene and informs the public that a calamity is happening at the Magic Academy. He tells everyone about the situation and shares that monsters are constantly spawning and the sky has also turned completely red. A news reporter reveals that the magical beasts began to appear out of thin air, so the students are all taking refuge in the gymnasium. The professor guides the students and believes it is not that difficult. To protect themselves since they are only facing magical beasts, they should be able to defeat the monsters with proper teamwork. The world watches the news. Some children are also watching and suddenly remember that the academy is very close to where they live. They both decide to flee as quickly as possible. Outside, people begin to panic and run for their lives. Two men watch everything from a distance and realize that things are truly horrible. The audience watching the news channels grows worried. Our hero notices the enormous number of monsters spawning. He remembers that the second phase is about to begin, and now stronger monsters will start to appear. As they advance through the phase, things will get even more difficult. There is no point in defeating them, because the beasts will keep appearing non-stop. As long as he doesn't defeat the boss monster, the magical beasts will continue to appear. He is aware that the boss will only reveal itself in the final phase, so he needs to remain calm until then. He starts to feel annoyed but continues to save more people. He rescues 20 people and uses his magic bubbles again to let them float to safety. He is having a hard time finding the students, as they have been scattered everywhere. He decides to move on to the next area. Somewhere inside a random classroom, Tadano relentlessly casts his fire magic, but gives up when he discovers his attacks have no effect and he is out of magical power, all while the demon soldier stands before them. The entire class begins to cry and wonders how they could be so unlucky twice. Tadano's lackeys remind him that they warned him about this before. The bully grows frustrated, remembering that our hero can defeat a monster with a single blow. He doesn't understand why he can't do the same. The protagonist appears and says it's because he is weak trash. Tadano opens his eyes and sees a magical attack effortlessly kill the demon soldier. He is confused, but then sees Kusanagi entering the classroom. Our hero begins to leave. Tadano admits in frustration what has happened again. He ended up being saved by Kusanagi for the second time. He asks the boy to stop, and asks why he was saved again even though he is extremely annoying and always acts like a piece of garbage. The protagonist tells him that there is no real reason behind it. He simply decided to save them because he has the power to do so. Tadano is confused upon hearing his words. The bully begins to feel inferior and tries to insult the protagonist. He calls the guy a coward, who can't even use magic properly. Tadano doesn't understand how he suddenly became so powerful. Kusanagi reveals his secret and says that the real Kusanagi actually died in a car accident. He was reborn. Tadano doesn't understand the logic behind this and questions how someone can become even stronger. On the brink of death, He expected to be a great mage, but lost to trash like Kusanagi. Our hero calls him trash. Weak trash, since strong people don't oppress the weak, and even the weak don't oppress people weaker than them. He points out Tadano's flaws, and thinks he is just garbage, consumed by a sense of superiority that was enough to fool him into thinking he is actually strong. Kusanagi makes it clear to the guy that a weak piece of trash like him can't even imagine facing our boy in a fight now and winning. The bully finally accepts it and kneels. He admits he was trying to run from the reality that his powers haven't grown much since elementary school. He tried to take out all his frustration on people weaker than him, but in the end, someone like Kusanagi, who was supposed to be a useless weakling, he just couldn't accept the truth. He admits in front of his cronies that they were all saved by Kusanagi, and the bully begins to cry uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the protagonist defeats the monsters in the classroom. A demon soldier enters the building to kill him. He fires his magic bullet, but the strong monster deflects it easily, so the boy has no choice but to unleash his powerful fire magic. He defeats it with ease, but he realizes that the demon soldiers are rapidly increasing in number, so it's possible the boss will appear soon too, he assures the terrified students not to worry, as he has already taken care of everything. Elsewhere, Katsuragi gets angry and questions why our boy is pushing so much work onto him. He uses his fire magic to finish off some magical beasts, while protecting the students. He assures a female student that she should stop worrying and follow him, as he would protect everyone with everything he has. The students calm down upon hearing his words and start cheering for him. He looks at the army of beasts and wonders how he is supposed to protect the students from all this. Kusanagi appears out of nowhere and offers his help. Katsuragi begs him not to appear like that again, as it scared the guy. Our boy instructs him to leave the area as soon as he takes care of all the monsters, but Katsuragi is worried. He believes that defeating such a large army of monsters is almost impossible, so it's better to change their route. The protagonist uses his attributeless magic and instantly kills all the monsters, including the demon soldiers, with almost no effort. Everyone is left speechless, but he reminds Katsuragi to guide the students out of this mess and start moving. Katsuragi understands his words and orders everyone to follow him. The students watch the magic bullets as they flee. Katsuragi smiles eagerly as he realizes how truly strong the protagonist is. After everyone leaves, our boy decides to re-enter the school and search for more students in danger. Elsewhere, the teacher motivates the students to keep going and not give up, so they can continue to repel the monsters, and Yuka starts to feel tired. But Huka appears from behind and advises her to go inside and rest, as she will be a burden if she can't fight. Huka assures her she will continue to fight with determination, as she has no time to rest. Katsuragi finally arrives at the gym with the rescued students. The teacher praises him and orders him to get everyone inside. Katsuragi asks about the situation. A disappointed Huka says they are just barely holding on. Yuka worriedly asks about Kusanagi, but he assures her that our boy is still alive and well. She is relieved and starts to smile. Katsuragi admits that Kusanagi is incredible and has great strength. He believes they might be able to overcome the calamity with him by their side. Yuka agrees with him as she also thinks the same. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake. All the students are terrified, and the teacher quickly tells everyone to evacuate. A huge army of strong monsters emerges from the smoke. Katsuragi notices the demon soldiers among them as well. He admits they don't stand a chance, as the army of beasts is simply too large, so they need to flee quickly. The strong second-stage monsters begin to chase the students, and Yuka tries to run to a safe place, but is almost devoured by a magical beast. Someone kills the monster and saves Yuka. It's the police department. Drake quickly orders his men to eliminate the beasts, and the police do everything they can to protect the civilians. The students breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing the police, thinking they're finally safe. Drake assures them not to worry anymore, because the police are here. He orders them to follow the instructions to evacuate the school carefully, but Willow steps forward, telling him that the students. Drake repeats his words, but Yuna clarifies that they are not civilians. Heather joins her and adds that they are mages. Drake understands their words and calls for backup. He orders them to start attacking from the rear, admitting they are short on numbers, so they really need the mage's help. He's frustrated, wishing the police weren't so useless. Serena uses her healing magic to help the injured students. The protagonist notices that the police have finally arrived and decides to leave everything to them. He's surprised to see the police arrive before the self-defense forces. It's crazy to think the country has no plans or precautions for a national-level disaster. He thinks this is a good lesson for the people who take peace for granted, but he decides to press on to help save the remaining students. The reporter announces that the police have arrived, but the monsters are multiplying faster than ever. She wonders if the police can handle the calamity and hopes the noble mages will appear to resolve the situation. Some students watching the news get excited at the idea of seeing the nobles in action. An elderly couple recalls that they paid all their taxes, so the noble mages should take care of it. The reporter hopes they arrive soon. Inside a mansion, a noble tells his butler to ignore the disaster. He is Lord Faulkner, the head of the Faulkner family, a noble mage. The butler asks again just to be sure, and Faulkner insists it's just a small-scale disaster. The police should be able to handle it. The butler asks where Faulkner is going, and the noble mage decides to go to sleep. The butler wishes him a peaceful night. Back at the school, Drake realizes the situation is getting out of control. He asks one of his men if they can handle the magical beast at the entrance, but the answer is no. There are simply too many of them. Drake sees the number of beasts growing and wonders if they can save the civilians in time. The self-defense forces were supposed to handle the rear, but they haven't arrived yet. There's no choice but to call on the noble mages, but it's strange. He can't communicate with them. They should be the ones responsible for this, but they're useless. As the students help the police fight the monsters, Drake remembers everything he learned about calamities. He wonders if the people from 50 years ago handled it the same way. He hopes the boss doesn't show up. Suddenly, the number of monsters increases, and a huge beam of purple light fills the area. A demon captain appears, causing everyone to panic. Drake can't believe it. It's a demon captain, their boss. Heather remembers that the demon captain is a rare beast that seldom appears in this era. Only noble mages can defeat it. And Willow realizes they need magic stronger than level 5, and she starts to panic, crying, because there's no one who can cast such high-level magic. The demon captain unleashes its power and summons multiple magic circles. Willow freezes in terror. Heather intervenes, using all her strength to deflect the attack, but her power isn't enough. She throws herself in front of Willow like a shield. The demon captain's attack hits hard, but she manages to protect Willow. The younger girl watches in horror as her sister gets injured. The students flee while Willow stays, desperately trying to save Heather. Drake and his men are powerless against the monsters, crying out for help. Kenji uses everything he has, but the demon captain doesn't even flinch. The police admit they can't save anyone and give up, accepting their fate. Yuka continues to cry out for help, shouting the protagonist's name. As the demon captain closes in, a voice cuts through the air, filled with irritation. Finally, the protagonist arrives, apologizing for the delay. He feels bad for making the girl wait. Icarus, with a worried face, asks about his sister, but the protagonist reassures him, saying she only fainted. He quickly heals her injuries and grinds his teeth in frustration as he observes the damage the monsters have caused. He assures the girl not to worry, for he is about to clean up this whole mess. She places her trust in him. Suddenly, several magic circles appear. All the injured students begin to heal. Icarus watches his older sister's wounds vanish and is stunned to see the other injured students waking up. Sonata notices the magic healing everyone. She is shocked to see third-level holy magic and admits that even she can't use it. She wonders who is behind it. Sonata finds her senior and asks if he's all right. The guy assures her he isn't injured, just out of mana. She asks what's going on. Shido doesn't understand it either, but believes they should focus on protecting the civilians. Sonata starts to cry and tries to stop him, saying it's too reckless, but he is determined to fight, knowing that if he doesn't, everyone will lose their lives. Sonata stops him again, telling him there is no chance they can win, since everyone is dead. She points out that the police have already been defeated, the defense troops are wiped out, and the magic nobles have yet to arrive. He has to admit that there is nothing more they can do. As the demon captain advances, the reporter discovers that the entire police department has been defeated. She becomes hopeless, thinking they are all about to die. The students watching the news call the nobles completely useless, praying they won't die. People are glued to their screens. They learn that there is no one who can defeat the demon captain. The protagonist approaches the demon captain alone. Sonata notices and wonders if he has a death wish. Shido tries to warn him, but our boy ignores his words. Kusanagi is here to stop this monster from doing as it pleases. The demon captain lets out a terrifying roar, expressing its desire to kill and destroy, and everyone freezes in fear. Some students nearly wet their pants. Shido and Sonata are paralyzed by the fear and pressure, but our boy remains unfazed. He launches an attack and tells the monster to shut up. The demon captain screams in rage, and all the monsters follow its lead as it summons enormous magic circles. It begins to attack the protagonist. He remembers going all out the last time he faced a calamity. Our boy knows that everyone around him will die if he does that again, so he decides to hold back to avoid endangering the bystanders. The monster's attacks strike him with full force. Shido believes he was killed, but as the attacks are about to reach the students, our boy summons his shields and fires several magic bullets to push back the monster army. Shido is shocked and wonders who he is. The reporter realizes that a single student is fighting the monsters all by himself. She decides to get a closer look since they can't see his face, but the camera suddenly explodes. Icarus smiles, knowing the protagonist was trying his best not to reveal his identity. He believes that now, the protagonist can focus completely, without distractions. Now, as our boy persistently fires magic bullets, the students finally see a glimmer of hope and start cheering for his victory. A few magic beasts sneak up from behind and almost attack the students, but Shido kills them and decides to support Kusanagi from the rear, since it's the only thing they can do right now. Our boy smiles upon seeing their diligent efforts. He praises them, admitting they aren't as useless as he thought. He keeps firing off magic bullets as the demon captain roars, summoning multiple magic circles. It begins to go all out, invoking 6th level magic. This shocks Sid, who thinks they're doomed, as its powerful magic is on the same level as the nobles, and there's no hope for them. The demon captain uses 6th level dragon flames, and the entire place is engulfed in fire as everyone tries to save themselves. As a massive fire tornado slowly consumes the entire area, Sid tries to protect his partner, Serena, but the students are losing hope. Accepting that they are all about to die, Serena prays to God for help, hoping that at least the students can survive. Sid doubts that any student, no matter how strong, could possibly defeat the demon captain. He doesn't believe Kenji stands a chance. Yuna, however, places all her faith in the protagonist, believing in him with every fiber of her being. She is convinced he can definitely win. As the massive attack approaches, Kenji notices that it's slow, understanding that it's because the demon captain is forcing himself to use 6th level magic. He admits there's no way to counter it with only 2nd level magic. So, despite his desire not to stand out, he decides to use more power. Kenji summons 4 magic circles and begins to use the water attribute. Yuna smiles and starts cheering for him as the water transforms into a massive serpent, leaving Sid in awe, wondering if this is synthesis magic. The water and fire attacks collide, with Kenji's beginning to overpower the demon captain, but the demon captain refuses to back down. It pushes harder, screaming its desire to kill and destroy the human race. The fire magic intensifies, but Kenji puts in a bit more power, and after a struggle, the demon captain realizes it is about to die. The monster questions how it could be defeated by a mere boy. Kenji calmly replies that it's due to the demon captain's lack of training. He was hoping for a better fight, but is disappointed to learn it was weaker than he expected. The sky finally returns to normal, and Kenji smiles, relieved that the calamity is over. Now that he has defeated the final boss, the students are in shock, finding it hard to believe that Kenji defeated the demon captain. Everyone gets up and begins to celebrate. Even the news reporter and the cameraman join in, finally feeling safe. Serena comforts another student, assuring her that they are safe now that the calamity is over. Sid looks over at Kenji, muttering that it's impossible, unable to understand how one student could stop the calamity all by himself. He doubts that even the nobles could have defeated the demon captain, with its 6th level magic, and wonders who Kenji truly is. His legs give out from the exertion as Kenji finds Yuna and tells her that it's all over. She smiles and says she always believed in him, and her gratitude brings a smile to his face. The students surround him, praising him for what he's done. Everyone shows their gratitude, but Kenji, annoyed, tells them to get away from him. He regrets standing out, just like in his past life, and hopes he won't have to live a dull life from now on. Yuna notices how annoyed he looks. Then, the announcement comes. The calamity at Kamui Magic Academy has been stopped. The academy refuses to share details about the boy who defeated the boss monster, single-handedly. There were no casualties, although several people were injured. Kenji's classmates show him the news. He gets annoyed, but they think it's only natural for him to be featured as the great savior. Kenji is also promoted to the S class, and his former classmates feel awkward, realizing they can no longer talk to him in the same casual way. Some female students ask about the secret behind his strength, assuming he might have inherited the blood of a great noble mage. An S-class student observes how Kusanagi seems irritated by all the attention. He doubts that such a strong student truly exists. Kusunagi's classmates defend him, confirming that he really did defeat the demon captain all by himself. The S-class student remains suspicious, thinking it seems wrong anyway. Kusanagi takes this chance to leave the room. Feeling relieved as he leaves, Yuka finds him and asks if he's having a hard time, smiling mischievously. He doesn't want to be teased, but she keeps talking. She thinks it's only natural, since he's the powerful savior who protected the entire school. Kusunagi remembers that Yuka was also promoted to S-class as a result of her efforts during the calamity, but she doesn't seem very happy about it. When he asks, she assures him she's happy, but it's because the other person in S-class. Suddenly, Kusunagi remembers Ruka and asks if she's better. Yuka responds positively and points out that they've been talking more than before. Kusunagi thinks that's a good thing, and Yuka feels happy about it too. She thanks him for everything, expressing her gratitude. Out of nowhere, Kusunagi gives her a light pat on the head, making her blush and ask what's wrong. He clarifies that he doesn't want her to thank him. Repeatedly, once, is enough, and she begins to smile. In a conference, a man finishes his teleconference with other countries. They are aware that getting support for the next calamity will be difficult, since they are overwhelmed with their own measures and plans. One of them mentions news about the student defeating a boss monster. The others explain that it was a strange situation, and even the police department was completely defeated. They suppose it might be a misunderstanding and hope other nations will also be skeptical. The man orders his men to bring back the noble mages to prepare for the next calamity. On the school rooftop, Ruka and Katsuragi find Kusunagi and Yuka. They all stare at each other for a moment. Ruka then shares her desire to ask Kusunagi something. She wants him to push his disciple away. A few days later, Ruka sits with her sister and starts talking. She recalls that the calamity was stopped by the protagonist. Her sister confirms this and reminds her that Kusunagi is the one who defeated the demon captain, using 4-level synthesis magic to do it. Ruka is amazed to hear this. She remembers that even high-level mages aren't capable of using such power. Yuka assures her that she's telling the truth, and Ruka trusts her younger sister's words, deciding to believe her. As she starts to smile, Yuka wonders why her older sister now believes that she doesn't tell lies. Ruka recalls that Yuka has always been a direct, yet obedient child, never lying, kind but also hard-working. She finally accepts that her little sister is not without talent and admits that she was the one being stubborn. Yuka realizes her sister is just worried about her and stands up with determination, and she assures her older sister that she will become very strong and put her mind at ease so she won't have to worry about it anymore. Ruka listens to her sister attentively and realizes how much she has grown. Yuka hears her praise and starts smiling uncontrollably. Ruka is aware that no student comes close to Kusunagi, and she imagines that, even, her father might be weaker than him. She asks for Yuka's help, knowing that if she just goes with the flow, she'll become a high-level mage at best, so she definitely needs Kusunagi's help to get truly stronger. Meanwhile, in the present, Ruka apologizes for all her rudeness. She is genuinely sorry for looking down on them. She is already aware of how absurd and selfish. It's her request, but she's willing to swallow her pride and be direct. Yuka hopes he'll make her his disciple, and our boy agrees. This surprises her. He confirms that he's willing to make her a disciple, but she doesn't understand why he's being so nice. He calls her weird for making a request and then acting that way. She knows he's right, but she can't understand why he's still being so kind, especially after she did such horrible things to him. He makes it clear that he has already accepted her apology and forgiven her, so that's all there is to it. She is left speechless. Katsuragi seizes this opportunity to make the same request, and the protagonist agrees. Since it's not really that hard to teach two people, the guy is overjoyed to hear this, and Yuka tells her older sister that her friend is just very kind. Katsuragi also calls him mysterious. Later that day, the protagonist is called to the conference room. Shido introduces himself as a member of the Metropolitan Police Department's Beast Countermeasures Division. Noda also introduces himself. They both bow their heads and express their gratitude, admitting that without his help, both the civilians and their teammates would have been killed instantly. Kusunagi asks if they need anything else and tells them to stop thanking him. Since they've been thanking him constantly for a while now, he believes it's enough. Shido informs him that the investigation is over. But there's something that caught their attention. Kusunagi wonders what it is. Shido shares that he learned that our boy gained his mage powers after being involved in some kind of traffic accident. His classmates and the people around him are all saying the same thing. But one student even said that the protagonist became a completely new person after the car accident. Kusunagi remains silent and listens. Shido found that his personality had changed completely, and out of nowhere, his magical power also became extremely strong. So strong that he was able to defeat a demon captain effortlessly. Yuka asks him to stop, demanding to know what he's trying to say. Shido decides to change the question and asks if he knows anything about someone called the Black Mage. Our boy doesn't recognize the name, but the man shows him a video and explains that the Black Mage is someone who defeats magical beasts and clears the area while protecting people. He keeps his face hidden and only comes out at night. Shido is surprised he hasn't seen such a famous video. The protagonist understands what they're getting at. Yuka intervenes, asking why he's telling Kusanagi all of this. Shido replies with a smile, saying that they are similar, not just in age, but also in build and height. He has discovered that the Black Mage is a strong and capable person. He doubts that any student his age is capable of such feats. The other strange fact is that the Black Mage started his activities right around the same time our boy was discharged from the hospital. Since it's completely illegal to use magic in the city without a proper license or qualification, if a student is caught, then the academy has to take most of the heat. But since this has received so much public attention recently, the police have no choice but to get involved and take action. Shido makes it clear that a simple expulsion won't be enough. But if the protagonist confesses, they are willing to do him a favor and reduce his punishment. So, he needs to answer carefully. Shido asks one more time if he is the Black Mage. Kusanagi answers negatively, with a blank expression on his face. Shido seems relieved and smiles, happy to hear that our boy is not the Black Mage. The young man thanks them for everything and decides to leave, for now. As he leaves the room, Shido is surprised that our boy showed no expression whatsoever. He praises his courage in lying so openly if he really is the Black Mage. He admits that Kusanagi is nothing like a normal student, and believes he is hiding something. Sanada already knows that Kusanagi is the Black Mage because their voices are similar. She wonders if his intentions were just to save people that night. Sanada decides to keep his identity hidden, even knowing this could be considered a failure for an officer. She believes the protagonist is a kind person. The official decides to do his best to reveal the Black Mage's identity, while Sanada thinks about keeping it hidden and helping the guy any way she can. After a while, the Class S teacher introduces Mizurai, Yuka, and Kusanagi Minato to the entire class. She hopes the other students get along with them. The students start asking if he is really the one who defeated the demon captain. The girls ask Yuka how she feels about being a noble mage. The teacher advises everyone to sit down as the class is about to start. She is surprised to see how famous both new students are. Kusanagi had to answer questions all day, and he feels horrible. He remembers that this is the reason he was trying to keep his identity hidden. He hears someone call him from behind. Our boy looks back and finds the girl he saved before, standing in front of him. She hopes he doesn't mind giving her a bit of his time. As the boy finds himself on the rooftop again, he wonders if it is some kind of norm to always go to the roof whenever you have to talk about something, and Yuka follows and watches what is happening from behind a wall. She was hoping to get some private training and wonders why he is on the rooftop. She feels a little jealous seeing him alone with a girl and tries to see what they are doing. The girl asks if he still remembers her, but our boy says he does not. She reminds him that he was the one who saved her during the calamity, and he finally remembers who she is. The girl remembers she was about to die because of the magical beasts in combat class, but then someone used their magic and saved her. She believes that the one who made that magic attack was also Kusanagi. He remembers it, and she begins to thank him for saving her life. He does not mind and says he just did what he could. The girl starts to blush and calls him cool. Yuka tries her best to hear what they are saying, but she can barely hear anything. The girl reveals her feelings and says she is in love with our boy. She hopes he will go on a date with her. Yuka is shocked to realize she is confessing her feelings. The protagonist hardly seems surprised. She knows she does not have many positive qualities, but assures him she will do her best, so she hopes he will accept her as his girlfriend. Kusanagi smiles and thanks the girl for the confession. She starts to smile, but he continues to speak and says he is sorry. Her smile instantly vanishes. He politely tells her that he does not have time to start dating anyone since he has to do something very important. She understands his reasoning and tries to smile again. She is glad he was direct with her and decides to give up on him for now. The girl leaves the rooftop with tears in her eyes. Kusanagi advises Yuka to stop hiding and just come out. She is caught and comes out with an embarrassed smile. She thought she had hidden her mana well this time, and wonders how he noticed. He said her mana control is horrible, and informs her that it is literally spreading all over the place. This is the second time he has caught her. She tells him she just came at the wrong time and wasn't expecting to overhear anything. She asks why he rejected such a cute and beautiful girl. Kusanagi makes it clear that he doesn't want to date anyone right now. She is surprised, but he feels he is at a completely different stage in his life, even though he's physically in the same school year as them. Aika starts to feel happy knowing he doesn't want to go out with anyone, but she doesn't understand why she feels so relieved. Upon hearing he isn't planning on dating anyone, she looks at him with a worried expression. Kusanagi advises her to start working on her mana control, as it's completely horrible. He believes she needs a lot more practice. She assures him that she is aware, and she resolves to work as hard as she can to surpass her current strength, so that one day he might finally acknowledge her. During the night, the protagonist arrives in another area teeming with monsters. He wonders if a new calamity is about to appear, since their numbers keep increasing. He hears a girl screaming for help. A man is illegally using his magic because there is no one around. The little fox intervenes and shows the guy that there is still someone nearby. The thug is surprised, but our boy doesn't give him time and quickly punches his stomach. He uses his magic to knock the guy unconscious. He discovers that he is just an amateur mage and a thug, but his hand-to-hand combat skills are terrible. He imagines that the guy is not used to fighting mages. The girl he saved thanks him and asks if he is the dark mage. He gets annoyed and quickly leaves while ignoring her words. Kusanagi realizes that the dark mage everyone mentioned, including the students and the police, was him all along. He doesn't understand how he became so popular the next day while eating with his friends. The protagonist talks about the dark mage. He remembers that Shiru talked about an amateur mage who only appears at night. He heard many people talking about it, so he is just curious. Katsuragi thinks it's because the dark mage became very popular on the internet. Our boy asks what the internet is. With an innocent face, he wonders if it is something like a fishing net. Everyone is shocked to hear this. Everyone wonders if he is crazy. In this era, it is hard for them to believe that he doesn't know about something like the internet. They understand that he is very isolated and lives in a bubble, but this is worse than they expected. Yuka explains that the internet is a network of information that covers the entire globe. Anyone can share any type of information on it, so things like the dark mage spread instantly. People can also find anything there. And since there are photos and videos, it practically contains everything. Katsuragi finally understands this. Katsuragi helps him understand that he can access any type of information on his smartphone. He asks the boy to grab it and try to open a random app. Katsuragi's face lights up, and he smiles uncontrollably. When he finally opens the search engine, everyone praises him and explains that he can use the internet to see anything. Now our boy finds it easy. Huka remembers that she promised to help them train. She is wondering when they will start training. Kusanagi agrees to train them as soon as school is over, since they also helped him learn to use a smartphone. He thinks about doing his best to train them well, and Ika hopes something bad happens upon hearing his words. During training, the three get tired and fall to the ground. Kusanagi is disappointed because they haven't even warmed up yet. He wants them to train, as if their lives depend on it. They all get up once again and assure him that they won't fall so easily. He is happy to hear this and orders them to come at him with everything they have. They pull out their magic circles and follow his orders. In another place near the Tokyo Tower, some men remember that everything was completely normal just a few seconds ago as they watch the red sky. Both are terrified and wonder what is happening. A huge army of monsters filled with various soldiers, demons, and captains. A demon appears as they continue their training, knocking all three of them back. He asks if they have given up already. Ruka and Katsuragi attack him at once, determinedly saying they haven't given up yet. He uses a barrier to protect himself and fires his magic bullets to defeat them effortlessly. Both are injured, but Wika approaches from behind and tries to catch him by surprise. He easily dodges her and once again uses the same attack to defeat Wika as well. Kusanagi announces a break and lets everyone rest for a bit. They are all relieved to finally catch their breath. Wika drinks some water while Katsuragi points out that the protagonist is simply too powerful. Ruka agrees with him, surprised that not even an excellent student can come close to his strength, and Wika confirms it too. She believes he is different from all the other students. She observes his face and finds his usual annoyed expression. Kusanagi reveals that he almost lost his life in a car accident, and when he finally opened his eyes, he obtained these mysterious powers. He doesn't know the reason either, so he orders them to stop bothering him about it. Ruka understands that he unlocked his powers on the brink of death and wonders if it triggered something inside him. But Wika is able to see right through him. She knows why he's making those expressions and is disappointed to see how naive the other two are. She believes there's a good reason he doesn't want to tell anyone the truth, since he's trying so hard to hide it. She decides to drop it for now. The protagonist manages to fool them easily and feels glad they are so naive. They finally finish their training session. As the sun begins to set, Katsuragi calls it a great training session. Our boy calls him tough, observing his resilient attitude. Katsuragi thinks it's because he used to train alone. He feels very hungry and shares that he needs to go home and cook. The protagonist is surprised to hear that he cooks for himself. He didn't expect the guy to be like that, judging by his appearance. Katsuragi gets a little annoyed by such harsh words. He asks if the protagonist always eats out. He replies that he lives solely on cup noodles. This surprises the guy. Katsuragi is amazed at how convenient the new world is. His friend warns him about these unhealthy habits, pointing out that his body won't last that way. The protagonist feels a bit strange seeing how genuinely worried he is. Katsuragi grabs him and decides to take the guy to his house so they can eat together. Our boy tries to resist, but Katsuragi doesn't let go and drags him away. Katsuragi smiles, happy to have a friend like this. When they arrive at his apartment, our boy ends up stuck with the kids while Katsuragi cooks for everyone. He apologizes after he finishes cooking, but then he notices the protagonist is looking after them using magic. The protagonist tells him not to worry. He uses magic to create bubbles for the kids. Katsuragi calls him an idiot for his behavior and advises him not to use magic in the apartment. The guy is surprised to see that magic can be used for things like this. The little boy consoles our boy after he gets scolded by Katsuragi. Katsuragi is shocked to discover that he is actually good at taking care of children. The protagonist suddenly remembers the calamity from his past life. He calls the children precious. Katsuragi calls him an old man for the way he talks, but our boy tells him to shut up. He starts to enjoy himself as he helps the children read a book. They all start to eat together and thank God for the food. The children happily devour the delicious meals. The protagonist tries it and is shocked at how good it is. He gets emotional as he tries to remember the last time he had a proper meal. He regrets not taking care of himself, having been focused on fighting for so long. Katsuragi asks his friend about his parents. The guy shares that he doesn't have a father. Since his mother has to work late into the night, he's the one who does the housework and takes care of the kids. He even has to work a part-time job when he's free. Katsuragi is shocked to hear his routine, but the guy assures him that he enjoys taking care of his family. The protagonist understands and remembers that he's a complete hardhead who enjoys challenging things. They all end up sleeping over. He apologizes to Kusanagi for making him sleep over at their house because of his selfish kids. He doesn't mind and feels it's a good change of pace. Katsuragi is relieved and expresses his gratitude, but the protagonist doesn't understand why he's being thanked. But the guy explains that it's about Ruka. She seems happier these days, and he believes it's all thanks to Kusanagi. Our boy wonders if this is related to love. He asks the guy if he has feelings for Ruka, but Katsuragi denies it. He shares that they are both misfits, who don't get along with others, so they naturally became close friends. Kusanagi finds this similar to his own situation. The next day, both the protagonist and his friend are walking to school together, and Yuka frustratedly wonders why they are so late. Katsuragi explains that the protagonist overslept. The girls discover that the boys had a sleepover together, and Yuka gets jealous. She asks if they train together. Kusanagi wonders why they're all meeting up so naturally, but admits to himself that he's enjoying it. Shido shows up with Sanada and asks our boy for a moment of his time. The protagonist is irritated to see them again. Shido apologizes for bothering the guy again, but reveals it's an urgent matter. Sanada explains that beasts are suddenly appearing out of thin air, near the Tokyo Tower. She believes it's related to the calamity, so they want to ask for Kusanagi's cooperation on the matter. He tries to get out of it, saying he's just a student, but Shido doesn't think it's right to call him that, since he's capable of stopping a calamity all by himself. He decides to be direct, and shares that it's too much for the police to handle, which is why they need his help. Kusanagi asks if it's alright for them to be revealing such information, but Shido says they have no choice as they're completely cornered. He formally requests the protagonist's help in facing the monsters. The main character agrees. He was hoping to avoid standing out, but the situation just keeps getting worse. Shido promises that he will receive proper compensation and that he won't have to go through the academy. Yuka and her friends decide to help as well. Ruka is confident they can provide support from the rear, and Katsuragi agrees with them. Shido thanks them for the offer, but refuses to let them join as it's simply not possible. Yuka tries to convince him, but Shido doesn't believe they're capable of fighting in a real battle, since they're only the top students at the academy. He asks if any of them are even close to Kusanagi's level. Everyone is left embarrassed and speechless. Shido advises them to head to the academy. As he invites Kusanagi to come with him, the protagonist hopes his friends can one day catch up to him, and they all become motivated, responding with a confident yes. At the police station, our boy ends up participating in a conference where a man explains that hundreds of magical beasts are appearing near the Tokyo Tower, and they need to quickly form a plan and take action before any civilians get hurt. He shares that they even have a student on their side who played a very important role in the calamity, the previous one that recently occurred at the Magic Academy. He asks the protagonist to stand up and he follows the man's instructions. Some of the men start talking about him behind his back. One of them doesn't understand why a literal child is involved in their affairs. The other man explains that Kusanagi is the one who took down the demon captain all by himself during the last calamity. The first man calls it nonsense, as it's too hard to believe. Sanada feels embarrassed. Shido speaks up, telling everyone that Kusanagi is indeed the student who stopped the calamity and even defeated the demon captain all by himself. Shido vouches for him as he saw everything happen up close. He believes there is no one on the same power level as the protagonist. Since our boy was involved in the disaster that happened after 50 years, Shido thinks it's a good decision. To have him cooperate with them, he hopes everyone will treat the boy as a partner instead of a student, but the men still don't believe him and think he's just a mere student, acting arrogantly despite being in a place full of so many professionals. The leader tells them that the objective remains the same. Even with the new face among them, he orders them to take action immediately and kill the monsters when everyone leaves. Shido finds the boy and apologizes for what he had to hear. Kusanagi thinks it's okay and assumes his arrival just put them in a bad mood. Shido is surprised by his maturity and realizes he should focus on Sanada. She starts to cry and tells him she was too scared to stop. The men Kusanagi reassures her, telling her not to worry because he doesn't care about what some men have to say about him. She starts to smile and thinks he is a wonderful person. While they all drive towards the Tokyo Tower, Kusanagi asks about the approximate combat power they have now. The officer replies that they have 80 mages, only a few of them are high-ranking, while the rest are just mid-ranking mages. Our boy knows that mid-ranking mages are capable of using level 2 magic, while the high-ranking ones can use up to level 3. Shido admits that it's very unfortunate, but the protagonist is the strongest mage among them all. Since he is capable of using level 4 synthesis magic, Kusanagi asks if they are going to follow some kind of plan. But Shido says disappointedly that it will be a pure magic battle, so they can't follow any kind of plan. He believes they can win easily if they only face demon soldiers and magical beasts, but anyone stronger than a demon captain will require proper planning and countermeasures. Because they have high intelligence and immense power, Shido doubts that such a direct battle plan is worthy of being called a combat strategy. Kusanagi points out that he hasn't noticed any special equipment anywhere so far that could defeat monsters. The officer shares that they have nothing that stands a chance against magic and beasts, so they only wear clothes that are easy to move in or suits. Whenever they enter any kind of battle, the protagonist remembers that they used to have anti-beast equipment. But Shido replies that there are almost none left now, and it has become very rare. Only the noble mages have that kind of equipment. Kusanagi is shocked to learn this, as he remembers that such magical equipment used to be common in his time. He understands that the use of magic and mages has declined because of the peaceful times. But so much change is simply absurd. He becomes curious about what happened in the last 50 years. Shido carefully observes his expressions, wondering what he is thinking. Everyone finally arrives at the Tokyo Tower. Kusanagi discovers that there is no calamity happening, but the number of monsters appearing is abnormal. He wonders what is happening. The officers who were bad-mouthing him earlier are also shocked by the numbers. They weren't informed about this in the report. And when they spot one demon captain among the monsters, they become completely desperate and decide to seek support from special organizations or noble mages. Since it's out of their hands, Shido assures them that he has already called for reinforcements, but they won't arrive so quickly. As the number of beasts continues to increase and illegal activities by mages are happening more than before, the organization already has a lot on its hands. The officers ask if they have no other choice but to face such strong monsters alone. They believe it's a suicide mission and become hesitant. Shido has no choice, so he swallows his pride and asks the protagonist for help. He asks if they can be defeated. Our boy responds positively. The trash talkers start to doubt him, and it's difficult for them to believe that some random kid could defeat so many monsters. Kael notices something strange, and they wonder what he's talking about. As the monsters become more active, the sky suddenly changes color, turning red. Sander and the other officers realize that a calamity is about to happen. Sid sends a message to all stations from the police headquarters that a calamity has appeared all over Japan. As civilians begin to be attacked by magical beasts, Sid repeats his words that a calamity has occurred. He orders everyone to prioritize the people and save the civilians from any harm. Since they're dealing with this in an urban area, they need to take action quickly. Sid and his men are worried, seeing what's happening, but our boy remains unfazed. The officers see the calamity appear again and are terrified. They wonder why this is happening. The protagonist knows that a calamity is a natural phenomenon, but he realizes this one is happening because of the magical beasts from before. He doesn't know how they caused it, but wonders if they've learned a new way to create one in the last 50 years. Sid's men tell him they can't fight a losing battle without support. They need to regroup first. The calamity begins to move, and the beasts start heading towards the city area filled with civilians. The officers start arguing amongst themselves. Some believe it will harm the civilians, so they have no choice but to go and defeat the monsters. The other officers call it a suicide mission and believe they can't win. Someone comments that the police have become pathetic, which angers the guy who doesn't want to go. He makes it clear that they simply can't win against so many magical beasts. Kael jumps from the building while telling everyone that they definitely can win. He smiles and starts using his magic circles to head towards the monsters. He lands among them, and when the monsters notice him, they all start running in his direction to attack. The officers warn him to run quickly, or he'll lose his life. Kael uses a third-level magic called Wind Cutter, leaving everyone speechless. The monsters die instantly, but some demon soldiers become active. They launch several attacks against our boy, but he remains unharmed because of his shields. Since the barrier proves to be very useful, he decides to raise one for the onlookers, so no one gets hurt during the calamity. As he cuts down more monsters, Sid is astonished by his strength. He can't believe someone is capable of using multiple magic attributes. At the same time, he thinks only Kael can do such things. The man orders everyone to advance and follow our boy. Sander starts running to provide proper support. The other officers tremble in fear, but since they can't just run away, they all rally and rush towards the battlefield. The officers begin to fight the monsters. The protagonist is surprised by their capabilities. A demon captain emerges from the crowd of monsters. An officer notices and becomes desperate, as only a legendary class mage can defeat such a monstrosity. Kael once again summons the water serpent and assures the officers they can leave the demon captain to him, while everyone else deals with the rest. In a few seconds, he defeats the demon captain, leaving everyone shocked. They admit he is incredibly powerful. Sid orders everyone to keep fighting until the boss monster appears. He orders them to handle the rest, while Kael can take care of the demon captain and anything stronger than that. As the protagonist fights the monsters, he remembers the world calamity that appeared 60 years ago, which was the first calamity. After that event, calamities became common and continued to appear repeatedly, continuing to destroy the world. He doesn't want what happened 60 years ago to be repeated, as the calamity will just spread across the entire globe. He's happy to be here and is determined to stop the calamity from destroying the human race. Sonata is attacked by a demon soldier, but the protagonist intervenes and kills it instantly. She remembers that it's the same as that night. He asks if she's okay. Sonata thanks him and tries to get up. He realizes it's the same situation as before. He gets worried and anxiously asks if she's figured it out. Sonata doesn't understand why he became the Dark Mage. She wonders how strong he is but doesn't want him to hate her for asking strange questions. She blushes and tries to stop thinking about something strange since he's just a student. Sonata is attacked again, but Kael protects her from danger and advises her to be more careful. She apologizes. He asks her to stay by his side so he can protect her. He notices she's not capable of using combat magic. Sonata starts blushing again and follows his instructions. She questions if he's really a student, since he sounds more like an adult compared to her. Out of nowhere, all the police mages feel an immense pressure. They start trembling in fear and wonder what's happening. A monster emerges from the light. Cyrus realizes it's the subspecies of a demon captain. He questions why such a superior species of demon captain is appearing now. The officers realize their victory is impossible. They doubt that even the noble mages can win against such a strong monster. Kael moves forward. They try to stop him from getting hurt, as they don't think he can defeat it no matter how strong he is. Kael tells them he will win. The guys stop trembling so much. Sonata starts praying for Kael's victory. Cyrus knows he has the same strength as the noble mages, so there's a good chance he'll win, against the subspecies as well. When the monster comes face to face with the protagonist, Cyrus gets excited to finally see the true strength of our boy. Cyrus orders everyone to keep giving their all until the boss monster finally dies. Kael confronts the new demon captain. It starts to attack and launches fire magic at him. The police can't believe how strong the monster is as they watch it, destroying several things with level 1 magic. Our boy doesn't get hurt at all. The monster wonders what he is. Kael replies that he's just a student. He starts using his water serpent again. The demon captain becomes determined to kill our boy and unleashes a huge fire serpent. The officers notice the magic is level 6 and become hopeless. Kael knows that if he dodges the attack or just blocks it with his magic, there's a chance his allies will be engulfed by all the fire, so he wonders what he should do next. All the beasts suddenly start to gather. The police are confused, but when they all attack Kael, Sonata tries to warn him. He remains unfazed, despite seeing several strong attacks coming his way. He destroys the demon captain's fire serpent with his water attribute and blocks the beast's attacks with his non-attribute shields. The water starts to fall. The protagonist is a little disappointed, realizing it's already over. Cyrus's jaw drops, seeing how strong our boy is. Sonata doesn't understand what just happened. Cyrus, still in shock, clutches his head, seeing unimaginable things happen in front of him. Only a noble mage can use level 6 magic, as it's an advanced technique on a level, similar to remote activation. Sonata asks if Kael really did all that. Cyrus shares something even more surprising, that he just witnessed. The protagonist just used a second type of magic at the same time while facing the demon captain. Usually there's a cooldown time when someone uses two magic spells, but Kael just used them at the same time. Even a single type of magic is hard to control, so using two simultaneously makes the protagonist stronger than even the noble mages. Shido is happy to see that everything happened just as he expected. He believes he has found the person he always wanted. The new Minato Itami. The protagonist advises the demon captain to follow him to fight somewhere else, since it's too cramped here. The demon captain starts using level 1 aerial magic, and flies away. As he moves to another location, he admits to being a little surprised that the boy knows how to use aerial magic. The demon captain thinks the boy moved them away to avoid any interference from the demon army. The boy clarifies that he isn't bothered by the poor cooperation of the other beasts. With a cold expression, he reveals that they moved, so that he wouldn't have to hold back anymore. The demon captain charges forward and attacks him, but our boy easily dodges every attack coming his way. He uses his arms to block a few blows. The demon captain seizes the opportunity to cast fire magic, hitting the boy directly. The monster then strikes him again, throwing him to the ground without wasting a second. When the smoke clears, Kusanagi emerges unharmed, leaving the demon captain shocked. He charges to attack him, knowing the boy resorted to close combat because his magic is completely useless against him. Kusanagi calls the demon captain's efforts futile and makes it clear that he can't be hit, as he lands a powerful punch on his head. The demon captain is sent flying, but saves himself by summoning a magic circle. He doubts the punch could do any real damage, since it came from a mere human. But suddenly, his entire body begins to tremble. The demon captain can't understand how strong the boy is. He grows angry and demands to know who he really is. Kusanagi just smiles, and makes it clear that magic isn't the only thing he can use. He decides to show the demon captain a technique that he created himself. The protagonist smiles and unleashes his power. The demon captain is taken aback. Shido and Sonata feel the immense pressure and realize something is happening above them. Kusanagi uses the magic he's emitting to shield his body. He begins to feel powerful, but the demon captain considers human attacks useless, even if he's using magic to protect himself. Kusanagi disagrees and decides to put his powers to the test. He starts throwing punches, pushing the demon captain back. The captain is left with no choice as attacks rain down from all directions. The monster pathetically tries to shield himself, but Kusanagi keeps landing blows with his new technique. Shido watches the fight and notes that the boy is completely dominating a literal monster in hand-to-hand combat. He wonders how this is possible, since human attacks are usually far too weak against monsters. He's slowly wounding the monster with nothing but his fists. The demon captain is injured and can't understand how a human's attack could lead him to such a pathetic state. Kusanagi knows that normal attacks or any kind of weapon have no effect on monsters, but if someone puts a huge amount of magical power behind them, the attacks actually work. Attacking while covering the entire body with magical power is called the fusion of martial arts and magic arts. He called this technique magical martial arts. The demon captain can't believe that a despised human has just overpowered him. He refuses to accept his defeat and tries to attack Kusanagi, but he dodges with ease and wastes no time. He lands a powerful punch, piercing a hole straight through his stomach. The demon captain calls him a monster for possessing such incredible strength. The other monsters realize their leader has fallen. The sky returns to normal, and the calamity finally comes to an end. The police officers are relieved, discovering that the boy handled it all. He advises them to kill the remaining beasts and to keep their guard up. Kusanagi slowly descends and smiles. Deciding to leave the rest to the police, he suddenly remembers that it has been centuries since he last used magical martial arts, so he wasn't able to use it properly. He lands on the ground and notices the crowd of police officers waiting for him. Shido thanks our boy for all his hard work and for single-handedly defeating the demon captain and stopping the calamity. They are grateful for his cooperation. The entire police department salutes and respects Kusanagi. Since that incident, calamities continued to emerge around the world, but thanks to the cooperation of the police and the noble mage, all new calamities were slowly brought to a halt. The people grew anxious because of the calamities and began to resent the government for not being properly prepared. They showed disappointment in the mages who were supposed to protect them, and as anxiety grew over time, someone mentioned that they still have a black mage on their side. Everyone began to believe in the black mage, and the entire world wondered who he was. At the academy, Aiden starts to feel irritated as his entire class discovers that he was the one who stopped the second calamity as well. They call him incredible and start to praise him. They ask if it's really true that he had to face a subspecies of a demon captain during the calamity. He starts to feel bothered and wishes it would end, and the teacher notices his tired expression. She starts to talk about the recent calamity. She advises everyone to be prepared at all times, as they are not just students, but also mages, so there's no telling when they might be summoned. She points to Aiden and calls him the experienced one, when suddenly, Detective Frost appears with some police officers. She apologizes to everyone, and the teacher anxiously asks if there is a problem. Detective Frost shows her identification and assures her that she came with the principal's permission. She calls out to Aiden and asks him to help them once more. Our boy is surprised at how low the police have stooped. He wonders why they never care about their public image. He notices the students staring at him, which irritates him, so he decides to just leave. He asks Detective Frost to brief him on the situation. She assures him that he shouldn't overthink it, as he will receive rewards and recognition for his work. She explains that the beasts continue to appear all over the world because of the calamities and the illegal mages involved, and that strange organizations have also suddenly become much more active. Since they are short-staffed, Aiden realizes they've come to get him. Detective Frost feels bad for asking for his help so many times, but says she has no other choice, as he is the strongest. Aiden takes out his phone and advises her to just call him next time. Detective Frost apologizes and understands. She gets his contact information and is delighted. The protagonist wonders what he needs to do now. She instructs him to take care of all the beasts in Harajuku. He understands her. Detective Frost decides to take him by car, but he believes they'll be too late. So the protagonist summons his magic circles and begins to leave the school on his own. The police are astonished to see his incredible speed. In Harajuku, the sky turns red, and two children are terrified. The older brother tries to protect his younger sibling from danger as a magical beast appears. The children try to flee, but the little one falls down. Just as they are about to be devoured by the magical beast, the protagonist appears and kills it instantly. The children calm down, and he praises them for holding on, telling them they did a great job. He returns their turtle toy and smiles to help them feel better. He hands the children over to the police and rushes off to clear the area. The children bow to show their gratitude as he flies away, and the little brother smiles in appreciation. Aiden finds it more difficult to fight in Harajuku than at his academy, or in the destroyed Shibuya, as the place is full of obstacles and people. He can't use magic bullets, or he might injure civilians who are still running for their lives. He can differentiate between humans and beasts, but normal people, without magic, cannot be detected easily. The only way to save everyone is by patrolling the area. The police arrive, focusing on killing the monsters while leaving the civilian rescue to the army and the firefighters. They meet up with Detective Frost and call her name. Our boy recognizes an officer from the disaster, descends, and guesses that the policeman is part of the reinforcements. He finds it useful and asks about the situation. The officer shares that they haven't saved half the civilians and are struggling to reach the east side. Kusanagi fires a few shots and decides to check the east side. The officer warns him about illegal mages there, according to reports, but knows it's useless to warn Kusanagi, since he's the strongest. The other officers notice him and wonder who he is, as he defeated several beasts with ease. They believe he is some kind of savior. During these difficult times, Kusanagi defeats a demon captain with his level 6 explosive flow. He's surprised to find demon captains, even without a calamity, something that hasn't happened in 50 years. As the number of beasts increases, Kusanagi realizes they are getting stronger, and the situation is getting so bad that even he finds it hard to handle. He believes he needs a plan before things get out of control. Kusanagi saves 2 more civilians and hands them over to the firefighters. He has a few plans, but isn't sure which one to follow. He uses his bubbles to save more people. Sonata and a few officers show up, and he helps calm the civilians. The police thank him again, believing they minimized the damage because of him. Kusanagi disagrees, saying it was thanks to the police and firefighters. He was just helping. The officer admits he's an incredible student. They apologize for their rude behavior during the last calamity, admitting their pride caused it. Kusanagi tells them not to worry and to stop thinking about it. The officers are impressed by his maturity, and thank him again. Sonata steps forward and thanks him too, noting that she keeps relying on his powers even though he's just a student. He reassures her, telling her not to worry since he agreed to help. Kusanagi points out that the number of monsters keeps increasing, and that this time they are stronger. Sonata agrees, thinking they need a plan to face the calamity. She mentions her superior is doing his best to take action as she speaks. The children from before approach Kusanagi and thank him for saving them. He's happy to see they're safe. The little boy asks if he's the great sage, and the older one apologizes, saying his brother is obsessed with the great sage. Kusanagi notices the toy and realizes it's a figure of Kami. He tells the children that he is indeed the great sage, and the boy smiles, already knowing. Kusanagi remembers his past life, where someone asked Kami to let him make a doll of him. The guy excitedly shared that he wouldn't just make a doll, but also postcards and keychains. Kami doubted anyone would want such things. The guy told him that people needed the great sage's support in their hearts, and that such items would be great for children. Kami didn't fully agree, but the guy said he was wrong, believing it would keep people safe. For 100 years, not just 50. He begged for Kami's permission. Kusanagi smiles, realizing the guy was right. He knows that mere dolls can't save people, but the people need him again. Now, in a shady club in the capital, some men report about a dark mage to their leader, Kuroya Kuto, president of the underground mage syndicate, Black Rebellion. He stands up after hearing about an illegal mage, who doesn't belong to any syndicate. Furious, he finds out the dark mage dares to go against him. He asks his subordinates if this is correct, and the terrified subordinate answers that it is. Kuroya orders them to find out the dark mage's true identity, using military force if necessary. Someone asks if they have permission to kill him. It's the executive manager, Kagutsuchi Uroya. He replies they can only kill him after torturing him. Kagutsuchi gets excited, making an evil expression. Huka asks Kusanagi about his magic power level. Yuka says the same, as she's been curious for a while. She wonders if it's 100,000, or maybe even 500,000. Yuka knows it's possible for someone like our boy. He replies that it's 99,990,000, with a deadpan expression. At first, everyone is speechless. Yuka doesn't believe it, and Katsuragi agrees with her. Yuka remembers that even Kami's magic power is only around 1 billion, so she doesn't believe him. Kusanagi is surprised to hear this. They all explain that people call 1 million an upper limit for this very reason. They wonder why he doesn't know something so basic. The protagonist questions if his power is really just 1 million. He tries to look it up on the internet, but gets confused. He smiles and admits he doesn't know how to use a phone. Since it's not worth the effort, he decides to give up. He gets a call from Shido. The boy asks what's wrong, and Shido apologizes for the disturbance, asking if he has some free time. Kusanagi responds positively, so the officer asks if his friends are around as well. Kusanagi says they are here. Shido asks him to put the phone on speaker. Kusanagi is completely lost, so Yuka helps him turn it on. The officer explains that, as the number of monsters and calamities is increasing, he has decided to create a specialized squad to combat monsters, known as the Special Magic Squad. He wants our boy to be the squad leader. Yuka is impressed to see her friend receiving such an opportunity. She believes it's such a special title that mages would die to achieve. She thinks her friend won't refuse something like this. But to her surprise, Kusanagi ends up refusing the offer. Yuka asks why, getting angry. The officer asks them to hear his explanation first. The protagonist wonders why Yuka is angry on his behalf, but decides to listen to the explanation. Shido shares that there are many problems happening, and the police can't handle everything alone. As the monsters are getting stronger, it's difficult for them to keep up. Now he knows the boy understands his words. Kusanagi knows it's because the mages of this era have very low magic levels. They wonder what happened to the nobles. Shido shares that the heads of Mizura, Romurai, and Kaede are still stuck in a meeting abroad, so the only remaining noble head is also unavailable for many strange reasons. Kusanagi suddenly remembers he has never met Yuka's parents before. She tells him they still haven't returned from their meetings. Shido explains that the special squad will have many police officers and some academy students. He chooses Yuka, Ruka, and Katsuragi as members of the new special squad. He assures them that he is willing to handle all the troublesome matters, like paperwork and negotiations, so all they need to do is focus on getting stronger while leading the police mages. They will receive proper rewards, and their school credits will increase as well, making it easier to find a job in the future. Shido begins to beg, trying to convince the boy to become the captain. He hopes the protagonist will agree. Kusanagi gets a little irritated, but decides to do it. Shido finds it hard to believe but seems happy. The others also agree to it. Yuka doesn't want Kusanagi to handle everything by himself, while Katsuragi is just interested in difficult challenges. Even though the protagonist is still uncertain, he ends up accepting, since he also wants to train more mages. The news channels begin to criticize the noble mage family, the Fukas. Not only did they neglect their true duty because of some school disaster, but the noble family was also very slow in subjugating monsters. The noble hears the news and calls the reporters idiots. Since they are assuming that mages, nobles can handle anything, Someone calls out, so the noble mage gives them permission to enter. His butler appears and informs him that the Metropolitan Police Department has sent him a document. The noble mage reads the information about the special magic team being established. He calls this stupid and thinks that useless people are getting involved in things that are unnecessary. He feels a little disappointed but thinks this might help to silence the public. He orders the butler to call his idiot son here. The butler understands and leaves. At the police station, the protagonist and his friends join the special team. They all hold a meeting, and Shido begins to explain something to everyone. The protagonist is surprised to hear the word dozens, but Shido apologizes and explains that they had candidates, but for some reason, they received no applications. Shido believes they will receive more applications once our boy starts showing real results. Kusanagi expected things to happen this way, as it's strange for a literal student to be the team captain. Some friction was inevitable. Shido hands something over and says it's a temporary mage badge. He admits it's an external cooperation, but explains that they are all now public servants, so if anyone doubts them, he can show them this badge when necessary. He adds one more thing. The badges are only given when someone is from a unit, and since they are not yet qualified as mages, the badge is only temporary. Shido officially ends the student treatment for Kusanagi and calls him Captain Kusanagi. He leaves everything to the boy. The protagonist smiles, as it had been a long time since he stood before people his age. He steps forward and introduces himself once more. He announces that he is the captain of the special mage team, and promises everyone that he is willing to make everyone on his team stronger than even the heads of the noble families. His friends and the police members are surprised, as it's something hard to believe. Kusanagi understands why they are doubting him, but decides to provide solid proof to help dispel their doubts. He asks Shido if there are any magic power measurement devices available at the station. The man responds positively but is confused as he brings some measurement devices. Kusanagi orders Ruka and Katsuragi to come forward and measure their power levels. They decide to follow his orders as they both pour their magic into the machine. The protagonist tells everyone that Ruka's magic power level was only 10,000 last time, while Katsuragi had 8,000 magic power. Ruka is speechless upon getting a result of 30,000 magic power. Katsuragi is impressed upon seeing 28,000 on the measurement screen as well. The police officers are surprised, as this is the magic power of the highest grade mage class. Kusanagi asks them to be patient and orders Yuka to measure her powers. She listens to him, but feels a little anxious. Yuka wonders what she should do now, as she believes the difference between her and her older sister might be too great. She knows she worked hard, but in the end, she thinks she is just an ordinary person, without talent. She becomes more anxious and doesn't want to see the results. Yuka calms herself, as she no longer wants to run from these challenges. She stops worrying about the results and pours her magic into the machine, determined to always be true to herself. Shido's and Sanada's jaws drop. Upon seeing the results, Yuka feels a little anxious but opens her eyes to discover that it is 26,000. Shido remembers that her magic power was only 2,000 according to the records, and it's hard for him to believe that there is a way to increase magic power to such an extent. Kusanagi makes it clear to everyone in the room that increasing magic power is possible. It just takes talent and the absolute determination to never give up and to keep working hard until the very end. He looks at Yuka with a smile and gives her a pat on her head, letting her know how proud he is feeling and telling her she did an amazing job. Yuka feels happy watching their interaction. Kusanagi praises the other two as well, but they think it was to be expected, especially for Yuka. She believes this kind of improvement is normal for someone like her, since she belongs to the Mizura family, so there is no need for praise. He ignores her words and pats her head too, praising her for all her hard work. Katsuragi knows his friend seems otherworldly, but is surprised to see him act like this without any fear. Yuka gets anxious since she knows how scary her sister looks when she is angry. Yuka tells the protagonist that she is not a child, and he understands, pulling his hand away. Katsuragi was a bit scared just now, and so was Yuka. She also thanks God that her sister remained calm. Our boy tries to pat Katsuragi next, but he gets embarrassed. Yuka remembers that she has never been treated like this in her entire life. Not even her father ever patted her head or did anything like that for her. A fat and ugly guy enters the room upon discovering everyone was there. He shares that he has been looking for Shido everywhere, and wonders why he did not receive a proper greeting. Shido tries to explain, telling the fat guy that he thought he was not coming today. The fat guy said he changed his mind, so he decided to come. Shido thinks about introducing him to everyone and announces that he is Shu, a noble mage from the Fuka family. Shido secretly informs our boy that he had no choice, as they needed the noble's approval. mage for the creation of the special team, so he was forced to enlist their names. He feels bad about it. Kusanagi remembers that the Fuka family ignored the request for reinforcements during the disaster that happened at his academy. Shido tries to explain that this happened because nobles have a strange habit of maintaining authority, so they feel embarrassed to answer such requests, as it is not something a noble mage would normally do. Shu speaks up, saying he heard he was going to see Japan's main magic unit. He wonders why there is a bunch of students in the room instead. Shido introduces Kusanagi, and reveals that he is the one responsible for defeating the boss monster and resolving the calamity that occurred at the school. His achievements are incredible. He was chosen to lead the team as the unit's captain. Shu looks at him intently, and wonders how a worthless student who does not even belong to a noble family managed to stop the disaster at the school. He steps on the protagonist's foot and arrogantly says that he is nothing but a piece of trash. He is enraged to see our boy as the captain. The guy makes it clear not to act arrogantly, even though he is just a student. Yuka and Huka question why he is acting this way, and they order him to back off while Katsuragi threatens to take him down. Shu wonders why commoners are trying to order him around. He recognizes the two sisters and remembers they belong to the Mizura family. He is surprised to find that not everyone here is a piece of trash. Shu starts to smile and announces that he will be the leader of the unit, but Shido tries to make him understand that Kusanagi has already been chosen to lead the unit, so it cannot be changed. Shu decides to challenge the protagonist and announces that whoever defeats the boss of the next calamity will earn the right to lead the unit. Shido tries to stop him, but the chubby guy decides to make his own rules and considers the matter settled. Shido apologizes for his behavior, but Kusanagi assures him it is fine, since anything he said would have been completely useless on an idiot like that. He thinks it is alright, because he just needs to win. Huka and the others get fired up. She will not let that guy become their captain. The other two become determined and decide to try their best as well. He wonders why they seem so excited because of an idiot. On the grounds of the police department, Kusanagi ponders his next move. He remembers that most of the police officers had about 10,000 magic power, which he had expected. He decides to talk about magic power first. He begins his explanation, speaking on the importance of magic power. He tells everyone that they only use it to produce magical attacks, but it has other purposes as well. He calls over Katsuragi and orders him to attack with everything he's got. Katsuragi is a little confused, but our hero tells him to hurry up. Katsuragi throws a punch with all his might, hoping the protagonist won't complain later. The punch is stopped by a strange barrier, and Kusanagi explains that he's using the power of a barrier, a magical one. If someone has a lot of magic power, they can naturally use a magic barrier. Katsuragi continues to throw punches, but nothing lands. He goes on to explain that they can use magic without even thinking about it if their magic power is enormous enough. He calls this automatic power. Katsuragi finally gets tired and finds that his punches are completely useless. The protagonist orders everyone to continue. One thing to keep in mind is that increasing magic power capacity is the most important goal for any mage. He begins to pour his magic into the police officers one by one to help them understand how to feel magic power. Everyone begins their training, and everyone works hard to get stronger. Kusanagi realizes they really need some equipment in addition to the training. He wonders if it is possible to get some anti-monster equipment. Judging by Shido's reaction, our boy discovers it might be nearly impossible right now. Shido assures him he'll get something if he waits a little longer. Kusanagi knows he won't find any good craftsmen in this era, so he decides to make one himself, even though he's never done it before. He is certain he can make one himself. He opens a drawer, trying to find something useful, and finds a cheap ring, but he realizes it's still in good condition, which means it might be something important. He believes it could work, but it's still not enough. The protagonist starts thinking about a store where he could go shopping. His phone suddenly begins to ring, and he notices it's a call from Ruka. He wonders what she wants, since she rarely calls him. Kusanagi answers but questions why she is so silent. She shares her opinion, believing that only he is worthy of leading the unit. He is confused. He asks if she is trying to encourage him, and she says that he is correct. Kusanagi smiles, discovering that she is an awkward person. He decides to ask her something. Kusanagi invites her to go shopping with him tomorrow if she doesn't have anything else to do, as he doesn't know much about buying accessories, so he needs her help. Ruka asks if he is inviting the others too. He responds negatively, believing that going in a large group is unnecessary. She is a little flustered, so Kusanagi asks if she wants to go. She agrees to go with him, and he calls her his savior. He asks where they should go. She suggests Harajuku, so he decides to meet her at the station around noon. She says she'll see him tomorrow, and ends the call. Kusanagi feels happy because now he can buy the rings. For everyone on his team, He wonders if he should spend the day creating anti-monster equipment. With the ring he just found, he begins to pour his magic into it, believing it will work somehow. Meanwhile, Yuka calls her sister for dinner, but she gets no answer and becomes a little worried, since her sister never acts this way. Yuka decides to check on her, announcing that she's coming in. Ruka asks what is going on. Yuka apologizes and tells her that dinner is ready. Ruka says she'll be there in a moment, and Yuka has never seen her sister so excited before. She wonders if Ruka is planning to go out and assumes it's a date with our boy. The next day, Kusanagi arrives at Harajuku Station. Yuki peeks from behind a wall and tries to keep her distance while hiding her identity so he won't find her. She feels strange spying on them like this. She then apologizes to them. Lucy finally appears in a beautiful dress and everyone starts looking at her. She asks our boy if he had to wait. He said he just arrived, so it's all right. The guy looking at them calls her beautiful and assumes she's talking to her boyfriend. They get a little jealous, while Yuki wonders what is happening upon discovering that her sister and Kenji are on a date. Lucy asks what he's looking for. Kenji replies that he wants a ring. She wonders if it's a gift. He said yes, but shares that he needs several. Lucy is surprised if he has so many partners. He responds positively, but she remembers that Japan is not a polygamous country. He assures her that he already knows that. Lucy advises him to buy the cheap ones, if he's thinking of buying in bulk. She remembers the perfect place, so he decides to leave it to her. They visit several stores, while Yuki watches them from afar. After a few hours of trying, Lucy admits that it's really hard to find rings that are durable, cheap, and not too flashy. Kenji gets a little annoyed, because whenever he finally picks one ring, something is always missing. He checks another one and notices it looks quite expensive too. Yuki drinks her juice from a distance and wonders what they are talking about. She feels a bit jealous seeing them so close. The manager approaches them with a smile and asks what they are looking for. She is willing to give him a suggestion, if he's planning to give a gift to his girlfriend. Kenji tries to clarify that she's not his girlfriend, but as soon as he speaks, Lucy interrupts and tells the manager that she isn't his girlfriend, leaving them to look around as she walks away feeling embarrassed. Lucy tries to stop her, while the boy gets a little annoyed. They finally sit down, and Kenji shares how tired he is from all the walking they did, especially in a crowded place like a mall. He's having a hard time choosing a good ring and wonders if there's something wrong with his criteria. Kenji notices the expressions on Lucy's face. She admits she doesn't know how to show affection and is aware that he already knows about her personality. Difficult. He calls her correct, and Lucy remembers that she doesn't even know how to interact with her sister. Too younger. She caused her a lot of trouble because of it. She suggested that it's better if he goes shopping with Yuki since she is just getting in the way. He calls her wrong and says he already knows she did her research and learned the locations of several stores before coming. She even thought carefully about which ones he should choose. She took the trip so seriously even though it was his problem. He assures her that she is a great help to him. With a smile on his face, Lucy starts to blush and feels better. Yuki notices her face and remembers that she has never seen her sister with such expressions. She starts to feel sad and wonders why she is spying in the first place. Yuki decides to go home. After a few hours, Kenji leaves them all happy because he finally managed to find good rings. She is still a little confused about why he needed 5 of them. He shares that he needed 1 for each partner. Lucy believes his partners will be very happy when they receive the gift since he took his time choosing the rings. He mentions that it's for the unit's equipment, so there's a bit of confusion upon hearing this, but she finally understands why he bought so many. He shows his gratitude for all the help she gave and thanks her properly. Lucy thinks it's all right. She is happy that she could help him. He decides to repay her for the effort, but she assures him he doesn't have to do anything. He takes out the ring from earlier and asks her to give him her hand. She gets a little shy and asks what he wants to do. He takes it and shares that it's the first ring, a special one that he made himself. He hopes she will take good care of it and smiles. Lucy is happy, but starts to leave. He tries to stop her, but she gives him no chance and leaves. He wanted to explain more about the anti-monster equipment, but decides to do it on another occasion when he gets the chance again, as she walks away. Rika suddenly stops and looks at the ring. She clutches her hand while admiring the ring and starts to blush uncontrollably. The next day, Kenji announces that he will now hand over the anti-equipment so they can come and get one. Sander and the other officers use it and feel a magical reaction. They are amazed to see magical equipment for the first time. He explains that it's called anti-monster equipment and he has imbued it with wind magic. So if they use their magical powers, they can use the ring to produce level 1 wind magic. Sid is impressed. He begins to question how the protagonist got something like this. Kenji reveals that he was the one who made them. Sid finds it hard to believe, since artisans capable of making such precious equipment barely exist anymore. He is amazed to discover that our boy can make such a thing with ease. He admits that Kenji surprises him every time. Yuna notices that her sister didn't get a ring. She notices that Rika is already wearing a ring she has never worn before. Yuna assumes it's from their date and gets anxious as she wonders what happened after she decided to leave. Kenji believes they all lack proper transportation. He doubts that cars are fast enough, so he considers them unreliable. Sid thinks he's right since they always arrive late. Kenji demonstrates how to use the aerial wind magic spell, using the anti-monster equipment. He believes this will help reduce travel time. He explains that it's not strong enough to be used for attacks against monsters, but they can fly with it, so they should try. He guides them, saying they need to imagine themselves jumping into the air, since aerial magic involves flying and accelerating. Sander and Sid start to fly using the special ring. Kenji notices Yuna flying as well. He praises her for it, but she believes it was to be expected, since she has been training to learn magic manipulation for a long time. She looks at the protagonist. Yuna suddenly starts to feel guilty for spying on her sister earlier. Kenji notices her expression and gets confused. He approaches Yuna and says he wanted to ask her something. He asks if she knows Lord Valerius. Yuna responds positively, as he is the person she admires most. He asks her about his power level. She replies that it was around 1 million. He was able to use many spells but died fighting the demon god during the Great Calamity. He is curious about what happened after he died. She replies that most of the great mages also died, and her noble ancestors were among the people who worked hard for the rebirth of society. The Mizra family played a huge role in everything. She says all this with a proud expression, and continues sharing that almost no data or documents were left after the last calamity ended. This is the reason why magic studies were rebuilt from scratch. Kenji knows that the mortality rate for mages was quite high back then, but he remembers leaving many books behind. He stored the information about magic in different places to prepare for the future. He wonders why the knowledge of magic, in the modern era, is so bad and full of errors compared to what he left behind. The power level of mages is extremely low nowadays. He wonders if someone is behind all this. Yuna notices he's distracted and asks if he's alright. He assures her it's nothing. She asks him to remember that if he's worried about something, he shouldn't hesitate to share it with her. She knows she's not very useful, but she still tells him to ask for her help. Kenji thanks her for her thoughtfulness, and calls her a great help. He knows she will keep anything he shares a secret, but he still needs to be cautious about the dark mage issue. There's a possibility she could get into trouble if he involves her, so he decides never to bring it up. He's aware that she might lose consciousness if she finds out he is the legendary Itami Minato, and Icarus assumes he's hiding things because she isn't trustworthy enough. She decides to get stronger so she can be more useful to Kusanagi. She becomes determined to do her best. 1 week later, Kusanagi orders everyone to prepare and fire. Sonata manages to cast level 2 holy magic, called Holy Crest. Shido is now able to use level 3 magic, while Katsuragi and the Mizura sisters can cast level 4 magic. Kusanagi feels happy knowing that everyone has gotten stronger, even Sonata, who didn't know how to use offensive magic before, can now attack with offensive spells too. The most surprising thing for him is the compatibility between the Mizura sisters. He knows that people would think it's natural since they are sisters. Yuka and Ruka destroy the training ground with their level 4 magic. Yuka suddenly remembers some bad memories, but starts to smile because she has finally earned her sister's respect. Kusanagi praises everyone for their hard work, but tells them not to get lazy just because their magic levels have increased, since levels don't necessarily mean that they've become stronger and better at using magic. He decides to set an example and orders Ruka to use a level 4 magic on him. She understands him and follows his instructions. Ruka launches a level 4 attack against him, but Kusanagi only uses level 1 earth magic as a counter attack. When both magic attacks collide, everyone is surprised to see that the level 1 magic was able to neutralize the level 4 magic. He explains that magic levels only help. With the amount of magical power that can be infused into one attack, it doesn't mean that higher level magic is stronger even. With level 1 magic, if the mage is able to infuse the maximum amount of magical power, even level 4 magic is easily defeatable. He mentions that magic attributes also matter. Water is always weak against earth. He orders everyone to avoid getting stuck on the idea of levels. He explains that they need to understand magical power and master the spells they have. If they follow his instructions, they can become stronger. Everyone listens attentively as Kusanagi reveals that they shouldn't forget their partners either. Since combined powers can be even stronger, everyone shouts as they get motivated. But out of nowhere, the chubby guy appears again and feels sorry for them. Shido asks why he is here for no reason. Shu thinks no calamity will happen anytime soon, so he's bored. Shido advises him to eliminate some monsters if he isn't planning to train, but Shu rejects the idea because it's too much work for him. He leaves everything to the police department while smiling maliciously. Kusanagi's friends get annoyed, but he feels nothing. Shu hopes the calamity arrives quickly as the sky begins to turn red. Yuka notices it first and points out that something is wrong. Shu realizes it really is the calamity and gets excited. He reminds everyone that the squad that manages to defeat the boss first will be chosen as the leader of the special unit. He announces the start of his challenge. Kusanagi's squad becomes fired up as they are determined not to lose to an ugly fat guy like Shu. The chubby guy and his men start using equipment to fly with their wind magic. He gets cocky and calls everyone losers as he departs, and Icarus calls it unfair, but Kusanagi reminds them that they can do the same. He orders everyone to prepare properly and put on their headsets as the entire team begins to fly. Kusanagi reminds them that this is their first fight as a squad, so they need to remain cautious. Everyone starts to move. Shu leaves a car behind, driving on the road. He calls it slow and laughs. Katsuragi calls him fast, and Icarus doesn't understand how the chubby guy can move so fast with such a large body. Kusanagi believes it's because they are all skilled in wind magic, so it will be difficult for his squad to keep up. He knows he could easily surpass them, but doesn't want to ruin the purpose of being a team. He decides not to rush. Since the citizens seem completely fine, Chu starts to mock them and ridicules them for calling themselves a special squad. Since they can't even overtake him, he keeps calling them losers, and Wika notices his expressions and assumes he's mocking them, even though she can't hear his words. The fat guy finds some people and announces that he has arrived. He warns them about the calamity and begins to kill some monsters with his companions. They all cast wind magic and kill a beast. The civilians try to find a safe place and ask the chubby guy for help, but he completely ignores them and continues to cast wind magic towards the monsters. Just as the civilians are about to be caught in the wind magic, the protagonist appears and protects them with his barrier. He asks the fat noble what he is trying to do with a cold and terrifying expression. The spoiled noble and his men get so scared they almost wet their pants. He tries to understand what is happening, since he can't even move his arm. Kusanagi's team shows up and checks if the civilians are holding up well, and Wika questions what the fat guy just tried to do. She gets angry and orders him not to involve common people in a fight. Chu and his teammates are finally able to move again. He wonders if Kusanagi did something to his body. He brushes it off and believes it was nothing. The fatso says it was their fault for getting in the way of a noble mage like him. Wika gets irritated and orders him to repeat that. He uses his wind magic and starts to fly away with his friends, leaving the safety of the commoners to Kusanagi. He is determined to defeat the boss. As the chubby guy leaves, Kusanagi watches and is confident that he could easily destroy the fatty in a few seconds. But he doesn't want to make it seem like he's afraid of a stupid challenge. He suddenly realizes that this might be a good opportunity for something. Kusanagi orders his squad to defeat the monsters while he protects the citizens from any kind of harm. Shido asks if he's confident about the challenge, since it seems difficult to protect so many civilians alone. Kusanagi assures him that he is confident, as he is the leader of their special unit. Shido believes his words and thinks his question was stupid. Wika motivates everyone to start defeating the monsters, since they already depend so much on the protagonist. Everyone agrees with her, so our boy orders them all to start moving and win for him. They all advance using their wind magic and begin to fight the monsters. Wika uses level 3 spells to destroy some powerful monsters. She remembers being scared when she faced a similar situation before, but now she is surprised by her own capabilities, easily defeating the demon soldiers. Wika has finally gotten stronger. Kusanagi senses the magical energy around him and discovers that both humans and monsters are mixed together, and many civilians are still trapped in a dangerous situation. He is aware of the difficulty of the situation but believes he can handle it, because he is Kusanagi Minato. He rushes forward with his wind magic to save everyone. Chu and his men continue to cast wind magic while ignoring the civilians. Ruka and the others maintain their formation, determined not to fall behind the chubby guy. Wika starts to feel a strange magical energy. Out of nowhere, she looks back and finds a demon appearing behind her. The delusional chubby guy doesn't hesitate for a second and rushes towards the demon to stop the calamity and win his stupid challenge. He decides to use his level 4 magic for this. His men try to stop the fat guy. Since level 4, magic won't even scratch an opponent like the demon. Leo doesn't listen and believes they know nothing. Because they've never fought a demon before in their lives, he's confident that he will definitely win this battle. Since he's a noble mage, the fatty launches a level 4 wind attack, but the demon unleashes its level 4 fire magic in response and completely destroys the fatty's pathetic attack. Leo finds it hard to believe he was overpowered so easily as the fire attack nearly hits him. He starts running with his lackeys. Some civilians get caught in the crossfire. They scream for help, but Leo ignores them and keeps running to save himself. Kenji appears and uses earth magic to stop it. His group joins in, and they all defend the civilians from the fire attack. Kenji smiles and praises them for it. Elara approaches the fatty. He's relieved that he didn't die with a cold expression. She asks why he just ignored the citizens and only saved his own life. He blames them for not running to a safe place. He believes they don't deserve to live if they're going to slow down a noble mage like him, and Elara gets so angry hearing his stupid words that she can no longer control herself, so she slaps him across the face with all her might. The fatty goes flying after such a slap. She calls him prideless and pathetic for a noble mage. Leo questions why she slapped a noble like him, and Elara advises everyone to leave him behind his pathetic rear and continue to defeat the rest of the monsters appearing in the city. Everyone agrees and starts to move, while Leo complains about being completely ignored by her. Kenji watches them as he takes the civilians to a safe place. He notices they're being too loud in front of the enemy. He thinks it's all right. Since they manage to calm down quickly, Kenji decides to go look for more survivors who need his help. He thinks about remaining cautious, since the boss could appear at any moment when the demonic monster appears. Leo and his lackeys hide behind a wall finally. Accepting that they can't defeat such a powerful monster alone, the teammates advise the fatty to start retreating. Leo knows the demonic monster is simply too powerful for him, even though he's a noble. He doesn't believe he can defeat it. The fatty suddenly gets an idea. He decides to let the other squad wear down the monster when they engage in combat. And then when the monster is weak, he plans to step in and take all the credit by finishing it off. His lackeys praise him for his brilliant idea. He thinks it's only natural for a genius like him, and suggests they should stay hidden and wait for the perfect moment. His men agree with him. Shin and the whole group face the approaching demonic monster, and Elara can feel just how strong the monster is. She doubts they can win this fight, but is determined to do what she can. The entire squad begins to attack the demon relentlessly. They wonder if it's finally dead, but when the smoke clears, the demon appears unharmed, and Elara discovers they didn't even scratch it. Rika suggests they need to use level 4 magic, or lower level magic, with the proper amount of magical power. Behind the attack, the demon begins to summon fire attacks from its magic circles. It attacks them while everyone tries to dodge. Elara notices it has gotten stronger than before, twice as strong as the magic she possesses, and Elara admits the power difference is too great. They have no chance of winning. Like this, she wonders what she should do next. Kenji notices that his squad is in a bad situation. He decides to give them some advice. Kenji orders them to work together. She replies that they are already working together. He advises them to combine their powers in the true sense. He taught her that she and Rika hold the key to victory. Rika gets confused and eagerly asks what he means, but he tells her to figure it out on her own. Yuika tries to stop him from hanging up, but is attacked by fire magic and gets busy trying to defend herself. Ruka believes that Kusanagi's words have a deep meaning, so they all need to think about it as a team, and Yuika thinks her sister is right. Since Kusanagi has always led them to great achievements, she finally understands what she needs to do. Ruka points out that the demon takes a long time to cast its spells, so they should just avoid its attacks and ignore it for now, as they also need to defeat the smaller enemies. Yuika asks Shido and the officer to go to the east. While they continue attacking from the west, she will give a signal. When the demon launches any kind of attack, everyone understands her instructions. As the powerful demon begins to launch an attack, Yuika warns and signals everyone about it. They all dodge the monster's attacks with Yuika's help. Kusanagi watches everything. While saving the civilians, he was hoping that Ruka or Katsuragi would take the lead, but he discovers that Yuika is also good at it. Since she can understand people well, he thinks she can lead them. Yuika starts to feel tired and realizes her magical power and level might not be enough to win. She wonders what she needs to do now. Yuika tries to remember Kusanagi's words and suddenly understands that she got it all wrong. She doubts such a ridiculous method will save them, but she left her common sense behind a long time ago, so she decides to try it. She knows it's a life or death situation, and Yuika asks everyone to lend her their magical power. Batsu watches from behind and wonders what they are planning to do. The entire squad prepares for something and tries to confirm if this is really possible. Yuika isn't sure, but knows she has no other choice. Ruka places her faith in Yuika. Katsuragi and Sanada decide to give it their all too, as they can think of something else. If this plan fails, the demon raises its arm and produces a level 5 fire magic, a flaming pillar. A huge wave of fire begins to fall upon Kusanagi's squad. Batsu and his men call the squad useless losers, but his lackeys ask him to look at what's happening. He is surprised to see the entire squad advancing towards the demon. Sanada uses her level 3 sacred healing magic to heal all the squad members. Kusanagi calls it a brilliant plan since it's hard to dodge a level 5 spell. With this, Sanada can heal everyone from all the damage they are about to suffer, which is very clever. Yuika and Ruka stand together against the beast and charge their attacks. They unleash their water magic. Kusanagi is happy that they finally understood. If they can't defeat it with their individual abilities, they can combine their powers to achieve victory. He smiles and calls it a great magical spell explosion, as a huge wave of water completely destroys the demon in a single blow. When the smoke clears, Shido is surprised to learn that the Mizura sisters were able to cast a level 6 spell together. Katsuragi points at the demon. They are shocked to see that it is still clinging to its pathetic life. Batsu and his men see the opportunity and try to finish it off so they can claim the victory. Kusanagi stops them using his draining tentacles. Batsu doesn't understand what is happening to him as all his magical energy is depleted. He loses all his strength instantly. Kusanagi appears from behind and retracts his magical tentacles. He feels a little annoyed by their behavior. The demon finally disappears. Katsuragi and the others are relieved. Shido thinks it was probably about to die after taking a hit like that with the end of the calamity. The sky returns to normal. The whole team is happy to see they finally won. Sanada praises the Mizura sisters and thanks them. Ruka and Yuika lose consciousness and fall. Katsuragi gets worried and asks what's wrong. They can't move at all since they used up all their magic. Yuika tells her sister that they really won. Ruka agrees with her and feels relieved. Kusanagi praises his team for their effort, smiles, and confirms that they were the ones who stopped the calamity. He calls this their first real mission, and is happy that they showed their true worth and didn't disappoint him, even though it was their first time fighting like this. He believes his team will continue to get stronger, and he praises Yuka for her incredible growth so far, and points out that she gave excellent commands during the calamity. She even understood what he meant by grand magic, and he wonders if she already knew this technique. And Yuka confidently replies that she didn't, and she discovers it's called grand magic. He is surprised to learn that she didn't know about it, and doesn't understand how she managed it without even knowing. She thanks him for giving such an incredible hint, and shares that the rest was just her intuition. Kusanagi is shocked to realize he was wrong about Yuka. He suspects she might be much more special than he initially expected. Kusanagi ends the questioning and points out that she succeeded at the right moment, which is very incredible. He believes that the harmony and compatibility between her and Luke also played a big part in it. He notices the clock and tells everyone that it's time for something important. Kusanagi grabs the remote and turns on the TV. Some special members of the police department, including Shiro, are involved in a conference. One of them stands up and explains that they created the Special Mage Team, also known as SMT, to prepare against the growing number of calamities and demonic monsters. A reporter asks why they chose a student who was involved in the Academy calamity as the team leader, asking if what he is saying is true. Shiro steps forward to answer this question. He introduces himself as the prosecutor, representing the special team leader, and confirms that the team leader is indeed just a student. This is hard for everyone to believe. They are against appointing a minor as the team leader. Shiro defends Kusanagi and explains that he has skills that even surpass those of the magic nobles. He reminds them that the magic nobles are completely useless and didn't even join them to help the police, were left in a complicated situation, and had to save the citizens by themselves. He adds that Kusanagi appeared and saved everyone from the calamity. Shiro believes that Kusanagi is a savior sent by God who will protect this era from monsters. Shiro trusts no one else for the leadership role. Kusanagi, while watching this on TV, gets a little embarrassed. He was hoping Shiro wouldn't make such a big fuss about him. The important government officials call this absurd and problematic. They think it's wrong to ignore the magic nobles and establish a team behind their backs. If this happens, the noble mages will lose their jobs. The men admit that the noble mages are quite useless, since they didn't even respond to the calamity. They are aware of the terrible reputation of the Fuka clan, and although some of the clan leaders are not in the country, it's still their job to respond to the calamity, so they are ignoring their own jobs. The chief of police speaks, and shares that they placed their trust in the noble mages and did not create the special team to undermine any of the noble families. Someone enters the conference room and tells everyone to step aside. It's the fat, ugly guy and his henchman. He calls the current leader a loser, incompetent, and believes that a magic noble like him deserves to be the true leader. He criticizes them for their rudeness in holding a press conference. While completely ignoring him, his followers also support his claims. Shiro doesn't understand why he's here out of nowhere, even though he lost the challenge. He acts as if there was no challenge. He lies about not having made such promises. He calls his words noble magic, absolute, and tells everyone to just listen to him. A news reporter steps forward to ask a question. He gives her permission to ask anything. She informs everyone that she found out he didn't help any civilians during the disaster that happened recently. Instead, he continued involving innocent people in their fights. She asks if this is true. Shiro gets anxious and replies that none of it happened. But the other reporters expose him for his lies since they have proof of his transgressions. The officials question if the magic noble is really doing such horrible things. They say it's unacceptable since the citizens are always the priority. They won't let his actions slide this time. Fatso gets terrified and orders everyone to shut up. He doesn't accept his guilt and blames the civilians for getting in the way of a magic noble like him. He calls everyone peasants and orders them to stop talking. Shiro believes that everyone already knows the current magic nobles are corrupt. He highlights how important it is to have heroes like Kusanagi, who will lead the nation and protect the people from monsters. Heroes who will fight without any selfish intentions. He thinks Kusanagi is perfect to be the leader of their squad. Shiro points at Fatso and tells everyone that they don't need corrupt and selfish magic nobles who don't care about the citizens. The news reporters side with Shiro, while the chief of the police department gets worried. Fatso leaves frustrated and makes it clear to everyone that he will definitely get his revenge and make them regret what they said to him. Kusanagi smiles awkwardly as he sees Fatso leave. He's surprised that Shiro didn't hold back this time, and Yuka shows all the videos about the calamity that were posted online. She reveals that the magic noble, Fatso, is receiving a lot of hate for his actions. Kusanagi is a little terrified of the internet since things spread so fast. Yuka suddenly looks surprised. Kusanagi asks what's wrong with an anxious expression. Yuka shares that all of their faces were caught on camera. Kusanagi gets frustrated, as it's impossible for him to hide his true identity after this. He hoped not to stand out as much as possible, but he knows things will get more complicated for him after this. After a few days, in the meeting room, Kusanagi is surprised to see the large crowd of people gathering. He wonders what's happening. Shiro shares that the higher-ups are giving their approval easily. Now, all of a sudden, and the number of people hoping to volunteer has also suddenly increased. Shiro smiles eagerly and believes this is happening because of the information that was spread on the internet and the press conference that happened recently. Shiro starts to apologize for not holding back during the press conference. He is aware that he made a mistake and somehow wants to make it up to Kusanagi. Our boy hoped he could train more people, but he didn't want to stand out this much. Yuka appears from behind and grabs his arm. She suggests he should just get used to it, since it's hard for the world to take its eyes off someone as special as him. He calls it troublesome and hopes he can avoid attention after this, at least at night. In a mysterious place, a man tied to a chair is asked a question. A guy holds his knife to the victim's throat and orders him to reveal everything, or he's dead. The red-haired guy is terrified. He's questioned about the Dark Mage, but tries to clarify that he has already told everything he knew. He shares that the Dark Mage is a young man who can cast powerful magic spells. The man cuts the red-haired guy with his knife and threatens him to reveal everything, or he's dead. The victim is terrified and begs for his life. Finally, he remembers something else. The red-haired guy shares that the police are constantly checking the Magic Academy to find out more about the Dark Mage, so there's a rumor that he might be a student. He swears he knows nothing else about the Dark Mage. The kidnapper believes his words, but says it's disappointing. The victim hopes he will be released, now that he has revealed everything. The mysterious man assures him he will be, but then kills him, and clarifies that he will be free from the dominion of life. The victim bleeds and dies. The mysterious four-eyed man gets angry when the blood splatters on him. He calls it filth and starts cleaning the blood. He managed to figure out that the Dark Mage might be a student. He gets excited and starts to smile maliciously. While imagining what the screams of a small child will be like, he hopes that the Dark Mage is waiting for him. Kusanagi lands on Shindo's, using a mask to hide his face. He defeats a monster and starts looking around. Our boy sees some children with a camera in hand. One of the children starts recording the dead monster that Kusanagi just killed, and both call it the work of the Dark Mage. One of them is a little frustrated, because he couldn't get there in time to film Kusanagi. Our boy hoped that the interest and the excitement of the people about the Dark Mage had already diminished, but he realizes he was completely wrong when he encounters how many people are looking for him even in residential areas. The police are also involved. He is happy that the police are handling monsters and disasters properly now compared to when he was reincarnated. He thinks that people no longer need the Dark Mage. Kusanagi notices something happening on the ground. Some thugs are cornering a defenseless man and demanding 10 million yen from him. They tell him to sell his organs if he can't pay. The man tries to defend himself and clarifies that he only has 200,000 yen, but the thugs start using their magic and call it interest on the loan. They try to teach him a lesson, and when they are about to attack him, Kusanagi intervenes and protects the man from the thugs. The defenseless young man uses this opportunity to escape. The thugs get angry and ask if he thinks he is some kind of cool hero. They try to fight Kusanagi, but he decides to teach them a lesson in pain, so they stop acting like this. They are defeated and apologize afterward. The men promise that they will not do anything to resist. The dark mage wonders why the police are not dealing with illegal mages. So far, the thugs recognize that it is the dark mage. They start talking about the rumors they heard. One of them mentions that the underground syndicates are after our boy. They become anxious about being in another gang's territory. Kusanagi hears them talking and asks about the organization. They become terrified and try to play dumb. The thugs say they know nothing while begging him to let them go. They promise that they will not tell anyone that they met him. The dark mage wonders how much they know, so he decides to let them go if they reveal everything. The thugs agree. One of them reveals that the Black Rebellion is a clandestine organization of mages who are hiding from the public. He comments that they are involved in all kinds of horrible crimes, like money laundering, control of the Yakuza, gangs, or mafia. The organization is behind all of this. The thugs say that the Black Rebellion even has connections with the media and politics, so they have the freedom to do whatever they want. The thugs smile awkwardly and tell him that it is the branch of the Black Rebellion nearby. They also came here hoping to get a job there. He hits them and starts to leave the suspicious alley. Kusanagi remembers that Sanada mentioned something about the increase in illegal activities. Finally, he managed to discover that the Black Rebellion is behind all of this. Our hero finds this interesting and feels a bit excited. He decides to leave the calamity and the increase of monsters to his student version and clean up the underworld whenever he goes out as the Dark Mage. He thinks he should start with the Keto branch first since it is the closest. Our boy arrives at the location and sees a crowd of men and women making suspicious deals. He is surprised by how lively the modern entertainment district seems. Kusanagi feels a bit irritated but moves on and starts to sense the magic. Around him, he can't tell which ones belong to the organization, since this time he's dealing with humans. Our boy decides to start by apprehending some criminals. While scouting for suspicious activity in the area, he finds two men selling drugs in a dark alley. They notice him and prepare to attack, but the protagonist gives them a thorough beating. He tries to get some information from them but barely learns anything. He decides to report them to the police so they can take care of the rest. He beats up a few more men and discovers that the organization is gathering at a place called the Western. The man assures him that he's telling the truth and hopes he can leave now that he is revealed all the information he had to offer. Kusanagi knocks him out and leaves, hoping the information he obtained is correct. At the Western bar, a beautiful woman with purple hair walks in and takes a seat near the bartender. He asks what she'll be ordering. She slides him some money, hoping he can provide some information. He takes it and lets her speak. The mysterious girl questions the bartender about the Black Rebellion's hideout. The bartender says she's asking the wrong question. She gets a little worried. He corrects her and says she should be asking what's going to happen to her next. The purple-haired girl realizes it's a trap. She looks behind her and sees several thugs getting up. One of them knew someone was snooping around but didn't expect it to be a beautiful woman. She realizes she's made a huge mistake by believing false information. The thugs attack, but one of them orders them to keep her alive. The cornered girl fights back, hoping to save her life. She doesn't waste a second and runs towards the exit, but she's hit by fire magic from behind. The woman falls and gets injured. The thugs like her feisty attitude and decide to have some fun with her beautiful body. She becomes hopeless and apologizes to her brother in her heart for not being able to do more. As a thug is about to grab her, the protagonist enters the bar, surprising everyone. He completely ignores what's happening and goes straight to the bartender. Our boy asks if the members of the Black Rebellion are in this bar. A thug approaches him from behind and asks if the protagonist is aware of the situation he just walked into. He tries to attack while hurling insults, but gets a punch in the face from our boy. The thug is sent flying and hits the club's wall. He struggles to get up and loses consciousness. The other thugs and the girl are all left speechless, their jaws dropping completely. The purple-haired woman knows that no ordinary human can hit someone with so much force. She doesn't understand how he did it. The girl wonders if he used some kind of magic, but she also didn't hear him chant anything. She wonders who he is. Kusanagi is happy that the information wasn't completely useless, as he managed to find many low-level mage thugs at the Western Club. He calls the Black Rebellion thugs a pathetic sight for ganging up on a woman, continuing to insult them. The thugs are terrified but try to stay calm, since they still have the numerical advantage. One of them orders everyone to join in, against the protagonist, since he's all alone. Believing they can win if they attack together, the thugs begin to launch various fire attacks, but our boy tries to hold back and just dodges. The purple-haired woman doubts he can win, as their numbers are a great advantage, especially since they are fighting in an enclosed environment. She assumes he can't cast strong spells, which means there's no chance for him to win. The girl shouts and warns the protagonist to just run away. Just as he's about to be attacked, the protagonist loses his patience and dodges everything quickly to get closer to the thugs. He gets close to them and starts brawling. Our boy defeats them all one by one and knocks every single one of them out in a few seconds. The purple-haired woman is left speechless. She couldn't keep up with what happened because the boy moved extremely fast. She wonders if he used some kind of magic. The criminal starts to cry and questions who he really is. He demands answers, so Kael replies that he is the Black Mage, the man who will destroy the Black Rebellion gang. He knocks out the last guy as well and walks toward the girl. She is still in shock at the speed with which he destroyed everyone, and wonders if he is some kind of elite or legendary mage. Kael approaches, and she notices he looks like a high school student. She says his eyes are striking. He gets a little worried and asks if she's all right. He discovers that she isn't hurt, but she has a confused expression. The girl assures him that she's fine. He walks towards the bartender, hiding behind the counter. Kael demands information about the Black Rebellion, but the bartender rejects his request, afraid they'll hunt him down if he reveals anything. Our boy throws a powerful punch and shatters the counter. To intimidate the bartender, he demands information again and makes it clear that this is the last chance he's giving him. The bartender is terrified and decides to reveal everything to save himself from Kael. He shares that the Black Rebellion's base is actually in Tokyo, with branches everywhere, even beyond Kabukicho. He heard that the head of the Kabukicho branch is not a person to be messed with. The gang leader is a mage, and he has a lot of influence in the underworld. Some people even say he's controlling Japan from the shadows. Kael asks about the branch, but the bartender swears he knows nothing about it. He explains that low-level guys like him only get the bad jobs and know nothing about the branch's location. Our protagonist is a little disappointed because he's back to square one again. He decides to find more illegal mages to gather information about the branch. As he's about to leave, the woman stops him and expresses her gratitude. Since he saved her life, she can't imagine the horrible things that would have happened if he hadn't been there. He reassures her not to worry, as he was just passing by. He believes it's her fault for putting herself in such a dangerous situation since she got involved. She calls him harsh, and he agrees, but says he's only harsh with adults. The woman presumes he's planning to look for the Black Rebellion. She's curious and asks what he intends to do when he finally finds the gang. With a cold expression, he replies that he will destroy it. She's a little shocked to see how serious he is. She realizes he wants to completely destroy the gang, but doubts he can do it alone, even if he is strong. She knows she can't do it alone either, so she decides to make a proposition. The woman asks our boy if he wants to join her. She confidently shares that she's a detective with greater access to valuable information and has many connections as well. She is aware that she doesn't have the strength he possesses. The woman is a little shocked to learn that the Black Mage is much more powerful than anything she'd heard in the rumors. She believes she can achieve her goals as well, if she can somehow team up with him. Kael understands and questions if she's demanding his strength in exchange for her valuable information. The woman confirms that he is correct and believes it's the perfect partnership. She holds out her hand and asks for his cooperation. He is aware that he desperately needs information, but he ponders if she is trustworthy. He thinks it's okay since he can simply ditch her if things don't go as planned. He agrees and shakes her hand, deciding to team up with the woman. She seals the deal and introduces herself as Leona. Our boy just shares that he is the Black Mage. She says that's a bit of a mouthful, and wonders why he doesn't have a shorter name. He gives the girl permission to call him whatever she wants, so she decides to call him Chrono. He agrees to Chrono. He then asks why the thugs were after her. She shares that her goal was to somehow find the Black Rebellion's hideout. He calls her stupid for being so reckless. She thinks they're both in the same boat, but he informs her that he can protect himself adequately. She admits she has many weaknesses but saw no other choice, since no one dares to go against the Black Rebellion. Leona explains that currently, the rebel mages are doing whatever they want in Cape Quito without any consequences. Since the police are busy dealing with calamities, Kusanagi remembers that Sanada explained this earlier. He realizes that she is in a difficult situation. Leona tries to stay calm and reveals that her younger brother was attacked by the rebel mages. Ever since their parents died, she has had to take care of her brother alone. She worked hard to provide a good life for her little brother. She knows she couldn't give him enough time and attention, which probably made him lonely, but her little brother never complained about it. She recalls that one day, some robbers broke into her house out of nowhere. Unfortunately, her brother saw the criminals, so they tried to take his life. Her expression changes. He asks if her brother survived. She says that he was injured and hasn't regained consciousness since that day. He knows that not even sacred magic is enough to wake someone from a coma. She gets frustrated and tells him that the doctors have no idea when he might wake up. Her brother is only 9 years old. She believes he deserved a normal life. Leona recalls that the guys behind all this were henchmen of the Black Rebellion. She managed to find and arrest all of them, but she won't be satisfied until the entire gang is destroyed. He asks if her goal is just revenge, but she says he's wrong and declares with determination that she wants to set things right so no one has to go through what she went through. She is aware that she doesn't have the strength to do it, but she believes that he definitely can take on the Black Rebellion gang. Kusanagi assumes her story is true, but wonders if she brought it all up just to stop him from betraying her in the future. He calls her a strong woman for her actions, but smirks as he enjoys desperate women. He warns her not to drag him down with her, but she assures him that she has already located many potential hideouts, so he shouldn't underestimate her information network. She simply has too many on her list and thinks they might even be from the Yakuza or the Mafia. This is why she was trying to proceed with caution. He demands information on the hideout locations. She asks about his plan. The boy replies that he's just going to pay them a visit. She warns him about how dangerous it is, and doubts he can avoid being killed, even with his great strength. He assures her it's fine, since he is the legendary Black Mage. She decides to give him the information but says she will go with him. He warns her about the danger, but she is determined to go, even if it gets her killed. He asks what her brother will do if she loses her life. She thinks it's okay, because he will receive the insurance money if she dies. He calls the money useless and advises her to never say such a thing again, as family is the most important thing. She doubts he can understand how weak she feels, since he holds all the power. She shares, frustratingly, how horrible it is to live a good life only to be oppressed by pathetic lowlifes like gang members. Even when people like her are cornered, they don't have enough power to fight back. She wonders why her brother had to go through something like that despite being completely innocent. She starts to cry and falls silent. He begins to move, so she asks what he is trying to do. He demands the locations of the hideouts and assures her that the gang members will pay for their crimes. She stops crying and finally brightens up. She gives him the information but thinks it will be difficult to get to all the places on foot. He tells her not to worry about it and holds her from behind. Our boy asks her to hold on tight. She starts blushing uncontrollably. In a random building full of gang members, a man walks towards the window out of curiosity. Another thug asks what the problem is. Suddenly, the window shatters, and Kusanagi lands inside the room with Leona in his arms. He kicks one of the bandits by the window, surprising everyone. The gang is shocked to see one of their members taken down. Kael wonders if this is the true hideout of the Black Rebellion. Leona tries to calm herself down, but feels extremely anxious, thinking she was about to die. The bandits demand answers, questioning who they are. They grab their weapons and prepare to kill the protagonist. He remains unfazed and notes that the Yakuza hasn't changed much compared to his past life. The boss steps forward with a cigar in his hands. He asks who the protagonist is. He replies that he is the Black Mage. The boss becomes furious and orders everyone to attack the protagonist. He advises Leona to stay close. A bandit attacks with a sword, but our boy remains fearless. The bandit is shocked when his sword is cut in half. He doesn't understand what is happening. A few other bandits approach him from behind and start shooting. Kael raises his magic barrier and deflects everything with ease. The bandits feel hopeless as they realize that guns and swords are completely useless. They start calling the Black Mage a monster, but he ignores them and approaches the leader. He asks once more to confirm if the guy is really the boss. He also questions if their group has any connection with the rebellion. Black. The boss starts to tremble and falls silent for a second, but then yells at Kael and insults him. He makes it clear that the Black Mage will not get away unscathed. He warns the protagonist not to underestimate the Yakuza like that. The gang starts shooting and attacking again, but Kael remains unfazed and calls them stubborn for not understanding. Leona thinks he shouldn't expect any cooperation from these people. She doesn't understand how they are still unharmed after so many attacks. He realizes that none of them are true mages, so he assumes they have no ties to the Black Rebellion. Kael decides to clean up the whole mess. The boss warns him that he messed with the wrong people, but our boy doesn't let him finish and lunges forward to deliver a kick. He gives them a beating and sends them flying with just one kick. The Yakuza finally give up. Leona is shocked that it ended so quickly. Our boy is annoyed that they haven't learned anything, so he decides to move to the next location. Leona learns just how strong the Black Mage truly is. She begins to believe that he might be enough to destroy the Black Rebellion once and for all. He grabs the woman and holds her in his arms. She gets anxious as she realizes they are about to leave again. He jumps out the window while carrying her. She screams in fear and begs him to stop, but he continues to press forward. They arrive at their next destination and make a grand entrance through the window, once again. In just a few seconds, our boy defeats the entire gang. Everyone bows to him and begs for mercy. Once outside again, he wonders why they keep getting attacked all the time. He calls the Yakuza completely stupid. She agrees with him, but clarifies that no gang member will ever listen to him. A frustrated Leona asks him to stop breaking in through windows all the time. She thinks they are just ambushing the Yakuza at this point, but she has had enough of all the flying. He understands her, and shares that he hasn't followed any rules since they are dealing with the Yakuza. She calls him illogical, so he decides to agree with her and follow the rules this time. They both arrive at another location and knock on the door. A bald guy appears and asks who they are. The boy says he is here to learn about the Black Rebellion. The bald guy slams the door and orders them to get lost. Kael gets irritated and kicks the door open. The gang members become alert and ask if they are being invaded by a single man. They order him to reveal which clan he belongs to, but Kael clarifies that he is just here to learn more about the Black Rebellion. The bald guy loses his patience and rushes forward to throw a punch. Our boy was hoping they could talk peacefully at first, but with no other choice he fights back and easily takes down the bald guy. The other gang members are left stunned. Caden ignores the henchman and tries to find the boss himself when a man named Ashworth steps forward and reveals he is the leader. He asks why our boy burst in like that. Caden gets straight to the point and asks if they have any connection to the Black Rebellion. The boss understands his question, but his henchmen find it disrespectful and draw their weapons to fight our boy. Ashworth orders his men to stop. They try to argue, but he makes it clear that they can't handle someone like him. He decides to answer the question and reveals that he has no connection with an organization. As pathetic as the Black Rebellion, he clarifies that honor is very important to his clan. The protagonist asks about their hideout. Ashworth asks if he will leave. Once he gets the location, Caden promises he will. Leona and our boy then sit down face to face with Ashworth. The gang of thugs surrounds them. She feels anxious, wondering how she got dragged into such a situation. Ashworth introduces himself again, so Caden also reveals that he is Kronos. Leona also introduces herself. The boss points to a map and explains that the hideout of the Black Rebellion is somewhere near where he is pointing. He ends the conversation and assures them he doesn't know any more details. Caden checks and finds out that it's the same location Leona suggested. He realizes that they would have eventually found the hideout if they had just kept searching for it. He finally recognizes that she is far more reliable than he expected. Caden asks the old man if he is sure about sharing such information. Since they are in the same line of work, Ashworth clarifies that is not the case and reveals that they are actually enemies. He assures our boy that his clan is not so low and pathetic as to go around harming respectable people. Caden wonders why he was attacked at first, but the old man believes he doesn't look respectable for breaking into Yakuza offices. Ashworth tells him that his clan has rules and principles, so there is no need to compare them with scum, like the Black Rebellion. He is surprised to find a Yakuza like Ashworth in this day and age. He decides to leave as promised, since he has achieved his goal. As he is about to leave, Ashworth asks if he intends to confront the Black Rebellion. He warns our boy that they have influential individuals who control the country on their side, so it will not be easy. Caden grabs the woman and assures the old man that he has faced many opponents like them before then. He flies off. With Leona in his arms, the old man watches from behind and praises his fearless demeanor. He believes that the boy might just be able to take down the Black Rebellion. Meanwhile, in a random warehouse, some men gather to make a deal for a weapon. A special one. One of the henchmen checks the quality and assures the boss that it is good. The red-haired guy orders his men to deliver the money. Some mysterious guys in black suits take it, and one of them shakes the red-haired guy's hand. As they seal the deal, the man in the suit calls Japan incredible for being so kind to criminals, and the other guy confirms that it really is the best country. As they are laughing, Caden crashes through the window with Leona in his arms. The men are shocked, but they all draw their magic circles and weapons without a moment's hesitation. Caden realizes that he has finally found the gang he was looking for. He uses magical perception and discovers that all the men from the Black Rebellion are mages, while the Mafia group also has a few mages among them. Nearby, Leona hides behind a container and takes out her phone to record everything. The red-haired guy questions who Kusanagi is. Our boy is tired of hearing the same thing over and over. He replies that he is the Black Mage and plans to destroy the Black Rebellion. The men are confused upon hearing his words. They start laughing uncontrollably, as they doubt a boy like him can do anything alone. He ignores their laughter and launches a massive fire attack. Some of them are sent flying, and he makes it clear that he's determined to take down the entire gang. The men become furious and start launching multiple magical attacks without holding back. Our boy easily deflects everything with his barrier. He knows they won't try anything higher than level 2 magic, as it would destroy the warehouse. He thinks about using combat spells, but he realizes it will be useless, since he's dealing with a large number of men. The henchmen are surprised to see that their attacks had no effect. The bullets also turn out to be useless. They begin to wonder why he is still unharmed, since they have never seen such magic before. Kusanagi is disappointed. He knows he's barely even using his magic. He finds their panic amusing. The guy in the suit suddenly remembers something. He still has that special weapon he brought earlier. They suddenly become confident and warn our boy not to get so cocky. Kusanagi notices the change in their behavior as the men start putting on masks and pull out the special weapon. He realizes what it is and quickly orders Leona to run outside. She hears him and gets out. The thug then launches a gas bomb, but our boy uses his magic to stop it mid-air. It explodes and a poisonous gas leaks out. The men doubt he can possibly survive. They believe that no matter how strong he is, this is the end. They think the game is over and feel relieved that the black mage has dropped dead. They start to advance to check his dead face. When the smoke finally clears, they are shocked to see the boy emerge unharmed. Once again, the gang members find it hard to believe and question how he is still alive. He explains that no magic can save someone from poisonous gas, but in the end, it's just gas, so he can simply use his wind magic to circulate the air around him. He calls their plan stupid and makes it clear to them that a mage, as powerful as him, won't fall so easily. The men are terrified and try to call for reinforcements, but no one answers. Kusanagi tells them it's useless. He has already taken care of it. He reveals that he has destroyed all their hideouts, so they are the only ones left. Kusanagi tells them to get ready and then beats them all down. He feels satisfied after completely destroying the Cape Quito branch of the Black Rebellion. He decides to go look for Leona, but our boy suddenly senses someone behind him. A man emerges from the shadows, holding Leona hostage. He expresses his surprise that the protagonist managed to take care of everyone all by himself. He admits it's impressive and smirks, sharing that he looks forward to negotiating with the Black Mage. Just then, Minato, also known as the Black Mage, finishes defeating the members of the Black Rebellion organization and neutralizing the poisonous gas. He rushes towards the warehouse exit to check on Leona, only to find her held hostage by an evil mage. The perpetrator demands that Minato negotiate for her release. Minato quickly assesses the situation. He notes that the distance between them is too great for him to reach them in time, even with combat magic, unless he can exploit an opening. Just as he prepares to activate a first-level spell to force the attacker to drop the knife, the man senses it and warns him not to try anything foolish if he values Leona's life. Surprised that his opponent could perceive his magic, Minato recognizes him as a worthy adversary and even mentally praises his skill. From what Minato observes, he suspects the man is suppressing his full power, but estimates his magic level to be around 40,000, marking him as a high-level mage. Meanwhile, Leona tries to apologize to Minato, whom she also calls Chrono, but he reassures her, saying he will save her. Annoyed at being ignored, the aggressor threatens to actually kill Leona if Minato doesn't take him seriously. Minato eases the tension by agreeing not to make any sudden moves. Satisfied, the attacker introduces himself as Kaga, the head of the Kabukicho branch of the Black Rebellion. He reveals his mission was to investigate the Black Mage, either to recruit or eliminate him. Kaga admits to having tortured individuals associated with the Black Mage, only to be disappointed to find that the person he was hunting is a boy who plans to dismantle the Black Rebellion's branch. Frustrated, Kaga tightens his grip on the knife and accidentally cuts Leona's neck. Realizing what he's done, he apologizes, not out of remorse, but because he got carried away while handling his weapon. He even takes a moment to admire the sight of her blood dripping from the blade. After witnessing Kaga's unstable behavior, Minato asks for his terms of negotiation. Kaga, momentarily forgetting, then declares that he prefers to torture and kill Minato in exchange for Leona's life. If Minato refuses and tries to escape, he promises to kill her instead. With that, he forces Minato to choose between his life and Leona's. Without hesitation, Minato agrees to endure the torture. Delighted by his determination, Kaga taunts Leona, asking if she finds Minato's courage admirable. Internally, Minato knows that no attack will work on him due to his magic barrier, so agreeing to the torture is his best option. However, Kaga demands that he disable the barrier, claiming his suffering will be meaningless otherwise. This revelation surprises Leona, who now understands how Minato was able to block attacks. Until now, she worries about what might happen if he actually lowers his defenses. Minato, on the other hand, is shocked to realize that Kaga is aware of his barrier and recognizes his mistake in using it so openly before. Despite the risk, he deactivates it and asks if Kaga is satisfied. Without hesitation, Kaga casts a first-level lightning spell, aiming for Minato's vital points. Leona begs him to stop, but Kaga, caught up in his sadistic pleasure, refuses. After one relentless attack, Minato pretends to be unconscious, while Leona blames herself for being too weak to help. Seeing an opportunity, Kaga prepares for another attack while taunting her. Determined to protect Minato, Leona tries to interrupt Kaga's spell, but he quickly sees through her plan. After knocking her down, he belittles her, calling her a weakling who doesn't know her place. He even blames her presence for Minato's downfall, and he prepares to finish her off, savoring the thought of watching her die in despair. At the last second, Minato springs to life and lands a devastating blow on Kaga, disfiguring his face. In shock, Leona asks how he survived the attack after deactivating his barrier. Minato explains that he secretly kept one small, hidden barrier just before the attack hit him, making it seem like he had completely lowered his defenses. Amused by his cunning, Leona laughs nervously, commenting that only Minato could pull off such a trick. With the immediate threat neutralized, Minato heals Leona's wound with light magic, assuring her that she is safe. Feeling immense relief, Leona silently thanks her lucky stars for having the Black Mage on her side. However, Kaga, now with a magically reconstructed face, gets up again, enraged by their arrogance. Impressed that Kaga didn't pass out from his speed-based combat magic, Minato remains on high alert. Realizing that mere torture is not enough for someone like Kaelen, Kagan decides to burn them to death, both him and Leona. As Kagan prepares for a powerful fire-based attack, Kaelen finally understands the full extent of his opponent's power. He realizes Kagan has been holding back the entire time, as the intensity of his magic level continues to climb once the spell's seals are complete. Kagan unleashes a level 4 spell composed of fire and lightning, Fire Spark, directly at Kaelen and Leona. Moments before the attack strikes them, Leona panics, convinced that Kaelen won't be able to block it. Kaelen, however, remains calm and only activates his magic barrier when the fire gets dangerously close. To Leona's surprise, a first-level defense spell completely nullifies a fourth-level attack with ease, leaving her in disbelief as she watches Kaelen effortlessly extinguish the fire. She feels an unexpected relief just by being beside him. The more she watches him, the more curious she becomes about the Dark Mage's true identity. Realizing his fire attack has failed, Kagan bursts into laughter. Praising Kaelen's strength, he admits that he knew fire magic wouldn't work against someone like him, but he still has a few tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, a still confused Leona asks Kaelen why Kagan's magic has not disappeared yet, since it should have already vanished. Kaelen explains that Kagan is using sustainable magic, which allows him to maintain his spell for longer by continuously replenishing it. He compares it to how he uses wind for flight magic. Annoyed by his long explanation, Leona reminds him there is no time for lectures, just as she warns him that the barrier might soon disappear. She realizes it is still intact and wonders how that is possible. Kaelen reassures her, saying that just like Kagan, he can also use sustainable magic, so there is nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Kagan panics. Sensing his hesitation, Leona bravely tells him to surrender while he still has the chance. Kagan feigns fear before dropping the act and resuming his attack. Acknowledging Kaelen's strength, he finally reveals his hidden trick, increasing the power of his sustainable fire spell around Kaelen's barrier. Suddenly, Leona starts to feel weak, her body heavy, and she struggles to breathe. Kagan explains that by surrounding the barrier with fire, he has burned all the oxygen inside. Without air, they will suffocate, and as the fire's temperature rises, not even Kaelen's barrier will hold forever. He offers Kaelen a choice: suffocate inside the barrier or burn outside of it. Kaelen, unimpressed, yawns. Frustrated, Kagan demands to know if he even understands the critical situation. Kaelen calmly assures him that he understands it better than he does. Kagan insists that regardless of Kaelen's abilities, Leona is already on the verge of death, and there is nothing he can do to save her. At that moment, Leona suddenly recovers her strength, confused by the sudden change. Kagan, equally shocked, watches in disbelief. Kaelen explains that, while fire magic can alter the atmosphere, it seems Kagan forgot that magic itself exists in the air. Kagan demands a clearer explanation. Kaelen elaborates on how magic barriers interact with atmospheric magic, then demonstrates by manipulating the wind around the room, suffocating the flames with air. Watching his plan fall apart, Kagan panics, lamenting his failure before he can pass out. Kaelen steps forward, refusing to let him escape into unconsciousness. He scoffs at Kagan's love for torture, then casts a spell, sending him to the dark zone. Kagan suddenly finds himself trapped in a void of absolute nothingness, without sound, without light, only an infinite darkness. Terrified, he screams for help, but no one answers. Meanwhile, Minato returns to Leona, who informs him that someone has already reported the warehouse to the police. Without wasting time, Minato gets up and leaves, ignoring her protests as they escape before the authorities arrive. Once they reach a safe vantage point, Leona finally accepts that the Cape Kit branch of the Black Rebellion has been destroyed. Minato, already thinking ahead, talks about clearing the next district, calling it Chrono. Leona asks if she can be his ally. Although she knows she lacks power and might slow him down, she offers her intelligence and connections to help him achieve his goals. After some hesitation, Minato admits he has a weakness for people's requests and finally agrees. To Leona's great joy, she promptly assures him that she will handle public relations and recruitment, so he won't have to worry about those tasks. A few hours later, the morning news reports on the warehouse incident, confirming that the members of the Black Rebellion have been arrested, with a dark mage credited for their capture. As the broadcast continues, an urgent news alert interrupts the program. It announces a video statement from an anti-illegal mage organization led by the Dark Mage. The statement is also being broadcast nationwide. When the video plays, a hooded figure, believed to be the Dark Mage, appears. The Dark Mage appears on screen, introducing his organization as Shadowbringer and proclaiming himself the Black Annihilator, dedicated to exterminating illegal mages associated with the Black Rebellion. Shortly after the introductions, he warns that from now on, he will not tolerate injustice, no matter who the perpetrator is. Watching the broadcast, a high-ranking member of the Black Rebellion becomes furious, angered by the mage's audacity. His partner, however, remains calm, dismissing the Dark Mage as insignificant and not worth worrying about. Reassured by his words, the enraged man composes himself and places his faith in his powerful, noble magic partner and the head of the Fuka family, Fukajin. After his heated encounter with the boss, Fukajin returns to his quarters and watches the news, where reporters are tearing into the magic nobility, criticizing their incompetence and disgraceful actions during press conferences. Despite their failure to handle the recent calamity, the Special Magic Unit proved to be much more effective, leading both the media and the public to question whether the magic nobles are even necessary. Enraged by the lack of respect, Jin smashes his teacup against the TV and orders the butler to call for show. As the butler hurries away, Jin seethes with rage, vowing to teach these commoners the consequences of mocking the so-called useless magic nobility. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the bustling streets of New York descend into chaos as monsters suddenly appear, attacking civilians. What was once a thriving metropolis becomes a scene of terror as people flee for their lives. Within minutes, the first responders arrive, relaying updates to their base as they try to contain the assault. Despite their efforts, the sheer number of monsters proves overwhelming. One officer holds the creatures at bay, while the other frantically calls for reinforcements from the S.M.A.T., only to find out that the calamity is spreading everywhere and that support won't be arriving anytime soon. Explosions rock the city, leaving hundreds dead and thousands injured. Amidst the destruction, a monstrous leader emerges, preparing to cast a pillar spell of level 5 fire, capable of engulfing the entire city in flames. Just before disaster strikes, a highly skilled noble magic user arrives, countering with a level 5 bubble water spell named Titanic. The nobleman identified as Toshiro Mizura, father of Yui and Kaoru, easily neutralizes the monstrous leader's attack before descending to the battlefield. The first responders, awestruck by his skills, are ordered to assist Toshiro in the containment efforts. Ignoring the crowd's admiration, Toshiro focuses solely on the battle, unleashing an even stronger water spell to subdue the monstrous leader. The overwhelming force of his magic eventually drowns the creature before it can retaliate, ending the battle in Toshiro's favor. With the battle won, the first responders eagerly surround Toshiro, praising his efforts. Ever the consummate professional, he dismisses their gratitude, insisting he was only doing his duty. Soon, the mayor of New York personally thanks him for minimizing the destruction as Toshiro prepares to return to Japan. Murmurs spread through the gathered crowd as skeptics mock the idea of a low-ranking Japanese nobleman acting so arrogantly, scoffing at Japan's weakened state. Toshiro, overhearing their words, chooses to ignore them. Instead, he turns his thoughts to the challenges awaiting him back home, his daughters joining, the Special Magic Unit, and Japan's declining reputation. Elsewhere, Yui, Kaoru, and their friend are recovering on the training grounds, still feeling the effects of the brutal sparring session with Minato Kusanagi. Complaining about how incredibly strong he is, Haka observes that Minato isn't even using his full strength. Before they can dwell on the unfairness of it all, Sanada and a group of trainees arrive, proposing a new strategy. If they all attack Minato together, they might stand a chance. Buoyed by their numbers, Yui rallies the squad, confident that not even Minato can withstand an assault from over 100 recruits. Unfortunately for them, Minato overhears their conversation. Suddenly appearing behind them, he casually asks if they would like to test their theory. Frozen with fear, Yui quickly denies everything, insisting they were just chatting. Unamused, Minato declares that their break is over and issues their next challenge, to defeat him using everything they have. Seizing the opportunity, the group launches an all-out assault, convinced that their overwhelming numbers will guarantee victory. Minato, however, barely lifts a finger, protecting himself with a basic level 1 barrier. When Yui arrogantly states that it won't be enough, he easily upgrades to a level 4 high magic barrier, leaving the trainees stunned. Determined to break through, they intensify their attacks, but Minato's defense absorbs every blow with ease. As frustration sets in, the team realizes just how frighteningly strong Minato truly is. When it's his turn to attack, Minato challenges them, effortlessly overpowering them all. Once the dust settles, the trainees are groaning in pain, scattered across the field in complete defeat. As the training session ends, Yui and Kaoru check their phones, and their expressions turn pale. Minato, noticing their reaction, asks what's wrong. Both sisters look at him, completely serious, and say that their father is back home in Japan. After leaving the training grounds, the Mizura sisters arrive at their family mansion for an important discussion. A brief, awkward silence fills the air before Toshiro finally speaks, asking about the special magic unit they recently joined. Yui confirms that they are, in fact, working with the unit. As the tension between them mounts, Toshiro encourages her to tell him more about the squad. Relieved at their strict father, they enthusiastically describe the squad's positive contributions to society, adding that their new friends are incredible people. Rika excitedly joins the conversation, boasting about how her magic power and spell levels have improved so much in such a short time, all thanks to Kaito Minato and the rest of the group. Intrigued by the praise for Kaito, Toshiro acknowledges the individual's exceptional abilities and his contributions to society. However, as he sips his tea, one of the girls makes a comparison between Kaito and their father, suggesting that Kaito could even rival a magic noble like him. Upon hearing this, Toshiro calmly places the cup back on its saucer and issues an abrupt order. They must leave the special magic squad immediately. Shocked, the sisters demand an explanation. Toshiro, maintaining his composure, explains that the reputation of the magic nobles is already in decline, which could have negative consequences for Japan. He insists that the magic nobles, not the special magic squad, are the backbone of the country. Therefore, their leader, Kaito, is causing more harm than good simply by existing. With that in mind, Toshiro forbids any future association with Kaito. Furious, the sisters protest, calling his reasoning ridiculous. Indifferent to their frustration, Toshiro orders them to obey as they always have, and turns to leave. Before he can go, Yuna, who has always followed her father's orders without question, firmly says no. For the first time, she declares that she will never abandon the special magic squad or Kaito, as she believes he has the power to change the world. She argues that while the nobles have grown complacent, the squad trains them relentlessly, preparing them for real battles. If their father had asked for cooperation, they would have gladly done so, but demanding obedience is a mistake. Upon hearing this, Toshiro coldly disowns her, forbidding her from ever calling herself a magic noble again. Rika stands ready to intervene, but watches as Yuna just nods and walks away without another word. Just before leaving, Yuna gives her father one last smile, telling him that from now on, she will simply be Yuna Mizura. He no longer needs to worry about her, staining the family name. As she leaves, Toshiro mutters something about Yuna's rebelliousness, and Rika warns him that she has changed. Hoping to keep at least one daughter by his side, Toshiro is once again disappointed when Rika follows Yuna's example, renouncing her noble status. Toshiro coldly repeats his verdict, telling her to never use the family name again. Rika happily accepts, thanks him for everything, and leaves, leaving him alone, muttering to himself. Now free from their father's authority, the sisters change out of their noble attire and into casual clothes, and head to a hotel, talking about their newfound freedom as they walk. Yuna asks Rika if she is really okay with leaving their family behind. Rika reassures her, saying that as the older sister, she would never leave Yuna alone. Touched by her words, Yuna smiles, and the two of them share a heartfelt hug. Their joy is short-lived, as they soon face difficulties trying to check into a hotel. After exhausting all their options, they resort to speaking with the manager, but their efforts are in vain. A full day of searching gets them nowhere. All the hotels, rental properties, and even internet cafes refuse to accept minors. Ruka could have lied about her age, but Yuka being so young made it impossible. Defeated, they settle into a small cafe to rest and have their drinks. Yuka laments how ironic it is that they have money from their team activities, but nowhere to spend it. As they talk, two drunk young men approach their table, trying to flirt with Yuka right in front of Ruka before the situation gets worse. Ruka glares at them and warns them to back off or face serious consequences. Realizing the danger, the men immediately apologize and flee. Once they're gone, Yuka smiles at her sister and suggests they have some fun. While they're stuck outside, when Ruka asks about their accommodation problem, Yuka insists they can figure it out later. Determined to make the most of their first night as independent sisters, they spend the evening shopping for clothes and stuffed animals, singing karaoke like carefree drunks, and simply having a good time. As night falls, reality sets back in, but Yuka expresses her gratitude to Ruka for making the night special. She admits that having Ruka by her side makes everything seem less scary. Accepting the compliment with a smile, Ruka reminds Yuka that they still need to find a place to stay, as they wonder who could host them. Yuka receives a text message from Minato. He awkwardly asks how to use the phone, claiming he's forgotten again. The sisters exchange a knowing glance before deciding to visit Minato, hoping he'll let them stay at his place for the time being. When they finally manage to visit Minato, the sisters ask if he will allow them to stay at his place for now. Before answering their question, Minato invites the Mizura sisters into the living room so they can discuss what happened. After hearing the whole story, he asks how they feel about their act of rebellion. The girls admit they were impulsive and immature. As Minato watches them, he realizes not only how much more honest they've become with themselves, but also how much closer they've grown as sisters. When they finish reflecting on the situation, Yuka apologizes for bothering Minato and asks again if they can stay with him since they have nowhere else to go. Minato pauses to consider the consequences of letting them stay. Since he has no romantic interest in either of them, he decides their presence isn't a problem and agrees to let them stay. Before they get too excited, he warns them that his apartment is small and not as luxurious as what they're used to. To his surprise, the girls don't mind. Instead, they joke around, chatting excitedly like children. Watching them, Minato makes an unintentional comment about how easily they adapt. This unexpectedly startles the girls. Suddenly, they find themselves lost in silly fantasies about living under the same roof as the strong and cool Kusanagi Minato. Yuka's imagination runs wild to the point her heart starts racing. With unfamiliar feelings, she forces herself to calm down. Ignoring their dazed state, Minato casually asks if they plan on showering before bed. The girls react instantly, acting as if he's some kind of pervert. Remaining unfazed, Minato repeats the question, and this time they answer calmly. Yuka goes first, leaving Minato and Ruka alone in the living room. As they talk, Minato praises their courage for leaving home, admitting he didn't expect it from them. Ruka agrees, saying she's as surprised as he is. It's the first time they've defied their father, who has always been strict and doesn't tolerate any form of independence. She expects that instead of changing his ways, he'll redouble his efforts to uphold his ideals. Minato reminds her that Tosharu has a very bad impression of their squad, so there's no telling what actions he might take against them in the future. Before Ruka can answer, Yuka steps out of the shower in her outfit to sleep and asks Rika to go next. Rika quickly gets up and takes the opportunity to have the most refreshing bath she's had all day. While she's gone, Yui starts to process the reality of being in his house, but Minato, unfazed, reassures her, saying that even though it's his first time having guests, he isn't worried. Yui sincerely thanks him for letting them stay. Minato says it's no big deal. She laughs, and when he asks what's so funny, she says she always knew he acts as if everything is normal, no matter the situation. Minato assures her that as long as they are part of his group, they will always be his friends, and he will never abandon them. Hearing this, Yui's heart begins to pound, but before she can dwell on it, Rika emerges from the shower looking elegant in her pajamas. Minato gets up to take his turn, leaving the sisters sitting in silence, processing everything that just happened. The next day, Minato meets with Shido, his handler, and receives the updated training schedule for his unit after their routine meeting. He informs Shido that Yui and Rika are now living with him. Shido, upon realizing that Minato is living with two girls, gets flustered and questions why he seems so nonchalant about it. Confused, he wonders if this kind of arrangement is normal among young people these days. Determined to teach Minato some common sense, Shido scolds him about how Japan doesn't practice polygamy and bombards him with half-truths about culture and tradition. As he leaves the office, Minato considers finding a bigger place to live. 3 people in his small apartment will be far too cramped. Before he leaves, he spots Tsunade training alone in the courtyard and decides to check on her. Calling out to her, he asks why she's still training. Tsunade explains that she feels like she's falling behind. Even though she has improved and can finally use offensive spells, she's still not satisfied. She tells Minato to stop being so formal with her, since she is his subordinate, and he quickly adjusts. Minato encourages her to try casting an offensive spell. When she hesitates, he reassures her that he'll offer guidance. Following his advice, Tsunade takes her stance and casts a spell. After watching her attempt, Minato praises her efforts and tells her to keep training. If she does, she'll become even stronger. Tsunade thanks him, but admits that she still feels weak, compared to the rest of the group. Minato reminds her not to underestimate herself, saying he's seen how hard she works. She then confesses that she only joined the police force, because being a holy mage is a rare skill. She doubts she'll ever be on par with her teammates because she believes she is the weakest. Realizing she's venting, she apologizes for burdening him with her insecurities. Minato, instead of brushing it off, asks why she chose the police force in the first place. Tsunade explains that her grandmother was a holy mage who saved many lives during past calamities. Inspired by her, she joined the force, hoping to follow in her footsteps. After sharing her story, she continues to doubt herself, saying she doesn't have any real goals or ambitions like everyone else, and that she isn't good at anything. Minato immediately corrects her, listing her strengths, her healing abilities, offensive magic, and her dedication to improving. He tells her that it doesn't matter why she chose this path. What matters is what she does with it. His words touch her deeply, and Tsunade realizes that the results of her training are already showing. Overcome with emotion, she starts to cry from relief and happiness. After composing herself, she apologizes for being such a pathetic adult, but Minato dismisses the idea, saying that age doesn't matter. Grateful for his encouragement, Tsunade begins to see Minato as her hero for repeatedly saving her from self-doubt. Later that night, Minato prepares to begin his secret mission as the Black Mage. Before leaving, he meets Leona. She informs him that she has gathered intelligence on the dark rumors surrounding the magic nobles. Impressed by her efforts, Minato asks Leona to share the information, but she insists that he must wear his Shadowbringer uniform first. After being turned down by the Black Mage, Leona reports her findings on illegal mages and dark magic organizations. She reveals that the magic nobles are allegedly involved in various criminal activities, including money laundering, through collusion and embezzlement. Some families, especially the Fugas, are supposedly linked directly to the Black Rebellion crime syndicate. Minato asks if she knows who leads the Black Rebellion. According to rumors, Leona says it's Kuroi Akudo, a former magic noble who was notorious before being publicly exiled. Upon hearing this, Minato finds the connection between the magic nobles and the Black Rebellion even more suspicious. However, Leona reminds him that there is no concrete evidence linking the Fugas or any other noble family to the syndicate. Since no one is talking and valuable information is scarce, she suspects that potential whistleblowers are being silenced. Knowing this, she warns Minato to be careful if he plans to investigate further. With their discussion concluded, Minato asks her to send all the information she has to his phone. When she asks about his next move, he simply says he is going out to deliver justice. Without another word, he leaps from the roof, contemplating the best way to punish the villains without mercy. After a few hours of delivering justice, the Black Mage returns home, resuming his life as Minato Kusanagi and relaxing with his new roommates, Wika and Ruka. The three of them sit in silence, each focused on their own tasks. With nothing else to do, Minato decides to research Itami Minato and the calamities from 50 years ago, now that he has learned to use a smartphone. After some searching, he discovers that Itami's story remains almost identical, but modern mages are portrayed with a much lower power level, which seems strange. Furthermore, he notices vague and incomplete records about the nobles, magical ancestors, with few mentions of their advanced magical abilities or training methods. Seeing this, Minato, who retains his memories as Itami, laments that if his magic tome still existed, mages would not have declined so much. Yuka mentions that no books or data on high-level magic training remain, almost as if someone had deliberately erased them. Minato speculates that the current head of Mizura might know something, but since information about the calamities is so scarce, arranging a meeting will be difficult for now. He racks his brain trying to understand what the calamities are and when they first appeared on Earth, but no clear answer emerges. Yuka notices his frustration but chooses to ignore it, and continues her work. The next day, while the special magic unit is training, Minato and his team receive an urgent report about a detected calamity and are immediately ordered to respond. They rush to the scene, only to find Shu Fuga, son of Din Fuga, and his partner standing over the corpse of a calamity monster. Although confused, Minato maintains his composure as Shu berates them for arriving late, boasting about how he and his group handled the monster before they even arrived. When Shu notices Minato's serious expression, he assures him that no civilians were harmed, so he should just relax. He continues to brag about how things would have gone terribly wrong if he had not intervened, then arrogantly advises them to be more vigilant next time before walking away. Once he's gone, Yuna asks Mason what Sean's deal is, but Mason has no idea. In the following days, more calamities occur, and each time, Sean and his team arrive just before the Special Magic Squad, taking credit for the victory every time. Sean mocks them for being too slow, reinforcing his claims that the world still needs the magic nobles, and Yuna loses her patience when Sean insults her unit, calling them useless. After he leaves, she complains that this is the 5th time he has pulled this stunt, making it clear that something is happening behind the scenes. Around this time, Commander Shido informs them that they may have been sabotaged, since their intelligence reports are constantly delayed. As Mason can't sense calamities from afar, he struggles to think of a solution. Yuna throws a tantrum, pointing out that Sean always avoids fights whenever a demon-level boss appears. At a standstill, Sandra pulls out her phone and shows her teammates that the Phoenixes are receiving overwhelming online support. This is suspicious, considering they were heavily criticized not long ago. She also discovers that Jin Phoenix has called a press conference that is about to begin. Mason and the others gather to watch what he has to say. At the press conference, Jin thanks everyone for attending and states that the purpose of the meeting is to address the recent failures and disappointments of the Magic Nobles, particularly his son, Sean. In a surprising move, Jin takes a deep bow and publicly apologizes for Sean's shameful behavior. The reporters, who never expected a Magic Noble to apologize, are left speechless. Jin continues, taking responsibility for not having raised Sean properly and promising to make amends. At the same time, the media begins to discuss reports of Sean handling multiple disasters before the Special Magic Squad could arrive. Realizing his plan is working, Jin holds his ground and discusses the scarcity of competent magic nobles. However, he assures the public that they are implementing measures to solve the problem. As the conference goes viral online, half of the comments support the Phoenixes, which infuriates Yuna. She vents to her colleagues, questioning if all their hard work was in vain, only to be ridiculed by the public. Before she completely loses her cool, Mason encourages her to stay calm, reminding her that their mission remains the same, regardless of public opinion. He asks her to trust him to handle the situation. A few days after the conference, Commander Shido is summoned to a high-level meeting. His superior informs him that the Special Magic Squad is in jeopardy, as complaints against them continue to mount, due to the growing conflict with the Magic Nobles. When Shido tries to explain Sean's questionable actions, his superior dismisses his concerns, accusing him of antagonizing the Magic Nobles. He blames Shido for supporting the creation of the Special Magic Squad and for making enemies among the nobles, saying the consequences are entirely his fault. Shido then asks if there is any insight into why their operations are being obstructed. This time, his superior scolds him for suggesting sabotage, making it clear that the team's survival depends on improving public perception and mending relations with the Magic Nobles. If they fail, the Special Magic Squad will be shut down. Meanwhile, Jin Phoenix watches the events unfold, satisfied that everything is going according to plan. He knows the public, easily swayed by spectacle and manipulation, will believe anything he tells them. With public opinion on his side, Jin is confident he will soon crush the Special Magic Squad completely. After about a week of silence, Mason and his team sit on the school rooftop, complaining about their inactivity while having lunch. In a moment, Ruka recalls that the Fukas are dealing with the recent calamities, but then Ryo Katsuragi points out that there are infiltrators within the police department, sabotaging the special magic team. Minato agrees, explaining that some officers are directly connected to the magic nobles, and see the SMT as an obstacle to their plans. The ever-clueless Yuka asks how this is possible. Minato explains that their actions must have impacted the magic nobles' reputation negatively. Internally, he knows there is a connection between the nobles and the Black Rebellion, which means the SMT gaining public support is highly inconvenient for them. Frustrated, Yuka vents blaming the magic nobles for their incompetence and arguing that they should work harder to fix their reputation. After she calms down, she wonders if her father is involved, but Ruka reassures her, saying she doubts it. At that moment, Minato finishes his lunch, stands up and tells the group they are going to the Mizuru residence to find out for themselves. The sisters hesitate, arguing that they are not on good terms with their father. Minato says they can stay behind if they want, but unable to resist. They agree to tag along. A short time later, the team arrives at the Mizuru estate and is greeted by two guards at the gate. After introducing themselves, they are immediately sent away. When Yuka and Ruka ask for an exception, the guards inform them that the master has forbidden his daughters, who were disowned, from entering the premises. Just as the sisters admit defeat, Minato steps forward, introducing himself as the captain of the SMT, and says he has questions for Toshiru. The guards instruct him to schedule a meeting, but Minato insists he just needs to ask a few questions. Frustrated, he considers forcing his way in, but before he can, Toshiru himself arrives. After assessing the situation, he allows them to enter. As they walk to the meeting room, Minato makes a playful remark about Toshiru's youthful appearance, asking if he is the sister's brother. The girls quickly correct him, stating that despite his looks, he is their father. Once seated, Toshiru begins the meeting by accusing Minato of leading his daughters astray. Minato retorts by pointing out that blaming someone else for your children's independence is a bad habit for parents. He then asks Toshiru why he is not proud of his daughters for maturing. Toshiru watches silently, realizing that Minato is not here to play games. Without further delay, Minato gets straight to the point and asks if Toshiru is putting pressure on the special magic team. Toshiru denies any involvement, stating that magic nobles rarely cooperate, which means Fuka is acting independently. After Toshiru comments on Minato's determination, he acknowledges Minato's reputation as a student with the power of a noble and a hero who has stopped multiple calamities. Skeptical of these claims, he challenges Minato to a test of strength. Toshiru unleashes a massive blast of mana to showcase his power, and to his shock, Minato matches it effortlessly. The rest of the team, including the sisters, are left trembling under the overwhelming magical pressure. Once the display ends, Toshiru praises Minato for being able to match his power. Minato dismisses it as basic magic control, but notes that Toshiru held back significantly. Impressed by Minato's sharp observation, Toshiru acknowledges his insight. Minato then asks why modern mages are weaker compared to the past. Toshiru questions the basis of his question, and when Minato references the events of 50 years ago, Toshiru claims that mages were deliberately weakened for containment and regulation. Confused, Minato asks for a further explanation, but Toshiru cryptically replies that he will understand soon enough. He then states that magic nobles are necessary, leading Minato to question if the Fuka family is also necessary. Toshiru remains silent. With no more answers forthcoming, Minato stands up, thanks Toshiru for his time, and ends the meeting before leaving. The others mention that they are still having difficulty moving due to the mana pressure from before. Minato helps them to their feet, and upon leaving, he tells Toshiru that he is grateful for not having to expose any corruption within his family. If he had, Minato would have acted differently. As a final remark, Minato tells Toshiru that his daughters are important friends to him. When Toshiru asks what he means, Minato simply walks away without answering. A few days later, the special magic team finally receives their new uniforms, made from an anti-monster material resistant to most magic. Shido announces that they can now operate at full capacity with the preparations complete. Minato gathers his team and says it's time to settle the score with the Fuka family. Meanwhile, at the Fuka mansion, Jin Fuka and his son, Shu, celebrate the imminent downfall of the special magic team. Jin boasts that with the help of the Black Rebellion, he will soon take control of Japan. Their celebration is abruptly interrupted when men in suits from the police force enter the room, ordering everyone to stop. The commotion is broadcast live, with a news reporter covering the shocking arrest of a magic noble, hovering in a helicopter at eye level, with Jin. The reporter announces to the public that this is the first time a noble has been accused in such a manner. The police arrest Gin on charges of bribery, intimidation, and abuse of special authority, informing him that his property is being searched. Furious, Jin protests that a noble should not be treated like a common criminal, and demands to see the evidence. At that moment, the special magic team arrives on the scene. Minato steps forward, holding his phone, and calmly informs Jin that they have all the proof they need. Jin's son, Shu, immediately recognizes the man, presenting the evidence as Kusanagi Minato of the SMT, and demands to know why he is there. His father, Gin, dismisses the evidence, claiming it is fake. In response, Minato shows images on his phone, displaying irrefutable proof of Jin, involved in bribery with Luyo, dealing with illegal mages, and even conspiracy to commit murder. Seeing this, Jin becomes defensive and accuses Minato of fabricating the evidence. To refute his claim, Minato displays a video showing Jin and Shu refusing to help stop a small-scale calamity that was endangering civilians. He then asks if Jin will also call the video a forgery. Realizing he has been caught, Jin explodes with fury, demanding to know who dared to spy on him. His butler steps forward, confessing that he was the one who betrayed him. Furious, Jin grabs the butler by the neck, cursing and demanding to know why he would betray the man who fed and clothed him for years. It turns out, the butler had secretly met with the Dark Mage, who confronted him about his loyalty. The Dark Mage challenged him, asking if his duty was to stand by and watch as the family he served grew more corrupt. Speechless, the butler was given a choice: continue serving corruption, or do what was right. Now, standing before his master, the butler declares that Jin is not fit to be a magic noble and must be removed. Jin, seething with rage, conjures several magic circles and threatens to kill everyone in the room. Before he can act, Minato shatters the circles and blasts one hole in the wall, making it clear that there is no escape for a corrupt noble like him. Jin laments the fall of everything he built, but Minato coldly reminds him that he brought this upon himself. As a last act of desperation, Jim boasts about an overseas base he prepared for situations like this, claiming that once he escapes, he will be untouchable. But before fleeing, he declares that he will kill anyone who tries to capture him. His son and his henchmen unleash a barrage of magic attacks on the police, but Minato protects the officers with a barrier. He orders them to stand back while the special magic squad handles the situation. Minato then fires another blast, blasting a second hole through the wall. This time the news helicopter hovering outside captures the event live. The reporters announce that the Falk family is actively resisting arrest, raising serious questions about the role of magical nobles in society. With the public now watching in shock, the reporter asks the citizens if they can still trust the magical nobles to protect them. However, she quickly reassures them, saying that Japan still has the SMT and its leader Minato Kusanagi to fight for justice outside the mansion. The Falks and the SMT prepare for battle as Minato faces off against Jin, while Sho and his henchmen confront the rest of the team before the fight even begins. Sho scoffs at the SMT, asking if they believe they can win while being so outnumbered. Unlike the idle nobles, Yuka responds that their squad is already busy handling other calamities elsewhere. Furious, Sho promises not to hold back and threatens to kill them all. Yuka calls him a disgrace to the magical nobles and declares they will never forgive him for his crimes against the people. As the battle begins, Jin taunts Minato, asking if he truly thinks he can defeat a magical noble. Minato replies that there is no reason he would lose to a weakling like him. Enraged, Jin fires a powerful plasma beam at the news helicopter, attempting to silence the media. Minato blocks the attack with a barrier and rebukes Jin for stooping so low. An unfazed Jin replies that as long as he profits, he does not care how low he has to go. This only deepens Minato's disgust. Meanwhile, Yukarika Sanada and their teammate gradually overpower the Falk henchmen. Seeing his men in trouble, Sho panics. He refuses to accept that magical nobles are losing to commoners and orders his men to unleash their strongest magical attacks, demanding they kill the SMT members at any cost. As the enemy prepares their most powerful spells, the Mizura sisters combine their magic to cast a level 6 Grand Water magic attack. Blast Current, the devastating spell overwhelms Sho and his henchmen in a single blow, leaving them defenseless at the mercy of the SMT. Defeated Sho falls to his knees and in a desperate bid for survival, calls his actions a momentary lapse in judgment. He promises to change and begs for forgiveness. Seeing through his deception, Yuka pretends to accept his apology the moment she and Rika turn their backs. Sho reveals his true colors, cursing them as bitches, and launching a surprise attack. However, the sisters swiftly anticipate his treachery. Countering and immobilizing him, they coldly ask if he truly believed they would forgive someone. With no intention of changing, with his last escape attempt foiled, Sho breaks down in tears. Minato, realizing his team has subdued the other Falks, turns his attention back to Gin and informs him that his so-called pride and joy has finally been defeated. Realizing his empire is crumbling before his very eyes, Jin finally gets serious about his fight with Minato after a brief exchange of glares. Jin attacks first, launching a level 1 aerial wind spell at Minato. Minato dodges effortlessly, as if it were nothing. Frustrated, Jin follows up with a level 2 wind spear attack to catch him by surprise, but again, Minato evades it with ease. Unwilling to give up, Jin unleashes a level 3 wind cutter, only for Minato to dodge it one more time. The reporter in the helicopter, broadcasting the fight live, marvels at the magical power Jin is demonstrating, but then starts to worry for Minato, as he asks the viewers if they think he will be able to withstand these relentless attacks. Determined to end the fight, Jin increases his magical output and casts a level 4 wind spell, creating a wormhole that threatens to suck in everything nearby. When Minato dodges once more, Jin amplifies the spell, transforming it into a massive level 5 typhoon, powerful enough to destroy everything in its path. Around this time, Minato's team, fully aware of how dangerous the attack is, urges him to call off the fight and capture Jin at another time. Ignoring their pleas, Minato conjures a 4-layered magic barrier, and successfully dispels the typhoon before it even touches him. Luka is stunned, struggling to believe that her leader just blocked such a devastating spell, while Ryud, already familiar with Minato's daring nature, watches in admiration. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live broadcast are left in awe, finally, understanding the immense power of the magic nobles, especially after witnessing Jin cast a level 5 spell with ease. However, the real shock comes when they see Minato counterattack effortlessly. As the fight continues, the reporter keeps the audience engaged with his commentary. During a brief pause, Jin grows suspicious of Minato's lack of offensive spells and wonders if he is just stalling. Time for reinforcements to arrive. To confirm his theory, Jin taunts Minato, asking why he's holding back. Minato smiles and replies that he's just trying not to end the fight too quickly, wanting to have a little more fun. Spurred on by Minato's confidence, Jin decides to show his full power. He claims that his current magical power is around 200,000 mana points, and warns Minato not to be scared when he realizes the difference in their strength. Upon hearing this, the SMT members scoff, convinced that Jin must be lying. After all, even a mage with 100,000 mana points is rare in Japan. Worried, Luka and her sister consider intervening, but Minato gives them a sharp look, signaling for them to stay out of the fight. The trio quickly understands and holds back. Jin, noticing their hesitation, laughs and warns that if they had gotten any closer, he would have killed them, without hesitation. With that, he summons 5 powerful magic circles, and finally unleashes the immense power he had been suppressing. His entire body glows with an overwhelming energy, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Watching in horror, the SMT members fear that Jin is going too far. Unfazed, Minato remains indifferent. Jin asks if he can comprehend the magnitude of his magic, but Minato doesn't answer. Instead, he watches silently. As Jin prepares to unleash a spell he calls Neo Magic, designed to destroy anything in its path. A green portal materializes high above, pulsing with growing intensity. For the first time since the fight began, Minato smiles, intrigued by this unknown spell. Upon summoning the portal, Jin takes the opportunity to explain his ultimate ability. He calls it atmospheric magic, and boasts that it can flatten a human in an instant, clearly amused. Minato challenges him to attack, intrigued by his arrogance. Jin intensifies the spell into a level 6 atmospheric magic incantation, called air pressure. The massive force distorts the surrounding air, making escape impossible. Minato holds his ground. As the magical vortex envelops him, Jin erupts in laughter, convinced that Minato has been crushed. Even the SMT members momentarily believed their leader was gone for more than a minute. Yuki and Haka call out for Minato desperately, hoping for a response. Just as they are about to accept his death, his voice cuts through the silence, making the sisters gasp in shock. Minato scolds them for declaring him dead so soon. An astonished Jin demands to know how he survived. Minato casually explains that he simply balanced the internal and external pressure to nullify the spell's effects, similar to how deep-sea creatures survive extreme ocean depths. Jin, still reeling, asks how Minato was able to use atmospheric magic, his signature spell. Minato smiles and says he simply watched and learned. Jin is bewildered, but Minato reminds him that, if he had not wasted time explaining his technique, he might have heard him. To mock him further, Minato uses sound magic to distort the pressure in Jin's ears, causing intense pain. Jin recoils, demanding to know what Minato did. Minato smirks and explains that sound magic, another application of wind magic, was used to increase the sound pressure around his ears, making him feel miserable. As the fight unfolds, Yuka finally begins to understand something crucial about Minato. Meanwhile, Jin, feeling completely humiliated, loses all restraint. He unleashes even more power, declaring that he will no longer hold back. He claims that his 200,000 mana points were just a warm-up. When he goes all out, his magic power will increase to 500,000 mana points. Shudu and the SMT members, feeling the surge of energy, realize that Jin is not bluffing this time. With the second round about to begin, Jin roars, ordering Minato to fall into despair as he prepares to unleash his most devastating attack. For a few seconds, Jin charges an overwhelming amount of magical energy, leaving the SMT members in shock. Even Ryue, who is usually unimpressed by opponents, admits that Jin is not someone they can handle. Shudu, realizing they underestimated the magic nobles, warns that Minato might not be able to win against such immense power. Jin, now at full strength, begins to boast about his strength. An uninterested Minato yawns, causing Jin to pause in confusion. The noble magician asks if Minato is too apathetic to comprehend his power, but Minato remains silent. Jin continues talking about his ultimate spell and finally fires a small, green atmospheric portal at Minato, who does not even flinch. Frustrated that his attack does not intimidate Minato, Jin intensifies his power, summoning 6 more green magic circles. The sheer energy radiating from them is enough to make the SMT members uneasy, as this is the first level 7 spell they have witnessed this year. With the tension mounting, Yuka chooses to believe in Minato, silently willing him to defeat Jin. With his ultimate spell complete, Jin scoffs at Minato, saying he should have attacked earlier while he was still charging. Now, he says, it is too late for regrets, and that despair is his only option. Annoyed, Minato asks if he is finally going to attack. Instead of answering, Jin continues his pointless speech before finally unleashing his most powerful spell, the level 7 atmospheric magic, Plasma Break. The sheer force of the spell destabilizes the helicopter, hovering above as the SMT members desperately try to find a way to counterattack. A desperate Luca wants to flee, but he stands firm. Jim gives Minato one last chance to escape, warning that if he doesn't, his friends will die. Unfazed, Minato accepts the challenge and prepares to fight back. Before the Plasma Break spell goes out of control, he invokes a level 4 spell, creating a core amethyst. Jim, mocking his choice, asks if he truly believes he can resist his magic with something so insignificant. As Jim laughs, Minato fires the amethyst crystal into the core of the Plasma Break. Awaiting the result, to everyone's shock, the Plasma Break is neutralized instantly. Jim, along with the SMT members, is paralyzed, trying to comprehend how his ultimate spell vanished so easily. Looking on in disbelief, Jim demands an explanation. Minato casually replies that wind magic is weak against earth magic. Since Plasma Break was a slow spell, it was easy to neutralize it with the amethyst crystal. He then insults Jim's ignorance, leaving the magic noble shaken by the realization. Still unable to understand what happened, Jim demands a more detailed explanation. Minato explains that although the core amethyst isn't particularly strong offensively, its high-density magic allows it to absorb opposing spells and attributes, neutralizing them even with a level difference. Jim, still in shock, asks why Minato knows such a ridiculous spell. Minato smiles and reveals that he created it just for fun. Hearing this, Jim completely breaks down, unable to believe that the spell he spent decades perfecting was defeated by something his opponent invented on a whim. With the fight effectively over, Minato advances, telling Jim to prepare for his punishment. Before Minato can do anything, however, Jim quickly surrenders, claiming his magic is depleted and he can't move. Minato assures him that he has no intention of hitting someone as pathetic as him. Instead, he prepares to flick him on the forehead, underestimating the strength behind it. Jim disregards the attack. The moment Minato unleashes the flick, however, Jim is sent flying several meters back, instantly fainting from the impact. The SMT members watch in stunned silence, questioning if their leader is even human. With Jim incapacitated, the police move in to arrest him. Meanwhile, the news reporter in the helicopter announces the historic defeat of a magic noble at the hands of SMT, Captain Minato Kusanagi. The country erupts in celebration, with citizens singing Minato's praises. After the battle, the SMT members gather around Minato, congratulating him for finally taking down Jim. Watching the police take Jim away, Minato can't help but feel disappointed with the state of Japan's magic nobles. In the end, they were nothing more than frauds. Before Jim disappears completely from sight, Minato asks what the magic nobles did. After the deaths of Itachi and Minato 50 years ago, Jim remains silent, prompting Minato to ask if they destroyed the magic tome that existed back then. He demands to know why they would do such a thing. Jim finally responds, saying that commoners could never comprehend the lofty thoughts of the magic nobles. Confused by this cryptic answer, Minato asks him to elaborate, but Jim simply smiles and tells him to find out for himself before being taken away. A few hours later, Minato is forced to hold a press conference alongside Chad and the team chief. As the conference begins, he makes a brief statement about his battle with Fukudime. His words quickly become headlines, and overnight, his popularity skyrockets. A few days later, Minato finds himself on a beach in Hawaii relaxing under the sun, still wondering how he ended up there. As he contemplates, Yuka, dressed in a swimsuit, approaches and asks what he's thinking before answering her question. Minato thinks back to his most recent meeting with Shadow and the team members in a flashback. Ryuji asks Shadow why they are going to Hawaii. Shadow explains that, as everyone knows, the SMT has become incredibly popular recently. With the overwhelming attention they're receiving, things are slowly getting out of control. As he speaks, Yuka finds a video of Minato, surrounded by girls. Realizing they are now being filmed, even at school, she informs the team that their videos are going viral on various social media platforms. and Ruka adds that the internet is also flooded with news about the SMT, while the team expresses concern about their growing exposure. Shadow confirms that all of Japan is now watching them. Because of this, he arranged for them to take a break in Hawaii. While the situation is resolved, he also thanks Minato for strengthening the team and securing the support of the Mizuro clan, which will help with disaster response. In their absence, with this assurance, he encourages them to take this opportunity to rest before letting them prepare for the trip back in the present. Minato, hearing Yuka's question, stands up and tells her he was just lost in thought. Satisfied with the answer, Yuka shyly draws attention to her swimsuit, asking if she looks strange in it. Without hesitation, Minato tells her she looks cute. The unexpected compliment catches Yuka by surprise, making her blush intensely. As if that weren't enough, Minato continues by saying the swimsuit suits her style and looks great. Overwhelmed, Yuka thanks him awkwardly and walks away to regain her composure shortly after Yuka appears in a dark-colored swimsuit. Annoyed that Minato has been avoiding her all day, when he looks confused, she asks if there's anything he'd like to say in response. Minato tells her he was just admiring her beauty, pointing out that her fair, pale skin makes the swimsuit stand out and enhances her elegance, embarrassed by the detailed compliment. Yuka walks away with a flushed face and thanks him. Meanwhile, Ryuji, who has been by Minato's side the whole time, admires how Minato compliments the girls so naturally and sincerely, without any ulterior motives. Moments later, Sonata arrives wearing a dress, a flowing white one, as she apologizes for keeping them waiting. Ryuji is surprised, realizing for the first time how curvy she is under her uniform. Curious, Sonata asks Minato what he thinks of her outfit before he can answer. Ryuji silently prays that he won't comment on her figure with all eyes on him. Minato simply tells Sonata that she has a great sense of style, doubting his sincerity. Sonata asks for an explanation, prompting Minato to emphasize how the outfit beautifully complements her natural elegance. Caught off guard, Sonata turns as red as the others, flustered by the excessive praise, shocked by Minato's impressive ability to make everyone blush. Ryuji jokingly calls him amazing, but then asks if he doesn't think he's overdoing it, unconcerned. Minato replies that he's just being honest and that if someone deserves a compliment, he sees no reason not to give it, as he thinks all three of them look beautiful in their swimwear. He feels compelled to say so. Although Ryuji acknowledges there's nothing wrong with that, he can't help but feel second-hand embarrassment, seeing how impressed the girls are. To make matters worse, Minato suddenly turns to Ryuji and starts complimenting his well-proportioned physique, encouraging him to be proud of his appearance. Disappointed, Minato immediately shuts him up, warning him to never again praise another guy in front of the girls. With their attention scattered, the Special Magic Squad spends the rest of the day enjoying various activities, including volleyball, jet skiing, sunbathing, and taking countless photos. As night falls, Minato heads out to grab a drink from a convenience store. However, before he gets far, he notices that Yuka is being unusually shy and decides to take a walk with her. As they walk, they reflect on how much they have been fighting recently and how surreal the break feels. A brief silence follows, during which Yuka remembers the ring that Hoka was wearing earlier and wonders if her sister is dating Minato. Before her thoughts run wild, she remembers that Minato told her he is not dating anyone. Minato, noticing her sudden change in demeanor, remains silent, waiting for her to speak. Gathering her courage, Yuka asks Minato about the type of person he likes. When Minato admits he has never really thought about it, she playfully lists herself, Ruka, and Sonata as examples, asking him to choose one of them. After a moment of consideration, Minato responds by choosing all three, praising their beauty, hard work, and admirable qualities. Annoyed by his vague answer, Yuka points out that his response is different from romantic feelings. Confused, Minato says that he thought admiration and love were similar. After thinking for a moment, he then tells Yuka that if he had to choose, she is the person he likes the most. Hearing this, Yuka freezes in shock as Minato lists sincerely all the things he appreciates about her. Blushing intensely, she crouches down, unsure how to react. Worried, Minato kneels beside her, asking if she is okay. Still flustered, Yuka murmurs that, even though she knows Minato does not see her romantically, hearing those words from him makes her incredibly happy. If anything, it just confirms how deeply she is in love with him. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Shido analyzes social media data and realizes the situation is escalating. Not only is there a growing wave of criticism against the magic nobles, but also a rising public demand for the SMT to take control of disaster and monster threats. Furthermore, the mysterious vigilante known as the Shadow Bearer is gaining popularity, with many online debates speculating about a potential showdown between him and Minato to determine who is stronger. With all these developments unfolding, Shido finds himself at a crossroads. At Japan's international airport, a particular plane lands, carrying 2 heads of magical noble families, visibly annoyed by the chaos that erupted while they were away. The first is Hinata Omurai, the head of the Omurai family, while the second is Riku Katie, the head of the Katie family. As they step off the plane, both grumble about the mess they now have to clean up. About 1 week later, Minato and the girls return to Japan to resume their normal lives. One evening, while Yuka is preparing dinner, Minato remarks on how quickly their vacation ended. Ruka, sitting beside him, reassures him, saying that both the SMT and their school have imposed strict restrictions on the media, so they should finally get a break from all the paparazzi. Just then, Yuka pokes her head out of the kitchen and asks them to help bring out the dishes. Minato immediately gets up to help, and soon the table is filled with delicious food for dinner. Yuka asks if they are ready for school, which starts again the next day. Minato tells her that with the police and the school on their side, the attention around them should have died down by now. After a quick chat, Minato suggests they just ignore the attention, assuming people will soon lose interest. Unfortunately for them, Minato quickly realizes how naive that thought was, when the very next day, girls from various classes crowd around him, bombarding him with questions about whether he has a girlfriend. When the pressure becomes overwhelming, Yuka and the others ignore the students and make a break for lunch. On the way to lunch, Yuka comments that the attention was even worse before the holidays, as strangers would sometimes enter the school just to get a look at them. The conversation continues, until Ruka casually mentions they are running out of toilet paper. Minato suggests they stop by the store after school to restock and pick up some bath salts, something Yuka enjoys. As soon as Minato mentions this, the gathered students overhear and realize that Minato is living with the sisters. Embarrassed by the backlash, Yuka grabs the others and rushes them to the rooftop to have lunch. There, Ryogi confirms that the trio really does live together, and concludes that it is perfectly fine since they are with their team leader, Minato Kusanagi, anyway. He assures them that if they run into any trouble, they can count on his support. The girls thank him for his kindness, and with that settled, Hilda advises Minato to drop the formalities when addressing each other. She asks if Minato is okay with them, calling him by his first name. Since Minato is an easygoing guy, he tells them to call him whatever they want. She is about to say something, but she suddenly stops, realizing just how significant it is for the three of them to be living together. Before she can start overthinking it, she quickly shakes her head, convincing herself that it is fine as long as nothing improper happens. Ryo and Minato, perplexed by the sudden change in her behavior, exchange glances. When she finally calms down, Yuka turns to Minato and asks if he ever feels nervous living with the two of them. Without an immediate answer, they finish their lunch and continue their day in peace. As night falls, while Yuka and Minato are fast asleep, Ryoka remains awake, puzzled by how easily they can sleep. She wonders if she is the only one who feels awkward about their living arrangement. As the silence becomes unbearable, she throws a small tantrum before forcing herself to sleep. Moments later, Ryoka also wakes up, thinking the same things her sister had. She admits to herself that she still has not gotten used to sharing a room with Minato. Unable to go back to sleep, she sits up, trying to understand why the current situation bothers her so much. When no answer comes to mind, she looks over at Minato, who is sleeping peacefully on the floor. The sight of him makes her blush, and as inappropriate thoughts start to surface in her mind, she quickly pulls the blanket over her head, thinking about how Hildy and the others casually call Minato by his first name. Ryoka wonders why she still refers to him as Kusanagi. Her thoughts drift back to the moment she nearly choked while trying to call him by his first name on the way to school. In the end, she only managed to say Kusanagi before muttering something nonsensical that left Minato confused. On another occasion, when she found herself alone with him during lunch, on the rooftop, she still could not bring herself to say his first name. Recalling several more embarrassing moments, she cringes and scolds herself for being too cowardly to do something so simple. The next morning, on the way to school, Minato notices that Ryoka looks exhausted and asks if she is feeling unwell. Ryoka assures him she is fine, but once again refers to him as Kusanagi. Minato interrupts her, reminding her that they are not strangers. He encourages her to stop calling him by his last name and just say, Minato. Blushing, Yuka finally musters the courage and calls him by his first name. Elsewhere, the magic nobles gather in a secret location to discuss their recent decline in reputation. To start the meeting, Homura and Hinata discuss the recent drop in popularity of the magic nobles and blame the special magic squad. While thinking of a way to solve this problem, Katie Riko, the depressed guy, asks her how she plans to deal with the captain, Minato Kusanagi. Unable to answer his question, Hinata turns to Toshiru Mizura and asks for his opinion. Well, Toshiru tells them that he only seeks to align himself with his master's will, and Hinata gets irritated with how enigmatic the chief Mizura can be. When she forces him to provide more information, Toshiru says that Minato doesn't recognize him, and Hinata asks if this means that Minato isn't aware of their existence, and Toshiru confirms. Realizing that Minato doesn't know about them, Riko decides to test him to see if he will be useful to them. If they find him useless, they will eliminate him without mercy. The next day, Minato explains the location of the next great calamity to his teammates, which will happen in Osaka. So far, the calamities, aside from the minor ones, follow the same pattern as 50 years ago. Although this is all over the media, Ika says that the frequency has decreased drastically, and the great calamity that used to happen only once a year has now become difficult to predict, even with the police on high alert. Furthermore, given that the disaster response is in chaos and there isn't a dedicated team, like the SMT in other regions, things are going to get tougher for all of them. Around this time, Shido's eyes sparkle with pride, as he proudly informs Minato that the police force is establishing a second SMT in Osaka. It turns out they have collaborated with the self-defense forces and the police to improve disaster response, and many of the trainees there are begging for Minato to train them. With all that said, Shido asks with an air of superiority if Minato will grant their requests and go to Osaka to train them. Unable to refuse, Minato makes Shido even happier by agreeing to go and train them. After that, he tells Minato that there is a person who lived through the great calamity 50 years ago waiting for him there. Currently, Shizuko Takigami, the person waiting for him, is one of the few anti-monster equipment artisans still in existence and is very interested in talking with Minato. Eventually, Minato agrees to meet her, and Shido then adds that Takigami is the one who made the SMT uniforms. With the arrangements made, Minato heads to the airport and says a quick farewell to his team members before boarding the plane. Moments before his plane departs, Minato reaches into his pockets and gives each of his team members a bracelet, warning them to keep the bracelets on until he returns and not to take them off for any reason. Finally, when he asks if they'll be alright without him, the other three assure him they've also gotten stronger, so he can go to Osaka without any worries. With that said, Minato waves to his friends, telling them he'll be counting on them, and finally, boards the plane to take his first-class seat. During his first moments there, Minato, he thinks about some random things that happened while he was in Hawaii, but then stops to consider the fact that he's flying first class. He muses that Shido really came through for him this time. Just then, he senses some strange people boarding the plane, individuals he has never seen before. He wonders who they are. As Hinata and Riku take their seats very close to him, Minato immediately recognizes them as powerful mages. A few of them seem to be on board, but with the tight security, Minato feels they shouldn't be a problem. As soon as the plane finishes boarding, it takes off, and Minato is served a very sumptuous and delicious meal, which he admires and devours with delight. Shortly after finishing his food, Minato leans back to enjoy the first-class view from the window and relax like a carefree guy. Unfortunately, before he can even completely relax, some illegal mages who boarded the plane earlier rise from their seats and take several passengers hostage, Minato included. To keep everyone under control, the criminals threaten to kill everyone if the passengers don't follow their orders. However, Minato, Renata, and Riku remain silent in their seats, as if they are waiting for something to happen as the hijacking progresses. Minato takes account of the illegal mages, and soon realizes there are 10 of them. If he were to face them one by one, he imagines the other passengers would be in serious danger. Besides, given that using high-level magic could destroy the plane, Minato concludes that he can't handle these idiots alone, so he is going to need outside help. At this point, the entire plane is thrown into pandemonium, with the passengers begging the illegal hijackers to spare them, and the illegal hijackers yelling at them to shut up so they don't die. Once they gain full control of the plane, one of the foolish mages approaches Minato and demands that he free the other members of the BR, as they will not tolerate the unfair treatment of superior mages. Without a response, the guy gives Minato 5 minutes to contact those on the ground and have them release his comrades immediately, or they will start killing the hostages one by one. Before starting the timer, the scoundrels check with the pilot to ensure he heard everything they just said. Without wasting time, Minato contemplates his next move before making a rash decision. He exchanges a look of understanding with Riku and Hinata, who are secretly charging their mana, and waits for their signal to strike. One of the illegal mages notices his suspicious behavior, and another threatens to kill Minato if he moves. Seconds later, with the illegal mages distracted, Renata and Riku swiftly close in on the mages, taking them down one by one as fast as they can. As soon as they finish taking down the scoundrels who were holding the passengers hostage, the three of them, Riku, Renata, and Minato, exchange glances for a moment before moving through the passenger cabin to take down the remaining scoundrels who were in that area. At one point in the battle, the bastards retaliate, attempting to take down someone like Hinata. Unfortunately for them, Hinata's magic level is far above theirs, so she, along with Riku and Minato, continues to injure and take down these unruly idiots. Shortly after, one of the illegal mages takes a flight attendant hostage, and after getting their attention, he threatens to bring down the plane if they don't stop eliminating his comrades. Noticing the idiot's lack of focus, Minato rushes him and kicks him hard, rescuing the flight attendant from his grasp. At the same time, Renata and Riku take down the other two, leaving the other passengers in awe, since most of them couldn't believe that these three strangers had just defeated the villains and saved them. As the passengers rush to thank them, the strangers for saving them, Hinata calls the illegal mages pathetic for losing so quickly and making the fight boring. Minato, on the other hand, senses that something is happening in the cockpit, so he quickly tells the others that it's not over yet and runs to the cockpit door. Without any explanation inside the cockpit, Minato and the other two find another illegal mage holding the pilot at gunpoint, with a weapon and threatening to shoot if they get any closer. Tired of having to deal with these third-rate mages, Renata lands a devastating punch on the idiot, making him cry for his mommy. Unfortunately for everyone, the fool fires a shot at one of the plane's controls, and Minato, who had already protected the pilot with his shield, realizes they are in trouble, because almost immediately, the entire plane loses its balance and violently shakes everything inside. After performing all the evasive maneuvers, he knows, the pilot tells the three that they are toast, because not only are the controls unresponsive, but the radios are also broken. If nothing is done to change this, they will crash into the mountains and die. Renata, upon hearing this, instantly panics, while shaking the pilot and begging him to do something about their situation so they don't end up dead. One of the windows shatters, and the sub-zero air pressure outside immediately creates a vortex inside the cockpit. Noticing how cold the air is, the pilot complains that he'll freeze to death before they even crash. Realizing how dire their situation has become, Renata asks the others for ideas, and Rico advises that they all just die together. After scolding the miserable bastard for saying something so terrifying, Renata begins to wonder if they are finally reaching their end. With all options exhausted, both the pilot and co-pilot accept their fate and urge the others to prepare for death. At that moment, Minato, who had been silent the entire time, smiles for the first time, ignoring the pilots, and assures them that he will save everyone. Hearing this, the pilot warns that this problem is not something a mere human can solve, since they are all fated to die that day. Tired of hearing the pessimistic pilot's nonsense, Minato walks toward the broken winch, in the cockpit, and ignoring the pilot's warnings and questions, he jumps out of the plane. Renata, who thinks Minato just ran to save his own life, soon regrets that thought as the plane begins to rapidly lose altitude, threatening to kill everyone on board in minutes. By this time, the passengers were already saying their final prayers, hoping they would all reach the Lord's side, when it was all over. The pilot, on the other hand, kept trying to pull up the nose of the plane to avoid crashing into the sea. Just seconds before the plane was about to hit the ocean after everyone had lost hope, a miracle happens. The plane not only regains its balance, but also begins to gain altitude as quickly as possible. With this happening, both pilots can't believe their eyes, as they wonder what the hell just happened to the plane. Renata, who had been suspicious of Minato the whole time, tells them that Minato was the one who just saved their lives, and if she's correct, then he is holding up the entire plane all by himself. At that time, Minato was right underneath the plane, carrying over 230 tons of weight and steering it toward the airport nearest. To explain how he did it, Minato said he first created a barrier covering the underside of the plane, using a massive amount of magical power, and then enhanced his physical strength with magical martial arts. Then, at the same time, he adjusted the plane's trajectory using wind magic, so he could steer it toward a safe place to land. Since this was the first time Minato had ever supported a plane, he faced a few challenges along the way, with the aircraft weighing 230 tons. Now, several thousand feet above sea level, the pilot still finds it hard to believe that a single human can support the aircraft, as if it were nothing. Seeing what Minato is capable of, the pilot recognizes him as a beast, and is instantly interested in him. At that moment, the flight attendants, as well as the passengers, feel relieved after being informed by the pilot that everything is okay. Even a father and his little daughter both cry tears of joy, as they realize they will live to see another day. Despite the celebrations and tears of joy, the pilot warns everyone not to get too happy just yet, as he has just discovered that the landing gear will not activate. In other words, if they want any hope of a safe landing, then it's all in Minato's hands. That said, the pilot locates the landing strip at the nearest airport and tilts the plane's nose towards the tarmac. hoping that Minato has some kind of plan to deal with the landing. As the half-destroyed plane approaches the tarmac, Minato, who is still holding its rear from below, activates a level 6 void magic, a high-level magic barrier called Advanced Magic Wall. He uses this barrier to cushion the plane's descent, and then slows it down quickly enough for it to stop, completely. As soon as Minato somehow manages to land, the entire cabin erupts in joy, with strangers hugging each other and the pilot saluting the SMT captain Minato like a true soldier would. As for Riku and Hinata, they just keep staring at the captain, unimpressed by his efforts and waiting for their final encounter with him once he gets off the plane. Reporters from all over the world swarm around him, asking for a brief statement so the world can know how he managed to save an entire plane from crashing. At this moment, Minato gets annoyed with these guys for disturbing his peace since he just got back from the flight, most stressful of his life. Before he loses his mind, the security team appears to push back the media professionals, promising that a press conference will be held later, and then takes Minato to Takami's house so he can see her. Just before leaving, Renata and Riku intercept him and praise him, hoping to gain his sympathy for later. To their surprise, however, Minato doesn't take the credit, and instead praises the two for doing an equally good job. Realizing their plan isn't working, the duo makes a few more random comments, and goes on their way with Renata, seriously hoping they will meet again. Soon after their departure, Minato is shown the way to the meeting room of Takami. There he is, invited in by the elderly, Mrs. Takami, and warmly greeted as a guest. Once seated, Takami informs Minato that she summoned him earlier only because she is interested in his recent achievements and his magical techniques, most of which resemble those of her mentor and ally Itsuki Minato. If anything, the void magic is a rare art, and Itsuki was excellent at it. Given its tedious nature, only a few sorcerers can use it correctly, and it is often dismissed as a useless magic technique. Despite all this, Takami is still shocked to see that Minato can manipulate it, so her curiosity leads her to ask Minato how he can use the same magic as Itsuki. After hearing everything she had to say, Minato laughs and comments about her being unable to change, in the same way Itsuki used to talk to her when he was alive. Confused, Takami asks if they have ever met before, and Minato boldly says that they have met more times than he cares to count. To answer her question, Minato says he can use Itsuki's magic because he is Itsuki Minato himself. Although she is a little surprised to hear this from a random stranger, Takami remains calm, and mentions that there have been many in the past, relatives, friends, lovers, and even secret children who claim to have connections with Takami. Minato was trying to get close to her, however, in all her years of dealing with these frauds. She never expected someone to claim to be him, thinking he is just another fraudster. Takigami apologizes for her imminent rudeness, since she was the one who sought him out, and then politely asks poor Minato to leave her residence before it comes to that. Minato tells her that he met a pair of siblings earlier and found out that the younger one had an Itakami doll. Confused, Takigami asks what he means by that, so Minato reminds her of what she herself said when Itakami was alive, about wanting to make a doll of him. At this point, Takigami starts to sweat as she asks Minato how he knows about such a private matter. After a brief silence, Minato tells Takigami that she once said her doll gives strength to children, and to this day, Itakami is still saving people with everything Minato has said so far. Takigami slowly begins to believe that he is the real Itakami Minato, and even asks if he is really the true Itakami. Disappointed that she still doesn't believe him, Minato decides to tell her a story after a few more minutes of reminiscing about the old days. Takigami finally believes that Minato is the reincarnation of Itakami Minato, and when Minato scolds her a little for doubting him, she tells him that believing in something like reincarnation isn't so easy in the modern world. Although Itakami had always been the unconventional type, she still can't believe he has returned in her lifetime, as she informs him about the calamities that have happened in the world. After his death, Takigami then expresses how happy she is to see him again in her life, and sheds a few tears as soon as she finishes crying. Minato addresses her, knowing full well that she knows what happened in the last 50 years, and then explains his observation that the knowledge of magic has not been passed down, the fact that sorcerers have weakened over time, the misinformation about Itakami Minato, as well as these so-called magic nobles, who appeared out of nowhere, before asking her to tell him what exactly happened while he was gone. At that moment, a nervous Takigami receives a message and checks it only to be shocked, making Minato ask what happened. Realizing it's something she can't share, Takigami immediately ends the meeting, claiming it's getting late, and then asks Minato to spend the night there so they can continue the discussion the next day, and unfortunately for her, Minato agrees, and soon retires to his room for the night. When around midnight, Riku enters Minato's room without a sound and swings his sword at Minato's body, hoping to kill him instantly, but unfortunately for him, Minato pulls off the ultimate reversal, as he suddenly appears beside the bed, criticizing Riku's tactless attempt to attack someone in bed. It is worth remembering that at the time, Minato didn't even know his attacker was Riku. However, once he gets a good look at his face, he instantly remembers that the attacker was Riku. But before Minato can start talking to him, Riku attacks again, and Minato dodges the attack this time. Riku kicks Minato through his fourth-floor window, and Minato lands safely in the yard without missing a beat. Riku appears in front of Minato in the yard and activates a level 1 Earth Magic Rockbreaker, while at the same time Minato activates his level 1 Void Magic Barrier, and does his best to block Riku's attacks. However, shortly after launching a few attacks, Riku skillfully cuts through Minato's level 1 magic barrier and forces him to retreat a bit so he can take the fight seriously. Before starting the second round, Minato praises Riku's blade for cutting through his barrier like that, and then asks if it's anti-magic equipment. Without an answer, the duo charges their mana and prepares to start the second round. However, just as they are about to clash, Hinata appears and orders them to stop fighting. At that moment, Minato says he knew she would be involved in such nonsense. But then Hinata ignores his jab and urges him not to resist the summons. To keep him in check, she displays live video feeds of her henchmen dangerously approaching Minato's friends in their various residences and threatens to kill them in their sleep if he doesn't cooperate. Realizing he's been tricked, Minato calmly asks what they want, and Hinata begins by introducing herself and talking about Riku. Right after the introductions, she tells Minato that their only demand is for him to join them as a magic noble and gain status, position, wealth, power, and even women if he wants. More importantly, if he decides to join them, Hinata guarantees he will be able to protect his friends, thereby gaining the ability to give absolute orders. On the other hand, even if he escapes his situation, Hinata promises that the magic nobles will hunt him down forever and make life a living hell for him and his friends. With her demand stated, Hinata demands to know Minato's answer. Eventually, Minato refuses to join their cabal of lazy mages, and Hinata, annoyed by his response, picks up her phone to give the order. After muttering some nasty things about Minato's friends being used as collateral, she orders the men at the locations to move forward with Plan B, so that Minato can never be arrogant again. Just as the men are about to execute Plan B, the bracelets Minato gave his friends before he left for Osaka glow, with all the members still asleep, and summon a yellowish, magical version of Minato's silhouette. Seeing this, Hinata's men are absolutely terrified as they try to understand what they are seeing. Unfortunately, before they can comprehend what is happening, the magical versions of Minato activate some kind of high-level drain magic and eliminate all the enemies as if they were nothing. A few minutes later, Hinata notices an unusual radio silence from her men and does her best to get them to respond. Unfortunately, after seconds with no response, Riku concludes that the worst has happened and that the team has been wiped out. Enraged, Hinata asks Minato to tell her everything he did, but Minato retorts that she should have anticipated something like this. Unless she's a complete fool, of course. Despite realizing that Minato is quite a nuisance, Hinata still praises the way he handled the kidnapping and the hostage situation, stating that with everything he's done so far, he has passed the first test. Intrigued by her words, Minato asks her if the kidnapping was also their idea, but then, Hinata informs him that they would never do something so stupid just to force him to participate in their little game. With that said, she encourages him to move on to the second test, as she charges her mana along with Riku for the real second round. At the same time, Minato, who is eager for a good fight, jokingly asks if he can sit this one out, and as expected, Hinata objects right before charging at him along with Riku. For her first attack, Hinata throws a kick at Minato, which he easily blocks, and then she quickly moves to a safe location, so she can perform her next attack, a level 4 fire magic attack that she calls Flare. As soon as she unleashes the magic attack, a powerful explosion is created, but unfortunately for her, Minato emerges unharmed at that moment. Riku charges into the fray, his sword aimed at Minato's neck, but he fails to land a hit as the captain himself blocks the attack. After surviving the attack with a mini barrier he raised around his neck, Minato sighs. Realizing that a normal person would have died from that blow, Hinata tells him not to get too cocky. She then launches another attack, a level 5 fire magic spell, Pillar Fang, at the SMT captain. Minato praises the Pillar Fang spell as a good one, but to eliminate it, he creates the spell Blue Water Splash. Using level 3 water magic, he completely cancels it out. Seeing what Minato can do, Hinata finally understands why the rumors said he can cast spells without chanting. Having neutralized her level 5 spell with a level 3 water spell, Hinata thinks Minato must be mocking her magic. Riku attacks Minato again, but he dodges the attack and challenges them to take the fight to the skies. Without hesitating, Hinata accepts his offer and flies toward him along with her hound, Riku. At this moment, Hinata admits that, although she had underestimated him before, they won't be holding back this time. With that said, they both unleash the strongest spells in their arsenal. Hinata casts a level 7 fire magic spell, Demon Flame, and Riku casts a level 7 earth magic spell, Comet. Right after boasting and making grand declarations that he would be unable to defend against their ultimate technique, the duo sends their attacks toward Minato to deal double the damage. Unimpressed by their weak magic, Minato creates a level 7 void magic spell, called Vanish, which engulfs both of their ultimate techniques and dissolves them into nothing. Hinata and Riku are left dumbfounded, their minds unable to process what just happened. To help them comprehend their failure, Minato tells them that he merely disintegrated and dissipated the magical energy to minimize the surrounding damage. Hearing this, Hinata calls him a liar and even dismisses his methods. She feels that Minato is just cheating to get out of a real fight. She declares that everything up to that point was just a farce. And now that it has come to this, she vows to show Minato her true power. Unfortunately, before she can show how strong she is, there is a sudden shift in the atmospheric energy around them. Everyone notices it, and as they try to figure out what on earth is happening, the sky turns red, signaling to Minato that the calamity has finally reached Osaka. In his mind, however, he feels that, although many things are happening at once, this cannot be a mere coincidence. As the red sky spreads over Osaka, Takigami notices the ominous glow from her window. After watching for a moment, she closes her blinds. Meanwhile, Hinata sees the calamity unfolding, but chooses to ignore it, eager to continue her fight with Minato and destroy him. Before she can act recklessly, Riku holds her back, reminding her of their mission. Realizing he's right, Hinata restrains herself, while Minato, knowing he must deal with the calamity, tells them the fight will have to wait. With that, Minato flies toward the abandoned district of Dotonbori, left in ruins since the Great Calamity 50 years ago. As he surveys the area, he notes its condition, observing that monsters continue to spawn even without an active calamity. Given the dangers, he presumes no human would be foolish enough to be lurking about as he begins to detect swarms of monsters, smaller monsters all over the city. Minato quickly realizes he can't handle them all by himself. If left unchecked, these creatures could infiltrate human settlements and wreak havoc. He needs a solution, fast. Just as he considers calling for reinforcements, Riko and Renata arrive, offering to help. Minato greets them with a joke, saying they must have given up on trying to kill him. Riko explains that the previous battle was just a test, and since Minato passed, they are willing to work together for now. With a sigh, Minato accepts their help. He knows his troubles with them are far from over. As the streets fill with monsters, the trio moves forward to intercept them. Renata, eager for battle, makes a dramatic entrance and prepares for what she calls a monster massacre. She unleashes her level 5 flaming pillar magic, incinerating an entire horde of creatures in a single blow. Riko, equally skilled, defeats his fair share. Meanwhile, Minato, hovering above, launches a barrage of level 5 magic bullets, taking out the smaller monsters while he waits for the boss to appear. As he scans the battlefield, Minato spots an elderly man walking with a cane. Concerned, he lands and asks if he's all right, but the old man remains silent. This prompts Minato to offer to escort him to safety. However, before Minato can take his hand, the man pushes him back, frowns, and after a brief pause, thanks him for his concern. But he insists that he's fine. Something about the man seems familiar, but before Minato can place him, a subordinate helps the old man into a black sedan. The car drives away. Shortly after, the Osaka self-defense and disaster response teams arrive in force, establishing a perimeter around the Dotonbori exit to prevent the calamity from spreading. Their swift coordination impresses Minato, reminding him of what Shido had told him about their preparedness despite their relative inexperience. As the forces set up their defenses, Minato lands beside an officer who mistakes him for a lost child. However, upon recognizing him as the captain of the special magic team, the officer immediately allows him to help. A monster suddenly closes in on the officer, but Minato swiftly burns it to a crisp, saving his life. He warns them not to let their guard down before asking for a status update. The officer reports that the police and self-defense forces have sealed off Dotonbori and are prioritizing civilian safety. Unfortunately, he admits they aren't equipped to handle the boss monster, as their forces alone are no match for it. Minato reassures him. He promises to take care of the boss personally. The soldiers express their gratitude, and Minato surprises them further by revealing he has reinforcements. Riko and Renata, magic nobles from the Romurai and Kaedi families. Shocked, the soldiers ask if the SMT and the nobles are now working together. Without answering, Minato notices a renewed sense of hope among the officers. They place their trust in both elite forces. Just then, a dark and ominous purple mist spreads through the air. The soldiers suddenly feel a crushing weight on their bodies, struggling to move. Amid the confusion, a massive figure slowly emerges from the mist. The officers immediately recognize it. The demon chief, the boss monster. This creature alone possesses enough power to destroy Osaka, and against it, they as mere humans stand no chance. Minato, however, remains unfazed. Smiling, he taunts the demon chief for taking so long to show up. His composure startles the police, who can't fathom how he remains so calm before such a terrifying threat. Before Minato can act, Hinata and Riku step forward, declaring that the demon lord is their prey and that he must stay behind and observe. Although disappointed that they got to the fight before him, Minato concedes, trusting that they can handle an opponent of this caliber. With the battlefield set, Riku and Hinata brace themselves for the fight of their lives. After muttering a few more nonsensical words, both Hinata and Riku unleash their level 6 magic attacks, Demonic Flame and Comet, and launch them at the demon lord who remains motionless on the street. Looking at them as if they were fools, as both attacks approach, the demon lord counters with its level 8 fire magic attack, Supernova, blinding the magic nobles and soldiers with its intense light, leaving them stunned. They struggle to comprehend how such an insignificant creature can wield such powerful magic, forced to acknowledge the demon's immense strength. Hinata and Riku prepare to attack again, but before they can, the demon lord speaks unexpectedly, asking if there is a formidable sorcerer among them. One of the soldiers, though aware that demon lords possess greater intellect than typical monsters, is still shocked to hear it speak like a human. Seeing the fear on the soldiers' faces, Minato understands their reaction. A monster with human intelligence is a rare sight, and the unknown always breeds fear. However, he decides to remain silent and watch as the nobles continue to embarrass themselves. After failing in her first assault, Hinata throws a childish tantrum, vowing to reduce the demon to ashes as she casts a fire spell, even stronger than Demon Blaze, while Riku, driven by frustration, infuses his sword with level 8 gravity magic, Dimensional Blade. Seeing the nobles finally casting original spells, Minato gets excited, hoping that their combined efforts will be enough to defeat the demon lord. As Hinata and Riku prepare to strike, the demon lord suddenly comments on someone's magical power. Assuming it was referring to them, Hinata boasts about her strength, only for the demon to clarify that it was referring to the humans' overwhelming power, Minato's. Angered by the insult, Hinata and Riku abandon their magic and charge the demon with their fists, recklessly. To their despair, the demon lord effortlessly dodges all of their blows, mocking them for being too slow. After toying with them for a while, it counterattacks, sending them to the ground. It then combines fire and wind magic to create a level 6 fusion spell, Flame Cyclone, which instantly overwhelms the nobles. As Riku and Hinata struggle to their feet, trembling from the force of the attack, Minato steps forward and tells them to leave the rest to him. Hinata tries to stop him, insisting that if they, as magic nobles, couldn't defeat the demon lord, then there's no way he can succeed. Riku suggests they retreat, but Minato remains unfazed, assuring them that a monster like this is nothing to him. Riku asks if Minato truly understands the overwhelming magical power emanating from the demon lord. Minato, however, refuses to accept defeat, knowing that he cannot fail the person he wishes to be useful to. Minato approaches the battlefield, taunting the demon lord, who despite the provocation, remains impressed by his magical power. Before the fight begins, the demon lord asks Minato to introduce himself, but Minato dismisses the request, questioning if he is really obligated to answer. Acknowledging Minato's point, the demon lord withdraws the question, commenting that associating with humans is, ultimately, meaningless for demonkind. With the formalities out of the way, the battle begins. The demon lord immediately lunges into an attack, attacking Minato from all angles, but Minato effortlessly blocks every blow with his high-level magic barrier. Watching the fight, Hinata assumes Minato is struggling and begins to brag, claiming she knew he wouldn't stand a chance. Before she can even finish her sentence, Minato casually shoves the demon chief back and complains about how annoying he is. Both magic nobles are left speechless, realizing that the barrage, the demon's relentless assault, didn't leave a single scratch on Minato. Riku, watching Minato's tactics, worries that staying on the defensive will be ineffective, since the boss demon also possesses an exceptional defense. Meanwhile, Minato, debates whether to use a new spell he recently developed but hesitates due to the noble's presence. Instead, he decides on a different strategy and casts a level 9 void magic attack, Magic Sparkle, in preparation for his counterattack. Hinata, upon seeing the level 9 spell, is shocked, as she always believed level 8 was the highest achievable. Minato then traps the boss demon within the bright yellow void magic circles he created earlier and defeats it in a single swift move. A gasp of disbelief ripples through the crowd as the soldiers realize that Captain Minato has just easily defeated an opponent that even the magic nobles struggled against. When Minato descends, the soldiers erupt in praise, hailing him as incredible and even calling him the Messiah. Minato approaches the embarrassed nobles and casually remarks that the monster was no trouble for him. Hinata, completely defeated, acknowledges that they are far from his level, and realizes that in her current state, she has no chance of subduing him. Minato then asks if they still want to continue the fight. Without hesitation, both nobles admit defeat and declare that Minato has passed their test. With that settled, Minato presses them for answers. Riko agrees to explain everything, but mentions they need one more person present, Takigami. Immediately, Minato understands who he is referring to. Moments later, Takigami arrives on the scene and asks if Minato knew all along that she was behind everything. Minato answers affirmatively, reminding her that she can't hide anything from him now. She must explain why she tested him, why sorcerers have weakened over the past 50 years, and why she has been cooperating with the magic nobles since his death. Before giving Minato the answers he seeks, Takigami takes him along with the magic nobles back to her home, ensuring they are comfortable enough to listen to her. As soon as they sit down, Minato asks if she knew about the nobles before his arrival. Takigami not only confirms that she did but also reveals she knew he would be attacked. Intrigued, Minato questions why she allowed it, but Riko answers, explaining that they only wanted to test Minato's abilities and see if he would use his power selfishly. Minato mentions the involvement of his allies in their so-called test, and Riko assures him they never intended to cause harm, only issued threats. Still, Minato insists, demanding to know why they went through with it. Riko explains that Minato's very existence, as part of the SMT, undermines the magic nobles, creating a dangerous situation for Japan. Upon hearing this, Minato retorts, stating that their current dilemma is a result of their own negligence. The SMT never sought to belittle the magic nobles. Instead, it was the nobles themselves who looked down on them. Overwhelmed by the accusations, Hinata throws a tantrum, but Riko, acting more maturely, tells her to stop, because Minato is right. Despite acknowledging their inaction during the first disaster, Riko argues that the world still needs the nobles. To maintain order, Takigami then intervenes, explaining that the root of the problem dates back 50 years, following the death of Minato. This led to Japan's current state, and the creation of the magic nobles, the death of Itachi Uchiha, and the disappearance of most demons. It left Japan overwhelmed by illegal mages, their numbers growing so large that even the police and self-defense forces were exhausted. Making law enforcement impossible, Japan became a lawless country, and the few remaining legitimate mages fought against the illegal ones, but they were defeated and killed. With the nation on the brink of collapse, hope seemed lost. In short, Takigami explains that Japan's downfall was triggered by the death of Itakami Minato. Without him, the remaining mages struggled to rebuild and restore hope. After countless discussions, they decided to establish the Magic Nobles, an entity meant to win the people's trust, and to serve as a new symbol of hope, similar to Minato, given that magic was highly dangerous in times of peace. The nobles confiscated all magical texts and documents, recruited those with talent, and eliminated those who refused to join them. By monopolizing magical knowledge, they banned oral traditions and rumors of magic, leading Japan to peace. However, as a consequence, Japanese mages grew weaker, and the imperial policy caused a decline in technology and knowledge, a pattern Minato finds all too familiar. Recalling the situation from 50 years ago, Minato remembers the chaos. With people and mages dying and magic being used for evil, he realizes things only got worse after his death. He then asks Takigami if the nobles truly have the political power to manipulate events as they do, given their supposed affiliations. After glancing at the nobles, Takigami quietly asks Minato if he remembers Mumiyu Rifumi, his former subordinate, a sore loser but incredibly talented. As soon as Minato confirms, Takigami reveals that Mumiyu is now the chairman of the powerful Mumiyu Group. Originally famous as the heir to the Mumiyu conglomerate, he has been funding the magic nobles since their inception. For 50 years, Minato finally understands the nobles' influence, though he never knew Mumiyu was an heir. Takigami laughs, As Itakami Minato remains indifferent to power, money, and fame, she notes that his only concerns have always been magic and people. Takigami continues, stating that during Minato's era, Japanese mages were world-class, but their skills have since deteriorated. Hinata intervenes, insisting that Japan only achieved peace due to their predecessors. Frustrated, Minato asks what she would do if another calamity were to arise. Unable to answer, Hinata falls silent. Riko then states that back then, they assumed the police alone could handle any crisis, with the magic nobles intervening only as a last resort. Minato asks if they now recognize their mistake, and Riko remains silent. Minato then turns to Takigami one more time, asking if she knew all of this. She confirms she has been involved for 50 years, but insists she is not a magic noble, nor does she exercise her power or influence. For now, she is just a crafter of anti-monster equipment, content in her role. After discovering the truth, Minato notes everything but suspects that Takigami is still hiding information. To confirm, he asks if she has any more secrets, and she assures him that she has told him everything. With that, Minato shifts gears and proposes an alliance between the magic nobles and SMT to deal with Doctor more effectively. He clarifies that, if they accept, he will not be their subordinate. It will be a cooperative relationship. Given their performance during the last calamity, their collaboration is clearly necessary. Renata scoffs, doubting that someone as strong as Minato would need help, but he explains that he has his limits, and if the noobs join SMT, he will put their past disagreements aside. He then asks if they have any objections to helping the citizens. Riku, recognizing that he cannot defeat the demon boss alone, agrees that trusting Minato is the best option. Takigami also offers her skills as an anti-monster equipment maker, and Minato welcomes her with open arms. After much reluctance and another fit of rage, Hinata finally accepts the alliance on the condition that Minato never mention the incident with the demon boss. Again, he accepts their terms but also ensures that they refrain from taking hostages whenever they need to speak with him, which they agree to. With everything settled, SMT and the Magic Nobles form an alliance, for the first time in 50 years. Shortly after, Minato feels like he's forgetting something, but since he can't remember, he shrugs it off and moves on. At almost the same time, the other SMT members wake up and find men in suits, beaten and tied up near their beds. Initially, they assume they are thieves, but soon suspect it has to do with their bracelets. At noon the next day, Minato finally arrives at the Osaka Prefectural Police Academy, where dozens of students eagerly await his arrival. In his first few moments there, Minato is surprised by the sudden attention he's receiving from the trainees, but fortunately, the on-site instructor orders Minato's fans to line up, as they are no longer students, and then apologizes on their behalf for being unruly. The instructor explains that many joined the police force because they admire Minato, adding that he understands their excitement given the Special Tactics Squad's impressive actions during the calamities. Upon hearing this, Minato sighs and quickly begins training the recruits. Moments later, he gathers a few students and, after instructing them to prepare their level 1 spells, orders them to shoot at the wooden targets in front of them. As the training continues, Minato notices 3 girls staring at him and realizes that social media and the news have strongly influenced many people. In light of this, he realizes that although their motivation might be impure, they are eager, so he won't go easy on them. With that in mind, he ramps up the regimen, making them run while sensing their magic, helping them improve both their physical and magical power. After running for several minutes, the trainees start to complain, asking what he plans to do if they collapse. To reassure them, Minato states that he can use holy magic to heal them regardless of their condition, so they should stop complaining and keep running, because enemies won't care about their circumstances in battle. With that, the trainees persevere, training as if their lives depend on it. After 1 week of enduring the same regimen, the average magical power of the Osaka police force increases significantly. On the last day of training, Minato gives a farewell speech, praising the trainees for enduring a rigorous program and greatly improving their skills in just 1 week. He encourages them to continue training even in his absence, as they are now the protectors of Osaka's peace. When he finishes speaking, he leaves the trainees and their instructor in tears. Soon after, it is revealed that Osaka's magic level has improved significantly, now rivaling that of Tokyo's officers, all thanks to Minato Kusunagi. Shortly after leaving the training grounds, Minato dreads returning to Tokyo, suspecting that another press conference or some other nuisance awaits him. While he is on his way, the national news reports the alliance between the SMT and the noble magic families, Homurai and Keiti, which are formed to combat calamities and monster threats. With thousands of people reacting to the news, the reporter mentions rumors that major corporations might sponsor the SMT. For those who are concerned about its impact on law enforcement, They are assured that the SMT is not an official department of the Tokyo police force. As news of SMT's good deeds spreads, people all over Japan begin to recognize the growing influence of the organization. In other news, reporters note that the Mizura family has yet to make a public appearance, which is strange given their history of cooperation with SMT, speculating that they might be withdrawing from the alliance. Just as Japan is beginning to unite against the calamities, after his flight lands, Minato asks the girls if they can contact their father. Yuka explains that she has tried several times, but since they were disowned, he might be reluctant to answer. Still, Minato expresses concern that the head of the family has not publicly supported the alliance. Yuka had hoped he would speak out once he allied with the other two noble families. Aware of how unusual Toshiro's silence is, Minato decides to check on him. Later, noticing his deep thought, the girls call him back to reality, praising his success in Osaka, and expressing their pride in him. Minato, realizing how flustered he is, joins them in conversation. Meanwhile, Shido, who is nearby, observes that Chrono didn't show up at night when Minato was away, though he is suspicious. He reasons that if Minato is truly the leader of the Shadowbringers, and Chrono is an illegal mage, he will have no choice but to arrest him. Still, with every fiber of his being, Shido hopes his assumption is wrong, believing that Minato is destined to be the savior of the world. Later that night, while heading home and complaining about his busy team members, Minato is suddenly approached by two of Toshiro's assistants. They inform him that he has been summoned, and he calmly follows them. Soon arriving at Toshiro's villa, Toshiro angrily asks if it's true that his two daughters are now living with him, and immediately threatens his life if he intends to harm them. Confused, Minato reassures the man, saying they are just friends, which leads Toshiro to press the issue, ensuring Minato won't lay a hand on them to ease his mind. Minato firmly states he would never do that to his friends. He then wonders if Toshiro summoned him, just out of concern for his daughters. Despite everything, Minato realizes that Toshiro has a strong paternal side. Moments later, Toshiro leads Minato outside, and once in the open, challenges him to a fight. With time to spare, Minato accepts. Toshiro attacks immediately, unleashing the level 6 water magic, Geyser Wave, after charging his mana. In response, Minato counterattacks with the level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze, overpowering the water attack. Afterward, they descend, and Toshiro praises Minato for neutralizing water's advantage, using a fire spell of a comparable level. Acknowledging Minato's strength, Toshiro finally entrusts his daughters to him. For a moment, Minato remains silent, watching the father walk away. Elsewhere, the furious BR chief from before has a fit upon realizing that Chrono is still alive. Fed up, he decides to abandon all restraint, vowing to crush anyone in his path. Next, he turns to his newest ally, Toshiro, demanding assurance that he will meet his expectations. Surprisingly, Toshiro vows to annihilate Chrono. Around this time, the enraged chief, who is later revealed as the unruly former magic noble, Kuroi, declares that the next phase will be a full-scale war between the BR and the Shadowbringers. With the Dark Mage awaiting their arrival, just a few days before the BR strikes, Minato and his SMT members return to school and face situations even worse than before. Especially now that their media appearances have skyrocketed, Minato feels exhausted as things grow even more troublesome. Unfortunately, the others don't have it easy either, and Yuka is constantly harassed by fans who just want to be with her. This attracts not only admirers but also envious people who despise her. Tired of Yuka getting the attention they craved, three jealous girls decide they've had enough. When Yuka leaves the classroom pretending to go to the restroom, they seize the opportunity to catch her, off guard. After relieving herself, Yuka complains in the hallway about how tiring the constant attention is. Suddenly, the three girls intercept her and drag her to an infamous corner of the school. There, they slam their feet against the wall to intimidate her before accusing her of being annoying and questioning why she's in the SMT. As Yuka remains silent, the short, overweight girl suggests she must have received special treatment for being a magic noble. As if that wasn't enough, the green-haired idiot chimes in, claiming Yuka seduced her way into the SMT. Unable to bear the insults, Yuka loses her patience. She screams that she worked hard to enlist in the SMT and would never resort to cheap tricks. Sensing her defensiveness, the red-haired leader of the resentful losers presses further, demanding that Yuka swear on her title as a magic noble that she has no feelings for Minato. Yuka stammers. But before she can give herself away, Minato suddenly appears, demanding an explanation. Startled, the girls quickly claim they were only discussing how unfair it is for Yuka to get special treatment. Their leader even accuses Minato himself of being involved in the supposed favoritism. Without responding, Minato turns to Yuka and immediately recognizes the shame she must feel for enduring their bullying. Meanwhile, the jealous girls start chattering about enlisting in the SMT, claiming they would be a great help to him. Realizing their trickery, Minato decides to play along. He holds back his scolding for now, and instead, encourages them to take the SMT's induction course. Since they seem so eager, he promises to let them in as soon as they pass, unaware of how grueling the training is. The girls are euphoric. Minato takes them to the SMT training area, informing Ryu and Ruka that they will be participating in the course. Initially, Ryu and Ruka are not impressed, observing that the girls don't seem particularly skilled. However, Yuka worries that Minato plans to let them join, but she pushes that thought aside to focus on more pressing matters. Noticing how talkative the newcomers are, Ryu and Ruka become even more suspicious of their intentions. When they ask Minato about it, he simply tells them not to think too much about it. He feels that these girls need this lesson. The training begins, and within 1 hour, the redhead nearly collapses from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Minato and the other experienced SMT members shout orders, pushing them to run, as if their lives depended on it. He repeats the same rigorous training he used with the Osaka police force. After forcing them to run a full lap 4 times, Minato moves on to magic-enhanced one-handed push-ups, training alongside the others, while reminding the losers to push past their limits. Next, they begin to cast spells continuously, until they're completely exhausted. At this point, the trio of jealous girls starts planning their escape, no longer willing to continue with this madness. Just as they're about to flee, Minato calls them back, casually informing them that they've only just finished the warm-up. Terrified, the girls begin to accuse Minato of harassment, with one even claiming that he deliberately made the training unbearable just to torment them. In response, Minato points to the true members of the SMT, reminding the losers that even though they struggled at first, they persevered every single day to become the warriors they are now. He explains that the SMT works side by side with death, fights monsters, and protects people with everything they have. Then he shifts the conversation to Yuika, telling them that while he might think she lacks talent, she works tirelessly to improve. To claim that she used her looks and connections to get in is pure foolishness. He knows she would never stoop so low. Finally, he looks the redhead straight in the eye and makes it clear that Yuika is an important friend to him. He will never forgive anyone who tries to slander her. Realizing their mistake, the 3 bullies beg for mercy and flee like the cowards they are. Minato sighs, seeing how cowardly they are. Ryud, still confused, asks what just happened. Minato simply tells him not to worry about the losers. Later, while walking home after training, Yuika thanks Minato for defending her, revealing that she heard everything he said. Minato shrugs it off, saying he was just showing them reality and putting an end to their senseless jealousy. Since he's sure they'll spread the word, she no longer needs to worry about it. Yuika repeats his last phrase before admitting, shyly, that she also considers him an important person. Deep down, she knows that Minato's definition of important is different from hers. But for now, she's satisfied. She believes that one day, when she's strong enough to stand beside him, she will finally win his love. With renewed determination, she tells Minato to prepare for the day she becomes strong enough to defeat him. With Yuika's bullying situation resolved, life returns to normal for the SMT until the next calamity strikes. When the hour of calamity arrives in Tokyo, the skies turn red and monsters appear randomly on the streets. Recognizing the danger, people run for their lives as the creatures begin their assault. At the same time, Minato and Hinata, who happen to be on the scene, spring into action. Hinata promptly claims a few monsters for herself, incinerating them with her fire magic. With no time to argue with the little alarm clock, Minato focuses on the remaining threats, obliterating them with void magic. As this happens, first responders and a few foolish onlookers marvel at the sight of the SMT and the magic nobles working together in harmony, something they never expected to see. Ever since the nobles began cooperating with the SMT, their reputation has been gradually restored. A recent survey conducted by a statistics organization confirms this trend. For now, Chrono handles illegal mages, while the SMT deals with calamities and monsters. However, since the core members of the SMT are students rather than police officers, the organization isn't widely recognized as a law enforcement body. This misunderstanding sometimes leads to delays in emergency response, fueling growing criticism of the police force. A few days after the calamity, Minato, disguised as Shadowbringer, secretly visits Leona's comatose brother in the hospital. Under the cover of night, he sneaks into Kai's room and places a hand on the unconscious man's forehead, attempting to heal him using Angel's Breath, a level 7 holy magic. Despite knowing that holy magic normally cannot cure a comatose state, Minato hopes it will at least have some positive effect on Kai's body and mind. However, despite multiple treatments, there was no change. He begins to suspect that holy magic is ineffective against this type of condition, remembering how hopeful Leona gets whenever her brother's health is discussed. Minato refuses to give up. Just as he prepares to try another method, the door suddenly opens. He quickly hides. Leona enters briefly, sensing another presence but dismisses it as her imagination. She approaches her brother and continues the story she started the day before this time, praising the incredible magic, reliability and initiative of Chrono. She admits that although she admires him, his training is a living hell. His rigorous and merciless training methods seem demonic, however, as she jokes about it. Her expression changes. Holding Kai's blanket, she solemnly vows that she won't stop fighting until no one else has to suffer like him. Even if it costs her everything, she promises to take down the Black Rebellion alongside Chrono. Overwhelmed with emotion, she breaks down in tears, apologizing to her brother once more for what happened to him, having heard enough. Minato silently leaves the room and goes to a warehouse to meet Leona and the recruits she wants to introduce. Moments later, Leona arrives, introducing the new members to Minato, who surprises her by asking for proper introductions. She explains that they aren't just random recruits. These individuals sought her out after seeing her online posts and her awareness campaign. She intentionally provided limited information to test if they were determined enough to find her. Now that they are here, she assures Minato that she has verified their identities and vetted them thoroughly. The recruits, full of enthusiasm, start to admire Minato, but Leona quickly tells them to calm down. With order restored, Minato makes it clear that while he is willing to train them, he won't go easy on them. Unfazed, the recruits confidently encourage him to push them to their limits. Satisfied with their determination, Minato begins the training and nearly kills them with his grueling regimen. Initially, the recruits were overly enthusiastic, but soon, their dedication became evident over time. Under Minato's intense training, they improved significantly. Within a week, Minato successfully formed a specialized tactical team focused on information manipulation and hacking, as well as an action team tasked with targeting and dismantling BR hideouts. As the influence of the Shadowbringers grew, he gained the unexpected support of underworld organizations. The Black Rebellion's hideouts suffered repeated destruction, confusing the police force about the Black Mage's true intentions. For now, Shido remains steadfast in his belief that all illegal mages are criminals in his mind. Shadowbringers is not a vigilante, just another outlaw determined. Shido vows not to let these so-called heroes escape justice. At the same time, Kuroi, in his usual angry state, makes another scene. Furious with the Black Mage's continued resistance, before he can break something, a subordinate arrives, informing that everything is ready for the next operation. Despite this, Kuroi continues to criticize them for being slow and incompetent. Even so, he remains obsessed with his goal. He promises that no matter what happens, he will personally corner and eliminate Minato and Chrono, even if it's the last thing he ever does. The next day, during SMT training, Shido, who has been observing the entire regimen, can't help but suspect that Captain Minato might be Chrono. Considering his age, skills, and the timing of Chrono's appearance, it's almost impossible not to have suspicions. While Shido is lost in thought, the girls apologize to Minato for accidentally breaking their bracelets while they were sleeping weeks ago. After they explain what happened, Minato reassures them, saying it's all right, and that the bracelets had probably already reached their durability limit. However, internally, he realizes that a novice like him can't make decent anti-monster equipment. He decides to hire Takigami later to get better gear. Still, Ryo and the others remain angry with the nobles for launching a night attack just to test them, all because they think they can do whatever they want. Understanding their frustration, Minato admits he's also annoyed by the nobles' sneaky tactics, but considering the future, cooperation with them is essential. With that in mind, he politely asks his subordinates to let this incident slide. This time, reluctantly, they drop the matter, but then turn their frustration on themselves, blaming their lack of power for not noticing the attack. At that moment, Yuka remembers how the magic nobles looked disoriented when they woke up, and asks Minato about it. She doesn't know what kind of magic affected them, but they seemed oblivious to their situation. Minato explains that he used a draining spell to absorb their magical power and erase their memories. It's possible they don't remember anything from before or after the magic was cast. With training over for the day, Minato suggests they all go home together, but his subordinates quickly refuse, giving various excuses. As he's left behind, Shido offers him a ride, which Minato accepts. On the way back, Shido mentions the growing influence of the Shadowbringers and tells Minato that as part of the police force, he can't just stand by. Realizing where this is going, Minato asks if Shido still suspects him. Shido dodges the question, listing some qualities of the criminal before asking if Minato has noticed them too. Minato feigns ignorance, claiming he doesn't know anything. Though very skeptical, Shido drops the subject for now. Minato then asks if Shido considers Chrono a villain, noting that he hasn't heard of him committing any evil acts. Shido admits that he's heard Chrono is a good person. Then why do you hate him so much? Minato presses. Shido replies that it's because he's still a criminal. To help Minato understand his position, Shido shares his past. His father was a notable police officer with a strong sense of justice. While society vilified criminals, his father always believed they had a conscience, and that confronting them with respect could help them see the error of their ways. Shido admired this belief, which inspired him to become a police officer. However, his father was killed while trying to negotiate with a criminal who had taken hostages. Unarmed and defenseless, he was mercilessly attacked with magic. Since he couldn't use magic, he was killed in a completely one-sided fight. The criminal was later arrested and charged with robbery and murder. When asked why he killed Shido's father, he stated he was afraid of the unarmed man. Remembering those words, Sid loses his composure, declaring, with rage, that the real fear should belong to the victims, people like his father, who was murdered over something so trivial. With this, he makes his position clear. He will never forgive criminals, even if they try to save other people. They should not be forgiven. Otherwise, those who live honest lives will have nothing to believe in. While Sid relives his pain, Kaido recognizes that this belief is deeply rooted in him. After his outburst, Sid apologizes for getting emotional, then leaves Kaido, saying that he will count on him the next day as usual. The next morning, the SMT members gather for training, but to their dismay, Kaito is late, which is rare. After a few minutes of waiting, he comes rushing out of class, mumbling about teachers who talk too much. As he hurries towards the training area, he ignores two suspicious-looking men watching him from a corner. Seconds after Kaito leaves, a huge screen broadcasting the latest news is suddenly hijacked. The image changes, and Kuro, the leader of BR, appears on all the major displays in Japan. When he appears, people instantly recognize him as the former magic noble, Kuro. However, unfazed by the attention, he addresses the SMT and Chrono directly, revealing that he has a gift for them. He claims that bombs have been planted all over Japan and warns the police not to interfere. Otherwise, they will be detonated one by one. To prove that they are not bluffing, Kuro snaps his fingers. An explosion erupts from a building near Kaito's location. Instantly, Kaito springs into action, using a powerful magic barrier to protect civilians from the blast. Meanwhile, the SMT desperately searches for information, only to find that their data is completely scrambled. To make matters worse, neither they nor the police can move fast enough to respond. A frustrated Yuna reports that they can't even contact Kaito and wonders what the hell he's doing at a time like this. As confusion spreads through the police force, Kuro makes his final demand. Chrono must go to the specified location alone. If he refuses, all the bombs will be detonated at the same time. Shortly after assessing the damage in the district, Kaito decides to wait until nightfall to act. At dusk, he puts on his Shadowbringer suit and sets off for the designated location, a warehouse at the port that used to be a hideout. After confirming the location, Leona asks him over the radio if he is really going through with this, and Kaito reassures her that everything will be fine. With the stage set, Leona wishes him a safe return and hopes that he doesn't die this time. After reassuring her again, Kaito flies across the city and only lands when he reaches the designated warehouse. The warehouse lights up as he enters, revealing dozens of elite BR mages. Their leader, Kuro, greets him to his death, noting that he was waiting for him. He then boasts that everyone in the room are high-level BR mages with advanced powers. In response, Chrono, also known as Kaito, asks if taking down everyone there will be enough to destroy BR. Hearing this, Kuro laughs at Chrono's confidence, but before he can speak, one of his mages calls Chrono a fool for thinking he can win alone. Annoyed, Kuro grabs the fool by the throat and reprimands him, saying that people have lost to Chrono for underestimating him just like that. But now that he is here, claiming to be different, Kuro promises not to hold back, but also threatens to kill Chrono without fail, never letting his guard down. Confused, Chrono is about to get into a fight with Kuroi. He asks if he really thinks he can pull it off. However, before he can make any sudden moves, Kuroi stops him. He warns that if Chrono resists, the bombs around the city will be detonated. Knowing full well that Kuroi is serious, Chrono stands still and waits for the next big move. Kuroi then orders his mages to kill him, and almost immediately, they all fire at Chrono. When none of the attacks hit him, Kuroi initially assumes that Chrono has erected a magic barrier, so he orders them to keep firing. When the same thing happens again, Chrono informs them that their attacks are useless. Level 3 magic doesn't work on him. Furious, Kuroi throws a fit, even going so far as to attack his own men, calling them useless for not even scratching Chrono. Chrono, on the other hand, calls them trash. This leads Kuroi to promise that this so-called trash will be responsible for brutally killing him. Despite Chrono's power, Kuroi remains confident, stating that normally he wouldn't stand a chance, but now that he has his new weapons, things will be different. Noticing the guns in Kuroi's hands, Chrono assumes they are just normal firearms and arrogantly states that guns won't work on him. But as soon as he finishes speaking, Kuroi fires a shot that grazes his right cheek, and to his shock, Chrono is injured. Savoring the surprise on Chrono's face, Kuroi laughs manically and explains that his weapon is an anti-magic gun, enchanted with a spell that dismantles magic itself. After explaining what his bullets can penetrate, Kuroi fires 3 simultaneous shots, all of which graze Chrono's body. Kuroi then admits it's been a while since he last fired a gun, so he expected his aim to be a little off. However, he is surprised when Chrono unconsciously heals his wounds using natural magic. Mistaking it for holy magic, Kuroi accuses him of using it, but Chrono corrects him, stating that it's actually natural magic. It activates automatically to heal him. Regardless, Kuroi declares that the healing won't change the situation. It just means he gets to injure Chrono even more. Kuroi then fires 3 more shots while taunting Chrono, but he soon realizes that all his bullets, just like before, only graze him. Despite this, Chrono easily heals himself again. At this point, Kuroi starts to suspect that something is wrong. None of his shots have landed a direct hit, which seems impossible. He wonders if Chrono is deflecting them, but he quickly dismisses the idea, convinced that such a feat is beyond even Chrono's abilities. While Kuroi is lost in thought, Chrono secretly communicates with Leona and the others to confirm if their secret mission is complete. Kuroi, noticing this, accuses him of daring to talk during a battle and underestimating him. Now that the mission is complete, Chrono casts the Great Typhoon. It's a level 5 wind spell, which he uses not only to blow away all the illegal mages, but also to tear a hole in the warehouse roof, destroying the entire building. Seeing this, Kuroi immediately gives the order to detonate the bombs throughout the city. But to his disappointment, Chrono reveals that his allies have already disarmed them. Now free to focus entirely on Kuroi, Chrono tells him that his bullets hurt quite a bit and promises to return the pain 100-fold. Just as the stage is set for battle, Kuroi prepares to fight. But before they can engage, the SMT arrives and interrupts the fight. Before it can begin, Yuka reports that all the bombs have been disarmed, prompting Ruka to urge them to stop their useless resistance. Chrono, wanting to keep his identity hidden, secretly praises the SMT for arriving so quickly, but wonders if they were just waiting nearby, without being detected. Regardless, the SMT immediately recognizes Chrono, the leader of the Shadowbringers, and recognizes his immense magical power. Meanwhile, Sonata, who knows that Chrono is actually Minato, feels the urge to help him. Worried that he might be secretly injured with the tables turned, Chrono challenges Kuroi to a fight with a smug smile. Just when they think they've won, Toshiro appears out of nowhere, acknowledging Kuroi's struggle and offering help, recognizing the traitor as their father. The girls exclaim in shock, desperately hoping there is a good explanation for this. They ask their father why he is siding with a despicable human being like Kuroi. Before Toshiro can answer, Kuroi claims it is because they are comrades in arms. Still confused, Yuka and her sister bombard their father with questions. They are desperate to understand what could have made him side with such an idiot. Eventually tired of their persistence, Toshiro coldly tells them he is not obligated to explain anything. Disappointed, they fall silent and simply stare at him. Shido calls for Chrono's capture, but Chrono questions if this is really the time to treat him as an enemy. Other SMT members echo his sentiment, arguing that they should work together, especially since Minato is not there. Realizing they have a point, Shido reluctantly agrees to cooperate. Just this once. A moment later, Kuroi hurls special hand grenades at the SMT. Chrono yells for them to dodge, and they narrowly escape the blast radius, managing to keep most of their limbs intact. They quickly realize these are no ordinary grenades. Chrono is surprised by the existence of anti-magic armaments besides firearms. He watches as Kuroi opens his overcoat with a smug grin, to reveal more hidden equipment. While Chrono deals with Kuroi, the sisters struggle with the reality of facing their father. Seizing the moment, Toshiro, eager to test his strength, conjures a level 3 water magic attack, Ezra Splash, and launches it at them. Ruka counters with a similar spell, but hers is far too weak. Toshiro's attack pushes through effortlessly. With nothing left to do, the girls brace for impact. Just when all hope seems lost, Ryuji intercepts with a magic spell, a level 3 earth magic, Rock Wall, saving them from being engulfed. Afterwards, the sisters thank Ryuji. Toshiro acknowledges their improved teamwork. However, he warns them they are still no match for him, as his magical power is comparable to Minato's. Despite this, Eureka refuses to back down. Determined, she and Ruka combine their mana to cast a level 7 water magic, Great Geyser Wave, against him. Toshiro effortlessly counters with a level 8 spell, Giant Wave, completely overpowering them. He then comments that, while they manage to neutralize part of his magic, they are still far behind. As the sisters lie defeated, Kuroi complains about how one-sided the battle was, in his favor. He mocks Chrono, declaring that even the great Shadowbringer is powerless against anti-magic weapons. He smirks, suggesting that Chrono has never fought against firearms before. With Toshiro by his side, Kuroi claims that Chrono does not stand a chance, even offering him the humiliating option of begging for his life. However, Chrono remains unfazed. Seeing this, Kuroi becomes both agitated and paranoid. Yelling at Chrono not to get cocky, he fires more anti-magic bullets, only for Chrono to dodge every single one. Initially, Kuroi assumes it is just luck, but the more he watches, the more doubtful he becomes. Toshiro once again demonstrates his level 8 water spell, asking for their opinion without receiving a response. He attacks Chrono, who dodges flawlessly, while Kuroi notices something strange in Chrono's movements as he quickly casts his level 5 dark magic, Night Strike, sneaking up behind Chrono for a surprise attack. However, Chrono dodges every single sword strike. This forces Kuroi to fire again, but Chrono dodges once more. As Chrono catches his breath, another wave of water magic rushes toward him. He raises a void barrier, but it shatters on impact as the SMT members watch from the sidelines. They become perplexed by the sheer amount of mana being used, and begin to feel useless for just standing by, knowing they can't face Chrono. Thus, they decide they need to act and earn his recognition. Shido, still holding a grudge against Chrono, sees an opportunity. With Chrono distracted and supposedly at a disadvantage, he believes they can finally neutralize him, knowing that reinforcements will arrive soon to help capture Toshiro and Kuroi. Shido refuses to let this moment slip away. He turns to Sonata, who is nearby, and urges her to help him take down Chrono. Sonata hesitates, questioning his reasoning. Shido insists that Chrono, an illegal mage fighting alone, must be arrested now. Initially, she refuses, but Shido insists, practically begging. Unable to refuse directly, Sonata clenches her fists and looks forward, making Shido interpret this as consent to his request. But instead of attacking Chrono, she suddenly provides him with white magic. Kuroi, witnessing this, mistakenly believes the police force has just turned against their only ally, Chrono, and scoffs at them. In time, however, Shido, just as he's about to launch his next attack, realizes that Sonata just used first aid on Chrono, a level 5 holy magic. Kuroi criticizes the police force for helping Chrono, an illegal mage. But Chrono, who can heal his own wounds with his passive magic, ignores him and wonders why Sonata hit him with magic she knows he doesn't need. Upon reflection, Chrono realizes Sonata must be trying to communicate her feelings to him through magic, so he accepts the healing effects and continues his fight with Kuroi. In the meantime, Shido, who is apparently frozen in shock, asks Sonata why she healed the criminal, and Sonata, tired of his nonsense, tells him it's because Chrono is fighting for them. When the idiot asks how he's doing that, Sonata tells him to think about why they, who can't even move, are still alive, or why Chrono isn't moving an inch from that spot. With Shido remaining silent, she tells him it's because he is just trying to protect everyone, while poor Chrono continues to be hit by Kuroi's bullets. Sonata tells Shido that if it weren't for Chrono, they would have been Kuroi's targets, and that's why he isn't running away. Even after hearing all this, Shido still tries to paint Chrono as the villain, like the fool he is, since there's no way an illegal mage, like him, would save the police. Noticing the doubt in his eyes, Sonata reminds Shido that Chrono is there alone with them, to save people, to fight for others. At this moment, Shido starts to think clearly, noticing how Chrono isn't moving much from where he is, and is covered in wounds. Shido begins to question the feelings he's had towards him, until now. Very soon, he begins to realize the truth in front of him, as the girls declare they will all fight alongside Chrono, regardless of whether he is an illegal mage or not. Much to Kuroi's disappointment, reminds him that insignificant people like them won't change anything, since they don't have much magical power left with the SMT members attacking with all their strength. And Aika tells him that while their individual power might be small, there is still something they can do. With that said, they turn their gazes to Toshiro, floating in his flying water bubble, and force him down to their level the minute he lands. Chrono attacks with Demon Flame, and Toshiro quickly spots the surprise attack, countering it with Jason's Wave. Seeing the coordination between them all, Toshiro realizes he doesn't have many opportunities to attack Chrono, as he knows the SMT will get in his way. With that in mind, the SMT works to hold Toshiro back, with Sander eagerly helping Mona, while the girls attack. Shiro strengthens his determination and joins them to hold Toshiro back, which eventually irritates Kuroi. As for Chrono, he praises the SMT for containing Toshiro, Kraut, making the fight easier, and he continues to irritate Kuroi so much that he threatens to kill them with all his strength and fires even more shots at Chrono. This time Chrono dodges the attacks perfectly, leaving Kuroi perplexed and wondering how the hell Chrono managed to dodge all the bullets. When he accuses him of using magic, Chrono assures Kuroi that he didn't use any magic and just dodged. At this point, Kuroi loses his mind, telling Chrono not to mess with him because this isn't a movie. Then Chrono tells him that although it's been a while since he's encountered it, he's gotten much better at handling long-range anti-magic equipment. Upon hearing this, Kuroi starts shooting wildly, but Chrono, who claims to have already analyzed his attack pattern, flawlessly dodges every bullet and closes in on him. Realizing bullets are useless now, Kuroi pulls out his anti-magic rocket launcher and prepares to blow everyone away with it. Unfortunately, before he can pull the trigger, Chrono uses Night Raid to get terrifyingly close to him, shocking Kuroi, and uses Cruel, a special type of black magic, different from normal magic, to send the bastard to a world of pain for 3 days and 3 nights. A fitting punishment for a villain like him. Chrono. After dealing with Kuroi, Chrono moves forward to attack Toshiro, even with his team immobile from exhaustion. Noticing how well his comrades held Toshiro back, Chrono smiles at them and asks them to leave the rest to him. With that, he focuses all his attention on Toshiro. But before he can fight, Toshiro surrenders, and Chrono demands an explanation. At this moment, Leona informs them over the radio that they have a problem, as the police and magic nobles are raiding all of BR's hideouts in Tokyo, adding that the timing is clearly planned. She states that she is certain the information was leaked by Mizara. This information leads Chrono to ask Toshiro if he was a spy who infiltrated BR, and Toshiro admits that he was. Before the conversation can continue, Kuroi gets back on his feet and tells everyone to stop messing around. Chrono deduces that he must have dispelled the cruel spell with anti-magic equipment. Now back on his feet, Kuroi holds a detonator and threatens to destroy all the bombs he planted nearby. Seeing this, the other SMT members complain that they can't move well enough to escape from the bombs in time. But then, Chrono and Toshiro, still standing and ready, activate Fireball and Emerald Aqua, both level 7 spells, to protect the members of the SMT from Kuroi's bombs. However, after pressing the detonator several times, nothing happens. Kuroi just stands there confused, claiming to have planted bombs everywhere, while he wastes time thinking. Leona, who has just arrived, tells him once again that they have already disarmed the bombs he hid nearby. He casually remarks about Leona and the Shadowbringers, calling them slaves and demanding they humiliate themselves and obey him. Enraged, Leona punches him and finally declares that she has her revenge. But despite this, the fool asserts, boldly, that he is just a cog in a machine called BR, meaning the real bosses are still out there. Right after this malicious statement, Kuroi faints, leaving Chrono to question who the real mastermind behind BR is. Realizing he needs more research to confirm the person's identity, Chrono pushes the thought aside and carries Leona, intending to leave before the police arrive. At that moment, Yuka tries to make him wait so she can confirm something with him, but Chrono ignores her and leaps into the night sky, determined to never be caught by the SMT again. Right after his departure, Yuka and Ryuji are left, perplexed about what kind of person the leader of the Shadowbringers could possibly be. Sanada, who knows Chrono's true identity as Kusanagi, is filled with gratitude for her hero, for saving so many lives that night. The next morning, the national news reports the capture and arrest of the Magic Noble and president of BR, Kuroi, on charges that include conspiracy to terrorize the city. The police receive high praise for quickly disarming the bombs and demonstrating their excellent counter-terrorism capabilities. Watching the news from somewhere in the city, Renata and Riku scoff at the media's attempt to take credit for their efforts. Meanwhile, Minato returns to his normal life as the captain of the SMT. That same morning, he walks to the Mizura residence with his team to see Toshiro. On the way, they ask him to explain his absence during the operation against Kuroi the previous night. Minato lies, saying there was a family problem. Luckily for him, they believe his lie, but still encourage him to contact them next time. Upon arriving at the Mizura residence, they are warmly welcomed and shown to their seats in the meeting room. Inside, the girls ask their father to explain the situation. Toshiro begins by telling them he only pretended to cooperate with Kuroi and infiltrated BR to clear the name of the magic nobles and to stop rampant illegal mages from getting their way. Continuing, he reveals that Kuroi was not only a former magic noble but was also involved in numerous crimes. He had expanded his influence without restraint, and unable to ignore it any longer, Toshiro took action. Ika then asks why he only infiltrated BR now. Toshiro explains that he received an imperial order from the police, who believed it would be easier for him as the head of a magic noble family to infiltrate BR, since Kuroi had previously collaborated with Fuka. Using psychological and logical tricks, Toshiro easily gained Kuroi's trust. He finishes his story by explaining that, although he is not officially part of the police organization, he was treated as a special covert investigator by exception, and will not be held responsible for any crimes committed. Upon hearing this, the girls sigh in relief and criticize the police for treating their father this way. Meanwhile, Minato contemplates the organizations involved in this charade: the SMT, the police, who seem to view the magic nobles differently, and even Toshiro Mizura. He also wonders why the police, who surprisingly went to such lengths to achieve this, decided to act at this specific moment, when they could have done it sooner. To him, their reasoning for acting now lacks conviction and seems suspicious. A flashback to the night of Kuroi's subjugation shows Chrono and Leona discussing how the police, despite her weakest information-gathering skill, managed to discover that more than half of the planted bombs were fakes. When Chrono asks if the criminals simply couldn't prepare enough real bombs, Leona admits that it's possible, but she still thinks it's too amateurish for a serious threat. In any case, the police acted unusually fast, almost as if they had prior knowledge. She feels there's something suspicious about the incident, but for now, they have no proof. Back in the present, Toshiro acknowledges his sins. He asks for forgiveness and announces that he will now publicly cooperate with the SMT and reverse his daughter's disinheritance. Hearing this, the girls instantly cheer up, knowing they can be proud to be members of the Mizura family again. On the way back from the Mizura family meeting, Hilda comments on all the good things that have happened and finally feels at ease. Now that everything is settled, Nada, on the other hand, calls Minato and Chrono her heroes and wishes there was something she could do to thank them. Shido, knowing that Chrono is an illegal mage, still can't shake the fact that he saved him that night. If Chrono really is Kusanagi, Shido isn't sure if capturing him would be the right thing to do. Meanwhile, Yuka grows restless as she remembers seeing Chrono's eyes that night, and realizing they were the same as Minato's. Unable to tell the two apart, she starts to wonder if they are the same person. Minato, fully aware of what's happening, realizes things could get complicated if this continues. That night, dressed as Chrono, he visits Kai in his hospital bed to continue healing him with holy magic, but receives no response. This time, Chrono urges Kai to wake up, reminding him that his sister is waiting for him. Leona enters, forcing Chrono to hide outside the window. She gently tells her little brother that she finally defeated the villains with Chrono, so there's no more reason for him to worry. She promises that no one will hurt him again. Seconds after hearing his sister's voice, Kai calls her name, and Leona instantly reassures him, saying she's right there with him now. Completely awake, Kai welcomes his big sister back and says he tried his best to stay strong while she was away. Without hesitation, Leona hugs Kai tightly as tears stream down her face. Seeing this, Chrono smiles, realizing his work is done, and silently flies into the night sky. The next day, during lunch break, Ryuji, who is with the others on the school roof, begs Minato and the girls to help him take care of his younger siblings the next day. When asked what happened, he explains that his shift lasts all day, and he'll get home very late. Normally, he participates in SMT activities and works whenever his mother isn't working, but unfortunately, neither of them will be available this time. Since he can't leave his siblings alone until the evening, Ryuji asks for their help. Hearing Ryuji's plea, Minato promptly offers to help, noting that he loves kids anyway, and Ryuji thanks him profusely. As for Yuka, she apologizes for not being available, Explaining that she has things to do related to the move, and realizing she is no longer disowned, Ryuji asks if she will finally return to her father's house, but Yui says they are moving to a bigger place. At that moment, Yui imitates her father, telling them both to continue establishing their independence and exploring the outside world while Minato stays with them. Soon after, Ryuji comments on her father's actions, and Yui says that at least he's kind enough to provide money. In any case, Minato feels that if Toshiru is promoting independence, then the sisters living together makes sense. On the other hand, he understands why Toshiru would want to keep him closer to the girls, now more than ever. Anyway, Ryuji makes a joke about Minato and Ruka helping Yui move, only to realize how bossy and ignorant they are, concluding that Yui will be fine on her own after having a good laugh at the joke. He asks Ruka if she'll be available to accompany Minato. Ruka stutters before finally offering to help him take care of the children. With that, Hilda thanks them both and promises to compensate them the next day. Minato and Ruka take Hilda's 3 siblings to the amusement park, since it's been a while since any of them had been there. The children talk excitedly about riding the carousel, the roller coaster, and the Ferris wheel all at the same time. To satisfy them, Minato assures them they'll ride everything. Just as they're about to get on a ride, he notices Ruka standing back and encourages her to join them. At that moment, Ruka's expression looks so intimidating that the children feel threatened, making Minato ask why she isn't smiling. To avoid being labeled a spoilsport, Ruka apologizes, then makes things worse by forcing an awkward smile, asking if it's better. Unfortunately, the children find it even more terrifying. To keep them from crying, Minato comforts the children and ignores the sad Ruka for now. Afterwards, all 5 of them ride the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel, and the carousel, before finally stopping when it gets late. While Minato looks after the happy children, he notices the sadness in Ruka's expression and decides to talk to her. The children leave for a quick bathroom trip after Minato warns them not to bump into people, giving the pair some time alone after some small talk about the excitement. Ruka tells Minato that he's amazing, admired even by the children. Despite knowing this, Minato insists he's nothing special, but Ruka counters, admitting that she's not good with children, not that she doesn't like them, but she has a hard time communicating. Minato acknowledges this, and she apologizes for being so presumptuous. Moving on, she recalls saying she could never surpass her, but now she feels inferior in every way. She can't cook, she doesn't get along with people, nor is she as thoughtful as Yui. Even in magic, where she once excelled, she is being surpassed. If anything, she knows she isn't perfect, just a clumsy woman who can't do anything by herself. With Minato remaining silent, Ruka apologizes for being a crybaby and urges him to forget everything she said, noting that the children are returning from the bathroom. As the children navigate through the crowd, the oldest one accidentally bumps into one of 3 bullies who are harassing other kids and threatening to film them. Knowing what's about to happen, Minato prepares to intervene. However, before he can act, he notices Ruka steps in first to protect the children and decides to watch. She quickly pulls the boy out of danger and asks if he's okay. The boy starts to cry, and she is relieved that he isn't hurt. At that moment, the bully and his goons demand an apology from the little boy for simply being a child. Rika refuses, arguing that the boy did nothing wrong and that the bully is the one who should apologize. A typical hothead, the bully tries to punch Rika for defying him, however, before his fist gets far. Mason grabs it firmly, calling him scum who only knows how to cause trouble. He reminds the bully that they are in a public place, and that he should not spoil everyone's fun for his own entertainment, while the bully screams in pain and begs for freedom. Mason finally lets go and complains that there are troublemakers everywhere. With the bullies gone, he checks on his group, ensuring that everyone is safe. Seeing that Rika went out of her way to protect them, the 3 children quickly cling to her, crying and thanking her for saving them. Rika is completely startled, but after a look from Mason, she hugs them tightly and reassures them, saying that everything is okay. With the incident behind them, they enjoy the rest of the day in peace when night falls and Reed finally returns home. He apologizes and hopes his siblings did not cause any trouble, however. To his surprise, he finds all 5 of them sleeping peacefully together, like a happy family over time. It is revealed that while the SMT captain Mason and Chrono, the leader of the Shadowbringers, the twin mages of Japan, were drawing attention, the police's reputation was only plummeting, despite their quick response to the BR explosion incident receiving acclaim. The SMT's achievements only overshadowed the police and left their reputation in even more tatters during one of their supposed meetings. Members of the Tokyo Police Department argue that they cannot let the Shadowbringers act unchecked and tarnish their dignity as police. Acknowledging the truth in this argument, the department's superintendent general issues an executive order to capture the criminals, who pose as vigilantes, and bring them to justice. Meanwhile, at the Kite family dojo, Mason and Rick fight with wooden swords to test each other's swordsmanship skills. For almost 10 minutes, the pair face off with murderous intent without saying a single word, slashing, piercing, and parrying, only when necessary. In the end, Rick finishes the match in a draw. When they both find themselves in a situation where both would die after noticing how impressive Mason's swordsmanship skills are, Rick expresses his surprise upon discovering that Mason can fight on equal footing with him. The assistant manager, despite knowing all this, Mason assures Rick that he still cannot surpass him in swordsmanship. And this makes Rick, who has just noticed how modest and skilled he is, become impressed with the training session finished. The pair put the wooden training swords back in their place, and Rick immediately made a scene about how problematic his life has become confused. Mason asks him to explain what just happened since he seemed fine a moment ago. And Rick says that whenever he is holding a sword, he always feels slightly motivated to do things now that he has had to give that up. He feels useless, and wishes he could die that instant, or become a plant upon hearing this. Mason sincerely tells Rick not to die, yet stating that just being alive and doing nothing is enough for anyone as long as it brings them happiness. Seeing how thoughtful Mason is, Rick calls him an interesting person, and then after sitting down tells him that he has always felt out of place. If anything, being known for his sword skills made him feel even more alienated. This is more frustrating to him than anything else in the entire world. Hearing this, Minato assures him that what he's describing isn't him being an alien, but rather that it's just his uniqueness being displayed for everyone to see. Though shocked, Riku tells Minato, unable to express himself, that no one has ever described his talent as his uniqueness before. Well, for what it's worth, Minato says he's had similar experiences in the past, and then narrates to Riku as he remembers his past life as the teenager, Ikami Minato, that he was once caught in an unimaginable terror where death was practically right in front of him. At that time, Minato claims to have fought back and awakened his powers as a result, but, unfortunately, or fortunately for him, Riku looks on blankly, as he thinks that Minato is referring to the experience he had during a traffic accident, which he has already told him about. In his mind, however, Minato recalls that he learned to use magic from that day on by imitating the monster's spells, until he developed his own spells. Despite being the only survivor left during that time, Minato tells Riku that he remembers how he couldn't save anyone and was often seen as an oddity by the people around him. Now, however, he has ensured that his power and strength help others. With that said, he asks Riku if he has something to protect, and Riku, realizing that Minato is right, knows that he truly does have something he wants to protect. Knowing this, Minato cheerfully tells him to use his power for that cause, since he already has the uniqueness within him, and Riku, deciding to follow Minato's advice, thanks him for his help. The pair then shakes hands and promises to work together next time. Moments after leaving Riku's dojo, Minato thinks about Riku's personality so far, and notes that, for the leader of a noble magic family, he's quite decent even if he has his quirks. In any case, Minato feels that the guy is much better than the others who are pretentious, evil, and simply incomprehensible. As he continues to be lost in thought, Minato bumps into someone on the street and immediately apologizes for being a klutz, only to discover that the person he bumped into is none other than Murai Hinata, the shorty. When Hinata also recognizes that her assailant is Minato, she demands an explanation. Without waiting for a response, she tells Minato that she met an annoying guy earlier and has been annoyed ever since. Minato then asks why she isn't wearing her flashy outfit for the day, and Hinata says there's no way she would wear something so flashy every day. Besides, since it's anti-demon gear, she should only wear it for official functions and nothing more. At this point, Minato mentions his interest in that sort of thing, only to realize after a brief silence that she actually is. Soon, the pair notices that people on the street are staring at them. To avoid being bothered, Hinata rudely urges Minato to follow her to her spot, around the corner. Minato, tired of dealing with a girl who does things at her own pace, follows her. When they finally arrive at her spot, they quickly find an empty table and sit down, to avoid being noticed by the other patrons in the cafe. Unfortunately, it's already too late, as people begin to whisper and stare at them, some even hinting that they might be on a date. After a few angry glares from Hinata, however, the gossipers get scared and go back to minding their own business. Minato, who remains calm the whole time, starts to see Hinata as a rabid dog, but he keeps quiet to avoid trouble. After shooing away the curious onlookers, Hinata asks Minato about his meeting with Riku earlier. Sensing that she might be jealous of him getting along with Riku, Minato apologizes for not inviting her to the dojo. Realizing the intention behind his words, Hinata loses her patience and insists that she is not sulking, because he did not invite her. After all, in her mind, they are only temporarily aligned and are not friends. Right after saying this, she looks on jealously as a family celebrates a child's first birthday. Minato reassures her, saying he is fine with whatever she said as long as they can cooperate, annoyed by his confidence. Hinata demands to know how he got so strong. When Minato lies about having gained his powers in a traffic accident, Hinata calls it a lie, saying there is no way he could have gotten so strong just from an accident. She knows Minato has an abnormal magical power, and magic does not work that way in her mind. However, Minato reveals that he is actually suppressing his magical power even more than before. Besides, Hinata thinks that, if all they had to do to increase their magical power was to risk death, then they would not have to struggle so much. Tired of being left in the dark, Hinata stands up and angrily demands that Minato tell her the truth about his strength. Minato realizes she is desperate to become stronger, but telling her, a modern-era person, that he is the reincarnation of Itachi would neither make sense nor satisfy her. So instead, he tells her to train the usual way if she wants to get stronger. Frustrated, Hinata sighs, saying that Minato is impossible to understand, and sits down again. Soon, the waitress arrives with their orders, and after apologizing for the delay, she serves Hinata her very berry parfait. Shocked by its immense size, Minato wonders what is up with the parfait. However, Hinata, now beaming with excitement, tells Minato she has been waiting for this. Right after saying that, she pretends the waitress got her order wrong. Minato watches in confusion as she devours every bite as if her life depended on it, savoring its sweetness and juicy texture. When she finishes, Hinata takes a deep breath and admits she has always wanted to try this cafe's parfait, but she felt weird coming alone, which means her friendly outing with Minato worked out perfectly. Realizing she has a sweet tooth, Minato studies her flow of thoughts and notices it is overflowing. When Hinata realizes she let her guard down, she abruptly ends the meeting, claiming there is nothing more to discuss and rushes out of the cafe. After she leaves, Minato realizes he managed to glimpse the magical power she was suppressing. Even so, he knows it is clearly more intense than the last time they fought. There is no way she could have increased it so much in such a short time with training alone. As he wonders what she did to increase her power, Minato concludes that Hinata Romarai is hiding something. Meanwhile, Shido, still stuck at work, begins to suspect that Minato might actually be Chrono. He has noticed that whenever Chrono appears, Kusanagi is nowhere to be found, making it hard not to believe they are the same person. For now, the police investigation is intensifying, and Shido knows it is only a matter of time before Chrono is caught. Feeling conflicted, he looks at a family photo, hoping his father's spirit will somehow guide him. Later that night, Leona reports to Chrono on the rooftop that the police are working to dismantle the Shadowbringer. Operations are being carried out everywhere, leading to the capture of some members for interrogation. Analyzing the information, Chrono realizes that the SMT has also received orders to apprehend them. He briefly considers telling Leona that he is Kusanagi of the Shinigami Tensei, but decides against it. If she were caught, knowing the truth would only cause her unnecessary stress, since he knows she would never betray him. Besides, there is no real benefit to revealing his identity now. He can still hint at inside information from the police without exposing everything, making this the wrong time to confess. At that moment, Leona tells him they need a plan, because if things continue like this, the police will eventually catch up to them. To keep her from worrying, Chrono reassures her, telling her to leave things to him. He already has a plan. The next day, Minato visits Takigami at his residence to discuss how to get his help with their strategy, and Takigami agrees to help. Days later, the superintendent of the Tokyo police force asks for updates on the investigation of the Shadowbringers. When he discovers that Chrono still hasn't been found, he becomes furious and demands an explanation. One of the officers informs him that they are still interrogating the captured members of the Shadowbringers, but so far, they all insist they know nothing. The chief then asks why they haven't managed to make them talk, but the officer explains that they lack leverage, since it genuinely seems that the lower-ranking members are uninformed. Frustrated, the chief authorizes the officers to use force if necessary to capture Chrono, stating that the dignity of the police force is at stake. Understanding the urgency, the police officers hurry to act. Meanwhile, Shido summons all the members of the SMT to the meeting room and informs them they have been ordered by their superiors to locate Chrono and his allies. As Chrono's whereabouts remain unknown, Shido reveals that his information has been made public to facilitate identification and capture. As materials that undermine the police are circulating, the captain demands that the SMT members search for Chrono, while continuing their efforts to stop calamities. Some SMT members complain, pointing out that they are already busy dealing with calamities and monsters. They complain that the higher-ups must be out of touch because this isn't their job. Minato, however, sees this as a sign of the police's desperation, realizing that if they get serious, his group will have a hard time avoiding them. Concluding the meeting, Shido reminds his team to prioritize handling calamities and monsters, while they continue the search for the Shadowbringers. After the meeting, Sonata asks Shido if they are really going to go through with this. Shido replies that he has no choice. It's a direct order. Ryude complains about having to take on most of the work related to the calamities, and the Mizuru sisters share their grievances. Shido acknowledges their frustration, but explains that the higher-ups are desperate because the Shadowbringers wield significant influence and popularity, and they fear the possible consequences of illegal mages gaining more support. Shido turns to Minato and tells him directly to stop pretending. Offended, Minato demands an explanation. Without hesitation, Shido accuses him of being Chrono and tells him to turn himself in immediately. The accusation stuns the entire team, and the girls rush to defend Minato, insisting there's no way he could be Chrono. Seeing their willingness to protect him, Shido begins to suspect that Yuta and Sonata are collaborating with Chrono. When they try to object, Shido argues that, although Chrono has saved many lives, he must surrender now so the judge will be lenient, which is much better than being hunted by the police to support their allegations. Chidori points out the timing of Chrono's and Minato's appearances, their similar builds and abilities, and the glaring fact that Minato is never around. When Chrono shows up, he challenges the team, asking if they can really dismiss all of this as mere coincidences. With the room falling silent, Shido presses Minato for an answer, expecting him to reveal his true identity. Just as Minato is about to answer, Sonata interrupts by showing them a live broadcast on her phone. The Shadowbringers have hijacked the broadcast station, again. The video begins with Minato still in the room, and another person introduces himself as Chrono, apologizing for the intrusion. The fake Chrono addresses the public's growing curiosity about the supposed power struggle between him and Minato. To settle the debate, he challenges Minato to a duel in broad daylight, leaving the world in shock. As the team reacts in disbelief, Shido questions how Chrono could challenge Minato if they are the same person. At the same time, Sonata and Yuka begin to doubt their own suspicions, since the situation no longer makes any sense. Meanwhile, Ryude and Ruka, unaware of the deeper implications, ask Minato what he plans to do. Minato assures them that he will accept Chrono's challenge. A few hours later, the entire country turns its attention to Shibuya, where the long-awaited battle between Kusanagi and Chrono is about to take place. With media helicopters hovering above, reporters describe the enormous crowd gathering as if for a major event. The authorities, wary of the fight's dangerous nature, have dispatched officers ready to apprehend Chrono as they await his arrival. Several fans cheer for their favorite fighter. Meanwhile, Ryuji comments on how the fight has become a media sensation. His teammates bring up social media statistics and livestream views to show just how viral the event has become. Chidori, on the other hand, watches in silence, trying to decipher Minato's true intentions, hoping he makes one mistake, because now there is no turning back. Near the arena, Renata and Riku run into Toshiru, who has unexpectedly come to watch the fight. Curious, they ask why he is there. Toshiru replies that this is a battle he must witness for himself. As soon as he finishes speaking, a bright light appears in the sky above the arena. As the crowd wonders what it is, a blue energy beam suddenly descends, nearly hitting the helicopter and triggering an explosion, so powerful it almost knocks over some spectators. When the dust settles, the fake leader of the Shadowbringers, Chrono, materializes. The media instantly broadcasts his arrival. Shido, surprised that Chrono actually showed up, begins to doubt his previous theory. Sonata and Yuka also begin to reconsider their suspicions, now wondering if Minato and Chrono are really separate individuals. Moments before the battle begins, Minato sighs, admitting that while he does not normally like to put on a show, it now seems unavoidable. When the fake Chrono remains silent, Minato decides to skip the small talk and get straight to the fight. With thousands of spectators watching, Minato starts the battle by activating Null Magic, Inorganic Cannon, a level 6 spell. In response, the fake Chrono counters with Dark Magic, Chaos Raven. When both attacks collide, the shockwave released is so devastating that the pilot flying the helicopter above the arena has to move it out of the line of fire, ignoring the reporters' pleas to get closer, lest they crash and die. As soon as the initial attacks dissipate, both parties launch themselves at each other and clash fists to officially start the fight. They then erupt into a flurry of punches, trading blows back and forth, with both fighters perfectly matching each other's power, before finally taking a break. To continue using magic, When the time comes to use magic, the fake Chrono activates, a level 9 piercing thunder spell, and attacks Minato with it. Although unharmed by the attack, Minato complains that the fake Chrono didn't hold back, and got his clothes dirty, without uttering a single word. The fake Chrono follows his first attack with a second, which is a level 7 earth spell, and directs it at Minato, hoping to destroy him to protect himself from the comet. Minato activates a level 9 Neo-Magic Shield, with the help of a magic fairy, places it between himself and the magic comet, and watches as the shield disintegrates the comet into rubble, with the comet out of the way. Minato turns to the magic fairy who just helped him create such a strong barrier, and praises her while making her laugh for her use of ring magic as well. Ring magic around this time. The spectators who had just seen Minato ask for help from an unknown fairy, erupted in joy and excitement, with some rowdy fans even commenting that they no longer cared about the magic nobles of magic, because Chrono and Minato seemed to be on a completely different level at the same time. Some of Minato's female fans faint from the aura and presence he has been emitting so far, and the ever-irritable Hinata tells Riku and Toshiru that null magic users, whom she calls clueless idiots, are always trying to show off their flashy spells. Upon hearing this, Riku reminds her that both Chrono and Minato are capable of using level 9 magic. But then Hinata adds to her statement by mentioning that their mana reserves are just as strange as their vast knowledge of spells. Even though they both use high-level magic, the fact that they still have room for other spells is simply incredible to think about for now. Toshiru says that Minato's magic stands out more, as his continuous magic, which he claims is much better than theirs, is moving as if it has a will of its own. If that's the case, Hinata says there are only a few mages who can use continuous magic, let alone automatic magic. Moreover, however, considering how insane Minato's normal physical strength is, Toshiru explains that it's very likely Minato is using magical power not only to invigorate his body, but also to power his attacks and defenses. At this moment, Hinata asks Toshiru if he's saying that Minato is like a wall of magical power, and Toshiru says probably, which irritates her when she asks why he's so uncertain about Minato and Chrono's power. Toshiru says it's simply how unconventional their magic is. Simply put, he means that Minato and Chrono, both of whom he calls true monsters, have surpassed the magic nobles in every aspect. With all that said, the battle between Chrono and Minato reaches its peak when Minato somehow manages to catch the fake Chrono by surprise while suspended in mid-air, and kicks him to the ground. As soon as the fake Chrono lands, he jumps back up to meet Minato, who is still in the air, causing the other SMT members, as well as everyone watching, to be amazed by the ongoing battle. Yuka, Ryud and Ruka admit that they initially thought these guys were strong, but now that they've seen, they had even more tricks up their sleeves. They understand why those scouts are so interested in them. Checking the internet stats, Tsunade informs the other SMT members that the battle's popularity is still rising on all live streaming sites and social media. Toshiru, who is also checking the stats, says that now that the battle's popularity has reached its peak, the fight is being watched all over the world. At the same time, scenes are shown from various parts of the world, New York, South Korea, and several other major cities, where people are glued to their phones watching the live broadcast of the battle between the two most powerful mages in the world. Chrono and Kael Vance. After entertaining the entire world by exchanging several blows, Kael finally praises the fake Chrono for putting up a good fight, then tells him it's over for him. Just as Kael thinks it's finished, the fake Chrono activates a dark magic spell, a level 9 dark scythe, and attacks Kael with it, trying to end things. Kael uses the level 10 null magic giant Rex for the first time, and not only negates Chrono's dark scythe magic, but also smashes him into a nearby building. Right after seeing the attack, the members of the SMT go wild, seeing Kael use level 10 magic and display incredible magical power, with Yuna wondering how strong Kael truly is. At that moment, Kael charges towards the semi-defeated Chrono, causing the news crew and the helicopter above to follow his every move, as they suspect this will be his final blow, despite all their attempts to follow him. The pilot tells the reporter that he simply can't keep up with Kael's speed when the cameraman reports that the video feed has been cut. The reporter loses her patience and scolds the poor guy for cutting the broadcast right when the battle is reaching its climax. As for Kael, when he reaches the fake Chrono's location, he pauses and lowers his guard for a moment. Just as he looks away, Chrono extends his hands towards Kael and activates a dark magic spell. However, just as the fake Chrono is about to cast the spell on him, Kael tells him to stop the charade, and the fake Chrono instantly vanishes as soon as he's gone. Kael mutters to himself, grateful that he managed to pull off the farce in front of everyone. As for the anti-monster equipment that Dr. Evelyn Reed made for him, Kael thinks it's at its limit since it can only withstand level 9 magic for a short time. He also reflects on how useful and difficult cloning magic is, noting that the duplicate he created for the fake Chrono is much weaker than him and can barely speak. While Kaelin analyzes the aftermath nearby, Dr. Evelyn Reed thanks her lucky stars that everything worked out earlier. When she found out that Kaelin was secretly Chrono, she was shocked, never expecting him to go this far, since one cannot activate 2 spells at the same time. She deduced that Kaelin had very little time to reactivate the duplicate, a short-duration spell, because he had to constantly use continuous magic. He had no time for other spells, which is why she prepared anti-monster equipment with automatic magic. Using equipment that casts spells automatically, even when unconscious, it became possible, at least in theory, to use multiple types of magic at the same time. Despite knowing this, Dr. Evelyn Reed realizes that Kaelin still needed immense magical power and control to manage the double mentally, otherwise it could have gone berserk and attacked the spectators, considering everything using enormous amounts of magic while still maintaining control. Kaelin managed to wage a thrilling battle against himself, something only Solomon and Kaelin, she says, are capable of such brilliance. With the match over, Kaelin calls Leona, claiming to be Chrono, and tells her to stop blocking the broadcast. Leona asks if it's over, and Kaelin confirms. Then she calls Chrono by his real name, Kaelin, and says that no one will go after Chrono anymore. After this play they made shocked, Kaelin asks when she found out, and she admits she's known for a while but saw no reason to mention it when asked why she's only saying it now. Leona says it's because she feels that today is the last time you'll see Chrono. Recognizing that she is right, Minato silently praises her after a brief silence. Leona thanks Minato for saving her, the world, and her teammates, and states that she is happy he was there. With illegal mage crimes at a historically low level, Minato explains that the Shadowbringers will cease their activities until the situation cools down before ending the call. Leona offers to handle any job for Minato with a family discount, and Minato says he will count on her when necessary. With that said, they say their goodbyes and return to their normal lives. The minute Minato hangs up, his subordinates from SMT and Wika rush over to him. They ask about Chrono and Luca, and if he is injured. Minato tells them that Chrono escaped, but will need some bandages and won't be showing his face anytime soon. Shido arrives next, embarrassed, and apologizes for accusing Minato of being Chrono. Hearing this, Sanada and Wika also apologize for doubting him. They hope he will forgive them. Minato feels guilty for deceiving them, but tells them not to blame themselves, as everyone makes mistakes. As he is about to leave the arena, Hinata shouts again, asking no one in particular how Minato and Chrono are so strong. Realizing she is nowhere near their level, she admits she needs to get stronger, or she will never catch up to them. While Hinata makes a scene, Toshiro, surprised that Minato still has energy, wonders how much magical power he truly possesses. Meanwhile, Minato thinks about how he proved that he and Chrono are separate people and quickly lets out a sigh of relief. Noting that his charade worked, now that the BR has been abolished, he thinks the Shadowbringers are no longer necessary. Still, Kuro's last words about him being a pawn linger in his mind. For now, however, he is happy. The most urgent problem has been solved. A few days after the battle, Minato begins endorsing tea products. He streams training sessions with SMT, releases merch with creators, and appears on live TV to discuss his awakening and brutal training regimen. One day at school, Minato is surrounded by girls wanting to shake his hand, hug him, or marry him. Watching this, Luca and Wika wonder if their now famous boss will be alright. What they don't know is that Minato is losing his mind. He's overwhelmed by all the attention, finding the girls completely exhausting. Tired, he jumps out a window and flees the school, cursing Shido for pushing him into public appearances. When he thinks he is safe, a horde of fans finds him and starts chasing him. He spends most of the day running and begging them to leave him alone. Later at home, Luca and Wika ask if he is okay. Minato assures them he is, and then asks about the move. They tell him they have cleaned everything. It was all done while he was busy escaping. Thanking them, Minato overhears Yuka talking about their new place. It's a 3-bedroom apartment, meaning everyone will have their own room. Upon realizing they will no longer see Minato's sleeping face, the two girls blush and look away, leaving Minato confused by their behavior. His phone rings. He goes to the balcony and answers the call from Takigami. She asks if he has time to talk, wondering if he is okay after the recent chaos. Minato reassures her, saying everything went well thanks to her. Although he admits it is still unsettling, Takigami laughs, saying that popularity is a difficult thing to handle. Minato then tells her to call him anytime. He explains that she is not just a good friend, but also the only one who knows his true identity. Hearing this, Takigami thanks him for the offer and hangs up. Moments after the call, she picks up a photo of herself with 2 other girls and wonders, silently, what to do about her own situation. Unfortunately, not much more information is revealed. To explain what happened next a few days later, dozens of new SMT recruits gather at the MPD training grounds, all hoping to join the Mizura Sisters squad or train with the infallible Captain Minato. When they arrive, Yuka expresses her shock at seeing more recruits than expected, but Ruka tells her they are only there because of Minato, nothing more. Anyway, Yudi observes that while they may have enthusiasm he hopes, they can endure Minato's hellish training, or it will be the end for them. Soon, Minato graces the training ground with his majestic presence, instantly making the recruits melt in admiration at his mere sight as they shower him with praise. Minato, tired of all the flattery, unleashes a great blast of menacing magical pressure that stiffens the recruits' bodies, leaving them paralyzed with fear. When they calm down, Minato praises them for their resilience and states that although he initially planned to go easy on the first day, he now sees there's no need for that. The other SMT members know their boss is annoyed, but unfortunately for the recruits, they are completely oblivious. So, when Minato subjects them to his usual brutal physical and mental magic training, the recruits quickly burn out and start complaining. Some even accuse him of pushing them until they quit. Just when they think it's all over, Yuika and the others continue, casting magic spells at Minato's barrier. Seeing this, the recruits are in shock, realizing that this is far beyond any normal training. Eventually, Minato ends the day's session and informs everyone, including the recruits, that they will measure their magic power next. He gives them a 5-minute break before heading to the testing room while they watch him walk away as if the training was nothing. The recruits conclude that Minato is a monster. Meanwhile, Hilda and the Mizura sisters reflect on their own mistakes and make plans to improve in the next session. Seeing this, the recruits label them as monsters too. One fan even cries as his mental image of the sweet Mizura sisters shatters. Moments later, the magic power of each SMT member is measured. Yui is at 120,000, Ruka at 118,000, and Ryudai at 105,000, Sanada at 100,000, and Shido at 112,000. These numbers leave the recruits shaken, wondering if the SMT members are as powerful as the magic nobles. Minato explains that Yuika's magic power was originally only 2,000, but through perseverance and hard work, she reached her current level. Inspired, a recruit asks if he can become that strong. Minato assures them they can, if they take it seriously. The recruits, reinvigorated, strengthen their resolve to grow. After the speech, Minato analyzes the others' MP and concludes that they should be able to defeat a boss demon alone or a demon general if they fight together. Despite the progress, Minato knows it's still not enough with the Demon King and the Demon God yet to face. While he's distracted, Shido approaches, wanting to talk. From his face, Minato senses that bad news is coming. Hours later, Minato finds himself in a suit attending a collaborative event between the Magic Nobles and the SMT, complaining about how stressful the party is. Before he can explode, Shido, also formally dressed, thanks him for coming. Although Minato agrees that the collaboration is important, he questions if a full-blown party is necessary. Shido apologizes, explaining that the Magic Nobles are probably using the event to celebrate their return to power since the BR incident helped boost the police's reputation. Realizing he can't avoid the party, Minato just stands there and pretends to enjoy himself. After a moment of silence, Mason compliments Sid's alternative look, while nearby, Riker admits he doesn't think he suits formal attire. Refusing to let him put himself down, Mason showers Riker with compliments about his height and physique. Just then, Sid announces the girl's arrival. Aika appears first in a beautiful flared dress, apologizing for the wait. Next is Luca, stunning in a long, slender, dark blue dress, also apologizing for taking so long. Then, Sanada appears in a flowing light green dress, expressing her surprise at the number of people who came to celebrate them. Ika turns to Mason and asks if he thinks it's strange to see her dressed like this. Mason, knowing exactly what to say, tells her she's even cuter than usual. He then begins to lavishly compliment the three of them, making them blush at the complexity and brilliance of his praise. Sid, watching it all, concludes that Mason never skimps on compliments. Shortly after, Hannah approaches Mason with her usual irritated mood, but this time in a beautiful red dress, accompanied by Tosh and Rick, both heads of their noble families. Unable to resist, Mason compliments her just as he did the others, which makes Hannah angry, and she demands that he stop. Frustrated, she walks away, with Rick. Mason, confused, asks Tosh why he's there. Tosh reminds him that he promised cooperation, and this event is part of that. Wanting to avoid small talk, Tosh excuses himself, leaving Mason surprised by his rudeness. The girls apologize for their father's bluntness, noting that he simply doesn't like to talk. Mason assures them that he isn't offended. Suddenly, he feels a strange aura pass by, and turns to investigate, spotting a girl in a long black dress. Before he can speak to her, the master of ceremonies takes the stage. He thanks everyone for coming and introduces the stars of the evening. The members of the SMT, the Magic Nobles, and finally, the founder of the Magic Nobles and director of the Mage Association, Rifume Momoyo, and his honored daughter, Chloe Momoyo. Mason immediately recognizes Rifume as the man he saw in Dotonbori, but more importantly, now that he knows the mysterious girl is Chloe, he isn't sure what to do for the time being. He stays quiet and watches as Rifume Momoyo steps up to the podium to give a speech to everyone at the party. Stepping up, Momoyo formally introduces himself and begins by acknowledging the current monster crisis in the country. He then highlights the alliance between the Magic Nobles and the SMT as the ultimate solution to this threat. To rekindle public trust in the Magic Nobles, Rifume promises to protect world peace and promote prosperity for all mages. With that, he ends his speech and receives a standing ovation. After watching Rifume speak, Mason praises him for delivering a message that was clear and well formulated. Next, he notices Chloe, Rifume's daughter, smiling at him, and he wonders what her deal is. In any case, Rifume approaches the SMT and assures them that the Magic Nobles will work closely with them to protect the country. He then turns to Mason with a smile and says he looks forward to working with him as he shakes the young man's hand. Mason returns the sentiment and discreetly analyzes Rifume's magical power. So far, Mason notes that the man has kept up with his training. His power level remains impressive. In fact, Mason could swear that Rifume hasn't changed since he first saw him, 50 years ago. As he takes a trip down memory lane, Mason remembers the day he met the young Takami and Rifume at the Mage training grounds. Back then, the Mage Association was accepting new cadets, and a young Ethan Mason, the great sage, Itakami, was in charge of their training for the first session. He boldly told the cadets to attack him all at once, but one cadet, a young man named Hifumi, shouted defiantly, calling him a bastard and warning him not to underestimate them. Hearing this, the young Takigami Shizuko called Hifumi rude for speaking to a living legend that way, yet Hifumi insisted he didn't care who Itakami was. He was going to smash his arrogant face into the dirt. Together with Takigami using water magic and him using dark magic, Hifumi launched an attack, but Itakami, unimpressed, blocked it with a basic level 1 spell, further enraging Hifumi. Ignoring his outburst, Itakami used wooden spears conjured from an earth spell to take down all the cadets. After the dust settled, many gave up on their dreams, shocked that he had countered with a level 4 spell so easily. Itakami admitted that he had held back and figured many would quit as usual, but to his surprise, Hifumi stood up and declared that the fight wasn't over, saying he was just getting started. Takigami, equally determined, joined him. The two prepared for another round, and Itakami, pleased to see their true potential, let them attack again. Although they gave it their all, they were defeated and realized just how monstrous Itakami truly was. With most of the cadets out, Itakami was impressed with the two who remained. He ended the session and urged them to rest, but as he turned, Hifumi attacked him with dark magic, declaring their fight wasn't over and vowing to defeat him someday before passing out. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Itakami felt confident the boy would become a great mage. When Takigami tried to sneak in another attack, he acknowledged that the Mages Association had just gained 2 fascinating new members. As Hifumi fainted, he swore he would surpass Itakami. Itakami simply said he would wait for that day, and with that, the flashback ended. Back in the present, Minato, the reincarnation of Itakami, reflects on how that passionate boy grew into a powerful man with both wealth and influence. For a moment, he considers revealing his identity to Hifumi, but remembers Takigami's warning and decides against it. Moments later, the SMT is formally introduced. The guests are then encouraged to socialize. Just as Minato thinks he's in the clear, Chloe approaches him, introduces herself, and says she's been interested in meeting him for some time. He compliments her as a mage and says he'd be happy to talk. Chloe laughs at the compliment, but humbly admits she's nowhere near his level. Minato agrees. She doesn't seem to possess great magical power, or much elemental control, but there's something about her that feels off, and he can't quite place it for now. Chloe says she hopes to get along with him. Trusting his intuition, Minato carefully considers his response. Nearby, Luca and Wicca feel uncomfortable watching Chloe and Minato talk. Realizing it's likely just introductions, they try not to overthink it. Then, Chloe tells Minato she's looking forward to working with him, and he replies that he feels the same. As they shake hands, Chloe senses his magic and notes that she's glad he's a good man. With nothing more to say, she says they'll meet again soon and walks away. The next day at school, Minato endures the usual round of teasing from the girls. Just as he's about to lose his patience, the teacher enters and asks everyone to calm down. to welcome a new transfer student. Moments later, Chloe Moon enters and introduces herself. As a student of the Kamui Magic Academy, she takes her place, leaving Liam stunned since he never imagined it, that she would transfer to his school. The moment the other students see her, they immediately recognize the beautiful girl as Chloe Mumil from the previous day's event, and some comment that it is the first time they have ever seen someone from the Mumil conglomerate appear in public, since that in itself is rare. Shortly after being introduced, the teacher leads her to the empty seat near Liam, and Chloe accepts. As the class continues, Liam quietly tells Chloe that he never expected her to transfer there, but Chloe reminds him that she said they would meet again soon, so here she is. Throughout the entire class, Liam keeps a watchful eye on the mysterious Chloe sitting beside him until the lesson finally ends. All the boys and girls in the room turn their attention to Chloe, gazing in admiration. Around this time, Yara comments on Chloe's instant popularity, noting that the same guys who usually bother them are now swarming around her. When Hilda and Ryder enter the classroom, they both question what Chloe is thinking. They did not expect her to actually transfer, noting how quickly it happened after the event and suspecting there is a deeper reason, saying the timing is too perfect to be a coincidence, while grumbling about the ongoing tensions with the noble mages. Hilda hopes her presence is not part of another one of their schemes. For now, Liam and his team decide to keep a close eye on Chloe. About 1 hour later, Liam and the others are shocked when Commander Shaw announces that Chloe Mumil will be joining the SMT. Surprised, one of them asks what she is doing there, and Commander Shaw explains that, to strengthen the alliance with the noble mages, the higher-ups decided Chloe would act as a bridge between both parties. He adds that with her in the SMT, they hope to build trust between the groups. When Chloe gets a chance to speak, she introduces herself as the daughter of the Mumil house, and says she hopes they will treat her well. Hearing her warm tone, Yara warms up to her and greets her with a handshake as the girls talk. Commander Shaw turns to Liam and apologizes for the sudden announcement, saying it was a direct order. Liam assures him that it is all right, admitting he had been expecting something like this ever since the collaboration between the two sides was announced. Relieved, Commander Shaw agrees, though he keeps his eye on Liam for a moment longer, knowing he still needs to evaluate her. Liam puts Chloe through the usual rigorous training along with the others, even as he intensifies the regimen, leaving the recruits exhausted and complaining. Chloe not only keeps up but surpasses Yara and the rest without showing any signs of fatigue. All of Yara's attempts to catch up end in failure. Chloe is clearly on another level. In the following training sessions, she breezes through them without breaking a sweat. During the break, while the others recover and congratulate themselves, Chloe asks if it is really time for a break, stating that she still has energy to spare. An astonished Yara wonders how Chloe is unaffected by the intense training that they have only recently been able to endure. Without waiting for an answer, Chloe approaches Liam and comments on how strict his regimen is. Liam asks if it seems outdated, but Chloe disagrees. She says the training is logical, strengthening the body improves combat ability, and using magic while physically exhausted enhances technique and potential. With Liam's Spartangent-style shouts to motivate them, she feels it all works together perfectly. Realizing she is right, Liam praises her insight, and Chloe proudly reminds him that she is among the best. Soon, Yara, Hilda, and Ryder admit Chloe's strength and ask if they can learn from her. Chloe praises their effort in response, saying she always believed the SMT members would be reliable as they finish their conversation. Chloe turns to Minato and continues chatting with him, while Yuka starts to feel uneasy. She's uncomfortable with Chloe's charm, observing how popular she is with boys, girls, and perhaps even Minato, knowing that Chloe may be stronger than them. Yuka fears she might end up merely supporting Minato, and as she grapples with this thought, she and her sister shake their heads, trying to convince themselves that Minato won't betray them. Still, they can't help but stare critically at Chloe, who continues to chat cheerfully with Minato. They wish she were more mindful of this new alliance between SMT and the noble mages. Minato notes that although calamities occur frequently, the nobles now respond faster than before, and thanks to SMT's expansion into new regions, there has been a clear drop in fatalities. Yet, with calamities continuing to increase, Minato knows they must remain vigilant. Alright everyone, that's the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, comment for the next part, subscribe to the channel, and leave a like. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.